My daughters, just as a joke, they have them, and as a joke, I put them on. So I've done this. And I love yacht rock and being breezy. So I'm like, yeah, that kind of... And
necessary to defend the dollar against the speculator.
Richard Nixon essentially disconnected the dollar from the gold standard entirely. Before this, the dollar was a specific weight of gold.
I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
If you look at the United States and you look at the dollar from 1971 to today, it's not a great look.
Now, what is this action, which is very technical, what does it mean for you?
$35 was buying 1 ounce of gold in 1971. It takes $1,700 to buy 1 ounce of gold today.
Your dollar will be worth just as much tomorrow as it is today.
So the only choice is to devalue. And when you devalue, eventually you devalue so far that the empire fails.
Let me lay to rest.
Number 452.
Welcome to Non-Fungible Feud, everyone. I'm your host, Mutant Ape 452. And boy, do we have a special show for you today. First off, straight from the swamp, the Bored Ape Yacht Club. And from the post-apocalyptic shedders of society, we have the Gutter Gang. All right, let's get this party started. Bored Ape number 7613 and Gutter Cat number 2139. Get on up here. All right, we surveyed over 100 people. We asked them to name the top uses of NFTs. Gang gang? One of the top uses of NFTs is gang gang? Yeah, gang gang. All right, show me gang gang. All right, Bored Ape going for the steal. Top uses of NFTs?
Ape coin.
Ape coin? That is where we're going? We go from gang gang to ape coin? Show me ape coin. Okay, back to you, Gutter Gang. To try and steal it back, what are the top uses of NFTs? Let's go. Oh, I know, gutter merch. Show me gutter merch. Okay, Bored Apes, this is on you. Again, for a chance to get just one of these answers on the board.
Mega Mutant Serum.
I could just strangle them all. All right, give me Mega Mutant Serum. For the love of NFTs, Gutter Gang, please put your heads together and come up with the...
High in the sky, above the bickering, the wars, the inflation, there is other side air, where you don't have to worry about your destination, because we only take you to one place.
Is everybody on the line, Bill?
Yes, John, we're all here.
Oh, thanks to you.
The other side. Join the apes, the mutants, the punks, and the me-bits. Leave your cares behind. Join us.
Guess where I am?
On the other side.
I remember when I was a little girl and our house caught on fire. I'll never forget the look on my father's face as he gathered me in his arms and rushed through the burning building onto the pavement. And I stood there, shivering in my pajamas, and watched the whole world go up in flames. And when it was all over, I said to myself, is that all there is to a fire? Is that all there is? Is that all there is?
It's something that you can't actually see, but that's why we're here, because you can actually see it.
Wealth is being generated at massive amounts.
In the form of digital billboards, in the form of merchandise. Some don't get the benefit. With NFTs, everyone shares in the benefit of the upside.
We're in Times Square. We're talking about the Dirty Bird Flight Club, the most exclusive club, I think, in events right now.
It's a generative NFT project, 9,090 birds, all made by Birdcap, a legendary muralist, and artist for us in 2020. We have a different artist every year in Dirty Bird. And all the birds kind of get you inside the Dirty Bird family, I would say. Yeah. I'm just really excited to talk to other people in the NFT community and to not be DJing the entire trip, just actually be talking to people and finding out about other projects and finding out different ways that we can expand our project through new technology and new ideas that other people.
So NFTs really give the opportunity to capture moments in time, to secure them with blockchain, crypto technology, and anyone can really own it, right, in a decentralized way. So this is really going to help a lot of photographers and underserved creatives, right, bridging the digital world, but also capturing real-world moments. A moment in time is about collecting the community spirit, and it's all tokenized in the digital form.
And into the forefront, make crypto mainstream, help people along the way, and create an amazing community.
And have a fuckload of fun.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim.
Staring at charts all day, Reddit trolls got you down, threats of government regulation got you feeling not so fresh. Take the WAGME pill. WAGME is the only meme-proven pill to get you over the hump and back in the game. Side effects may include all-time highs, aping in on projects, and a strong sense of superiority. To avoid long-term medical injury, seek high fives for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. This is the age of Web3. Talk to your doctor and find out.
And you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji. My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Arduino.
Could we define this as a war?
It actually says that on the menu.
You look cool. Hey, do you want to know a little secret about me?
Yeah.
I have a special power.
Okay.
I can guess if you like ketchup or if you like mustard.
Okay. You ready for this? You just gotta look at me in the eye, though. You think it's easy. Don't try to lie and you're trying to fake me out. Look at me. Hey, can I ask you a question? Where did you go on vacation last year?
Rome.
Oh, really? Did you stop by to see the ketchup at the Vatican?
I have not seen any use case other than funding illicit activities like drugs and prostitution. I have not seen any use case that is legitimate so far that Bitcoin solves.
The main tactic that they will use, they will say things like Bitcoin is only used for terrorist financing, and you don't actually need privacy, and if you want privacy, that means you must have something to hide. They will use those kind of scare tactics to keep the public from embracing a system which actually...
Some days you need an extra kick. Some days you want to be... When the standard day-to-day gets you down...
Bring on your inner mutant syrup drink! Unleash the beast!
Choose M1 or M2 mutant serum.
And now available, Mega Mutant Serum!
The Comedy Central roast of Justin Bieber.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kevin Hart, and welcome to the Comedy Central roast of Justin Bieber. Here's the thing. Justin Bieber has tens of millions of fans. I mean, most of them are either in middle schools or standing at least 500 feet away from one. I mean, it's the truth. I'm not saying anything that's not the truth. Tonight, here's the thing. Tonight, we're going to do what his parents and the legal system should have done a long time ago. We're about to give this boy an ass whooping that he deserves. We are. We are. Everybody, let's get ready to mumble. It's Shaquille O'Neal.
Thank you, Webster. Kevin is the only celebrity with a star on the yellow brick road. In case you didn't know, I am Shaquille O'Neal, Shaq Diesel. Justin, as a father of 6, you gotta straighten up, son. You know, last year you were ranked the 5th most hated person of all time. Kim Jong-un didn't even score that low. And he uses your music to fucking torture people. But thanks to that music, Justin is worth over $200 million. And in prison, 4 packs of Cools. Justin got a tattoo of Jesus on his calf. Why you gotta bring Jesus in your mess? That man has suffered enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Snoop Dogg right now.
It's time to talk about the bitch of the hour. Justin, Leave It to Bieber. Justin's life changed when Usher heard one of his songs and liked it.
So the question is, how can anyone truly own a digital image? And if they do, what does that even mean? whatever it means, people are banking big on an industry worth billions of dollars. And this place is straight up weird, where a bored ape can join his fellows in starting a yacht club?
We have the yacht party, we have the warehouse party that's coming up, so a lot of art exclusive events.
Well, whatever that means, we're taking our very own bored ape.
Ape follows ape. We stick together, we dominate, and that's how we built the metaverse.
And bringing him out to play. New York, San Francisco, Miami.
So NFTs have really brought this new method of defining what a digital asset means.
You've seen a lot of high-end celebrities own bored apes. This is interesting, right? Because it's not a brand that comes from the top, it's a brand built from the bottom.
We at Mousebelt are showing you the weird, wacky, wonderful, wild, wily, wary, warm, wealthy, welcoming, world-class, and whopping great events and showcases that are taking over NFTs.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to ReImagine version 12, Rise of the Apes, talking all things Bored Ape Yacht Club and the general NFT community. I am one of your hosts, Patrick McLean.
Hello, everyone. I'm one of your other co-hosts, Roshan Marachkar, and today our panel will be discussing the general state of the NFT market.
First, we want to get to meet some of our awesome guests a little bit before we get digging into the questions. So let's have everyone introduce yourselves. Leo, you want to kick it off?
Sure, thanks. So I'm Leo Chen. I'm the VP Engineering and Harmony Protocol. So I'm responsible for our engineering and deliverable, but also I'm driving our NFT and the Metaverse initiative within Harmony.
Awesome. Rohan, how about you?
Absolutely. Hey, everyone. My name is Rohan Handa, and I'm the head of business development at Horizon Labs. At Horizon Labs, we are the end-to-end crypto and blockchain services provider for Web3 and Web3 curious ventures. We're also the team behind the Horizon blockchain, created under the ticker Zen on 50 plus exchanges. And we were also the launch partner for ApeCoin. So, and now we are partnering with some really exciting projects within NFT, gaming, fashion, DeFi, and other areas with a goal to become the ecosystem of ecosystems within the Web3 world.
Thank you. Last but not least, Shamir.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Shamir Ozeri. I'm Marketing Programs Director at Algorand. Algorand, to those who may not know, is a fast, scalable, decentralized, pure proof of stake layer one protocol with over 2,000 companies building on it. A little about myself, I've been a Bitcoiner since 2014, Ethereum community person. I ran the Michigan Ethereum meetup since 2016. An NFT junkie of sorts since 2017, ever since I learned about CryptoPunks and fell down that rabbit hole. So excited to be here, and yeah.
Yeah, great to have you all here. Let's kind of get into things. Shamir, the first question is for you. Can you kind of break down, what is the current state of the NFT market after 1 year of growth?
Yeah, so it's funny they say like one year of growth, because while you're right, it has really been an unprecedented 1 year of growth. I think it kind of started right like early last year. Hash masks, by the way, are the one project that comes to mind that kind of kicked off this just massive wave. But it feels like the rails and the infrastructure and kind of everything has been kind of coming together to reach the point of maturity to where we're at today. I think we've seen a lot of hype. The Super Bowl being kind of probably the simplest and most mainstream example of where and how far we'd come. Right, a year ago, you talk to people about this, they wouldn't know they wouldn't have any clue. And now NFTs, you start hearing that in just like other water cooler conversations, non-industry. I do think we're going through several cycles. Some may say that the hype has died down. And I don't know if anyone here might be familiar with there's something called the Gartner hype cycle, which I always refer to, when I think of new technology and adoption. And basically, it's kind of this chart that shows you with every new technology how it goes through different literally hype cycles throughout its life cycle, and it kind of starts and grows exponentially until it reaches a point that's called the peak of inflated expectations. I think NFTs have been there in the sense that so much promise. NFTs are going to change the world. Everything's going to be upside down. We don't need anything physical anymore. I'm obviously exaggerating a little bit, but we were kind of there, right? Where everyone's talking about NFTs, and then it's like, okay, holy shit, what can we actually do with NFTs? And while there's plenty that we can do, there's still a lot more to be desired, right? So the hype is winding down. On this chart, by the way, once it reaches that point, it goes down to a place called the trough of disillusionment. So if you wake up tomorrow and you read NFTs are dead, that's what I'm talking about, right? It's those people saying, yeah, it was all garbage, let's not pay attention to it. But the reality is somewhere in the middle. The reality is, I think it's very clear the promise that NFTs can offer, but I also think we need to differentiate between what NFTs can deliver today, given the technology, given the market maturity, versus what will be able to be done with NFTs down the road. So after the trough of disillusionment, there's a much more linear, much more organic growth called the plateau of productivity. And I think right now we might still be on the downtrend in terms of the hype. But again, that doesn't matter because a lot of really good projects are being built and funded, and there's a lot of really good things to look forward to.
Rohan, Leo, do you guys want to add anything there? How have you guys seen the last year in NFTs?
Yeah, no, I think the NFT market as a whole has been a crazy cycle upwards trend, right? And it reminds me a lot of the time that we spent back in 2017, 2018 with the ICO boom and bust. So the similarities are there, right? A lot of the projects that you're currently seeing. And then let me take a step back as well. Right? When we talk about NFT in its current context, what folks typically think about is the PFPs and the avatars and so on and so forth, right? So if you just take that particular piece of the NFT and apply it to the entire ecosystem, most of the projects, if not all, would go to zero, right? But why NFTs, if you go to the fundamental level, why NFTs are cool is because they represent verifiable, rare, portable, and programmable pieces of digital property. So if you take that lens and apply that to where the space can go, from the hype cycle perspective, I think we're still on the early side of things, right? Yes, on the art and the collectibles, things may have died down. The opportunity to make quick buck will die down real quick. But that was the same thing back when fungible tokens or tokens were being sold to the world, right? It was the same hype cycle existed. Then you started seeing investments and institutions started coming into this space that paved way for what we had the DeFi summer and then the NFTs, and who knows what comes next, right? You have close to $20 billion in traded volume just last year in the NFT space, collectibles being the largest segment within the NFT market. So if just one lens applied to it, yes, things may have reached its peak. But if you look at the broader ecosystem of the applications of these NFTs to the broader Web3 and blockchain ecosystem, the opportunities are massive. So I don't think hype is dying down. It's maturing is the way I would put it. And we'll see much more cool use cases, both in digital and in real world, come to life over the next few months and years.
So yeah, I think I somehow agree with Rohan. I think the hype, not winding down. The hype probably winding down a little bit on the PFP only, but the entire NFT market is actually much bigger than just the PFP. PFP is kind of like a new sector coming last year, but we remember like NFT been around for a long time, and previously people focused on the digital arts, like Beeple's 69 million auction. Not probably one thing bring the people's attention, but that's mostly on the digital art part. The PFP reach more users. More people start to enjoy NFT, use the NFT as the identity and the PFP. But to the mainstream, to the mass market, I think the hype is not there yet. Like over the weekend, I just have had a lunch with my friend in Silicon Valley. So most of them are engineer, and when they heard of NFT, when we talk about NFT, they still doubt, oh, it's just a JPEG. So this, I mean, Silicon Valley is already like the pioneer in terms of the people aware of the crypto. But when we're talking about NFT, people still have doubts, which means it's still very, very early. But of course, everyone like an engineer in Silicon Valley, people already knows about crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum. They already accept that. But in terms of NFT, people still have doubt because they still don't know what will be the real world application, what will be the change it can bring to the industry. That's why I think we are still early. But I definitely believe this year we'll see more and more utility in terms of the NFT. And we already see that happening, right? With the BYC, so there are a lot of offline event being organized with the identity of the BYC. That's the first step to get the people together. But however, we also see like a fashion brand, like a Nike, Gucci, they also launch some of the NFT, and they're trying to bring the real world utility to the NFT holder. So that will represent a new trend to reach the between the Web 2, Web 3, and the people use the NFT more than just the PFP. And this is something we see definitely going to happen this year. And in terms of that, why it's still very early? Because we're still lacking a lot of NFT infrastructure. So like, for example, in the DeFi world, DeFi been around for many years, only started in the DeFi summer in 2020. We start to see a lot of people getting involved with the DeFi because the DeFi building block was already been built in 2020 in terms of the lending protocol, in terms of the vault, all of that, right? But NFT, like there's only a few NFT infrastructure projects, like NFT lending protocol is still early, only a few, not many. And in terms of other like NFT, use it as a collateral and use it for other like a game or even like cross like a building block is still early. That's why I think we're still like a very early stage. Not even 2020 for the DeFi, and probably like 2018.
I think we've gone through these cycles. Like it reminds me of like Silicon Valley in 2017. If you told every engineer working at Apple and Facebook, they say, I don't really want to write for blockchain. They thought it was gonna disappear. But hey, let's pivot a little bit. And want to pass this to Rohan and then to you, Shamir. But I think especially at Horizon, how do you guys view it? Has the Bored Ape Yacht Club been kind of driving the mass revolution? Was that really like a big anchor where people started to see what was possible, both on chain and off chain? And how is that kind of influencing your guys' company?
Well, so on the first question, I think there's a lot of intrinsic interest in companies to explore the NFT and the fungible token space at large, right? So, yeah, but yes, like if you're just focusing more from the NFTs and what folks wanted to do, Bored Ape, yes, definitely created that momentum and pushed the ball forward, right? Because it was just April of last year when they launched, and the smart contract, the mint happened 2 days ago, and now you're around the same time clock. The team has grown, the project has grown. You have $4 billion market cap based on the recent raise. So the space is huge. So people see this potential success of what can happen within this space, and they want to enter this space with a mindset of helping grow the community and grow the brand out. So that's where we are, right? People are following the path of pioneer projects like Bored Ape and looking to emulate pieces of it and bring it to their ecosystem. So we work with DeFi projects, fashion projects, toy companies, similar NFT and token projects who are looking to emulate the success of Bored Ape Yacht Club and eventually ApeCoin. But what's going to happen is, while this has created an opening for different verticals and different sectors you come and play within this space, it becomes very important what's the driving force for these projects to play here, right? Because how we view here at Horizon Labs, your go-to-market strategy has essentially been replaced with go to community, right? It's a community building effort when you're using NFTs. Then fungible token is a way to build an ecosystem ground up to allow participation from larger community to come and build on top of this ecosystem that's being created, right? Whether it's be based on the IP, or whether it's be based on some rewards mechanism, whether it be games that become part of that ecosystem, that's still TBD. But the communities and these projects themselves have found a way to engage and bring in revenue, build communities, build some sort of a moat that will become useful in the long term as we become more and more digital and virtual in a sense.
Shamir, what are your thoughts there? Like, how have you seen the impact of the Bored Ape community in general, and how is Algorand kind of thinking after seeing that?
Yeah, I mean, Bored Apes have been a driving force. There's no doubt, and looking at the project, and again having kind of tracked it from the very beginning, I think there's a lot to learn. I think the Bored Ape Yacht Club community has done a lot of things right. And the creators, right, from the cool factor in the art to the IP to the access to parties and the website and Discord, merch and swag are obviously very, very strong. So they're literally writing the playbook, and I think there's a lot to take from that. I do think to maybe put a caveat there, right? I think it's had a tremendously positive effect on the NFT ecosystem as a whole. But that being said, and actually maybe back to the Rohan and Leo's kind of pointer, right, or correction on what I was saying, PFPs and collectibles, right, that is just the tip of the iceberg. And I think that there's a pretty good chance that Bored Ape Club being positioned, being kind of that, that main player, it has really, in a sense, it gives people the wrong impression of what an NFT can be. Now, again, profile pictures, right? Bored Apes, like they're doing a lot of things right, but I think a lot of the mainstream audience, I think a lot of developers, like Web2 developers, and I think a lot of the media, they can't see the difference right now. To them, an NFT is a Bored Ape, right? Or Bored Apes, in a sense, they're the use case of NFTs, and in a sense, I think that has a distracting effect, and it creates a lot of noise around it. One thing I recently read, and the other thing just about the hype cycle, I'm a marketer. I look at Google Trends and search trends and things like that, and I can tell you that the NFTs saw a peak in searches during the Super Bowl, literally the first week of February. That's when there was a peak, and since then it's been dying down. Again, why? Because when most people search NFTs, they're thinking of digital art. There are over 76,000 collections, series of NFTs out there. So obviously there's a lot of noise, right? How many can you name off the top of your head? Probably maybe a couple dozen, right? Like if you're in the loop. So I think it's pretty clear that utility, that while maybe a year ago you could launch a series of 10,000 characters and that would be it, right? Like you would get some traction. Today, that's the first step, right? That's when things just get started and you have to start driving utility, going to community, Rohan. I love that, right? Like go to community as opposed to go to market, and start driving value to the people that are involved, and actual utility, right? Actual benefits to being a part of it, a part of this tribe. And then I'll just add on the Algorand side, we pay a lot of attention to these kinds of things. We are a layer one, right? So I think to us, it's really about how do we facilitate and empower the creators and the people who are launching series on Algorand, and how do we, again, facilitate their success, make it very, very easy for them to onboard, and then at the end of the day, drive their Discord momentum and and their Twitter presence, and at the end of the day, again, lead them towards that utility. And I won't lie to you, like Bored Ape Club, again, doing a lot of things right, so we're definitely learning.
Yeah, I think that's awesome, and I think it's really interesting to see different companies take different approaches to what they build. Before we move on to the next topic, Leo, can you talk a little bit about, the Bored Ape passport that Harmony built, and also, how is Harmony using Bored Apes to kind of brand future company initiatives?
Yeah, I'd love to. Thanks for the question. So in Harmony, forget to mention that Harmony is also layer 1 protocol, provide fast transaction and lower gas fee, and we are fully EVM compatible. So with the in Harmony, so we embrace the Bored Ape community, and at the protocol, the foundation, we also bought a few Bored Ape last year, actually before the hype. So that's a way we want to say, if you really want to play big in the game, you better be in the game. That's why. So, and of course, Bored Ape is the leading NFT project all over the place, right? So that's why we joined the Bored Ape community. So since we joined the Bored Ape community, we were thinking, how can we bring the value to the community and also to the industry to showcase what the Harmony can do and what the layer 1 protocol can play the important role here. So so that's why we launched the Bored Ape passport in East Stanford. So that's just our first step to show how can we provide some of the utility and the interoperability of the NFT project. So the passport is basically to enable all the Bored Ape owner on Ethereum, they can join our one of the most popular DeFi game called the DeFi Kingdom on Harmony. They can use their ape avatar as in the DeFi Kingdom game as well. So this is the first time that we show like an interoperability of 2 different NFT collection, because DeFi Kingdom also provide other like NFT collection like a hero, right? So that's the first time. And after that, we launched something called iToken standard. The iToken standard is an extension of the Bored Ape passport. So it supports so all the NFT collection on different chain. Right now, we just use the Ethereum as an example. Like we enable Bored Ape, Mutant, Doodle, CryptoPunk. So all those NFT holder on Ethereum, they don't have to do anything, and they can still use the iToken on Harmony to join the Harmony ecosystem. So right now in the NFT world, just today we know that Yuga Lab announced like their Instagram was hacked, right? So people lost more than 70 precious NFT because of the hack. The security actually becomes one of the most important. Actually, security is always the most important problem in blockchain. So many hacks, so many rag pull. So that's why the iToken specification we launched, we just create a read-only mapping. So from Ethereum to Harmony, so that the NFT token holder, they don't have to concern about how they may lose, but they can still use the identity and participate in the other ecosystem in the Harmony blockchain, like a play game or in the metaverse. So this is a simple standard, but we want to say this is the first opportunity to showcase the interoperability and also with the security as the first in our mind to that.
Yeah, definitely. Interoperability is big, and I really believe it's going to drive the next level of adoption, where you see a lot of these different collections and art coming together. Let's kind of move on to talk about, what are the different trends, what are the different utilities you guys specifically see? So, from gaming, content creation, and sports, there's been a lot of use cases for NFTs. Which one of these things excites your team the most? We'll go to Rohan and then Shabir.
Yeah, no, I think this is a beast in itself when you think about the various utility of the token itself, right? So a few things that come to top of mind is, so play to earn is definitely one of the lower hanging fruit, so to speak, right? And I don't necessarily like the word play to earn. I like to say play and learn, play and earn. Because when you put play to earn something, it kind of makes it a job, right? You're coming to a game and you're only playing this because you're getting something you're not necessarily enjoying, right? It takes away that flow perspective. So play and earn is definitely one of the areas. Then metaverse is another utility, or the long-term vision where NFTs will play a big role is critical. Like The question then obviously is, will it be a citadel centric? So example, if it be big tech like a Meta, that would be a walled garden dominated, or this is more frontier centric, right? So something of an open or a cloud-based and crypto secure. So those become interesting. Some more utilities around is like, how do you connect the fizzy digi aspect, right? What are some of the in real life utility the NFTs could offer to its user? Is it through some special club? If the holders of NFTs present that at the entrance, they can get it to a club and they have certain special access and passes to parties and DJs and whatnot. And a couple of others that come to top of my mind is, and which is more long-term, I feel, but we're starting to see things being shaped using NFT itself, is sort of a decentralized social lotteries or networks, right? So if you've heard of DeSo or Decentralized Social, which raised 200 million from A16Z, right? So they are helping create this decentralized network. So you're starting to see those inklings. But the question is even broader, like what happens when you combine your PFPs with your permanent ETH identifiers or your data storage like an ENS system, with your data composability aspect, and then data marketplaces that price that data packets with AI. You sort of get this decentralized social network and a potential lottery-like rewards. So similar to what TikTok is doing in Web 2, you can replicate that in Web 3, and rewards for early and viral user-generated content could be easily passed to the content creators, right? Instead of going straight to the companies. So
hopefully Elon Musk is taking notes right now. We'll see.
But yeah, I think those are really exciting. But beyond that, identity is quintessential to this space as a whole, because while we talk about Web3, most of the infrastructure stack is still built on Web2. You're still using, your domain names are not all .eth or whatever, Solana, Sol, or whatever else. You're still using maybe a GoDaddy.com web server, and you're connecting using your username and password to access. So how do you make that identity piece portable within Web3 is another massive utility and problem to be solved.
Shamir, I think maybe if you want to take that question as well. So, gaming, metaverse, content creators, we know Algorand.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna, again, and I love Rohan's answer because it's so forward thinking, right? And it brings all these different components together. And it's really hard to guess what's going to happen 5 or 10 years from now. I think, all we can say is, well, here are the trends that we're seeing. And, I can say that like on the Algorand side, SIAE, which is Italy's largest music copyright management company. So they, last year, basically in one afternoon, minted 4 million NFTs on Algorand for a couple $1,000s. Now, again, you do the math of what that would look like on Ethereum. It wouldn't be feasible, right? It would take weeks. It would cost millions and millions of dollars. On Algorand, that happened literally in a couple hours. And now these NFTs each NFT represents a piece of music, right? And the ability to track and manage royalties around it. To give you some additional examples, so actually music is something that we're seeing a lot of traction on that front. There's a company called Stoi, STOI. It's the song that owns itself. And it's really this very simple and elegant and like, to me, very empowering idea of every creator, every musician can create a song and basically create a micro DAO around it, right? Basically giving tokens that represent ownership of that song to their community, to their fans, and suddenly you have a DAO that is all around this creation. We have Dequency, who do music and audio synchronization licensing. There's Opulus, who are kind of a launch pad. I don't know if anyone here is familiar. Opulus are kind of this launch pad for new musicians. So they bring DeFi into the creator economy. So music gets me excited, and we're seeing a lot of traction there. There are a couple projects in the pipeline, which unfortunately I can't share, but like 2 weeks from now, and after this will be published, I will be able to. So check it out. And then other than that, I think gaming and sports are kind of the clear ones. I'm an NFT junkie since 2017. I've been a fantasy basketball junkie since 1999, and I'm telling you how old I am there. So like all of these things are very, very see, like it totally makes sense, right? It totally makes sense. You look at So Rare, you know, you look at Top Shots and some of the things that they're doing. The idea of gamifying, specifically with So Rare, I guess Top Shots is kind of more your classic traditional, you know, collectibles. But with So Rare, the idea of tokenizing and or you know gamifying this NFTs around tokens. To me, that's a very, very powerful thing, and it creates it creates not only kind of a sense of this is part of who I am because I'm passionate about this and I collect this, but it also kind of gives you that expectation of I want to build something, I want to create something, I want to win, right? So it kind of feeds into that hunger that we all feel as humans. So no doubt the sports are there. And then speaking of that competitive hunger, right? Gaming, right? Gaming is where we're seeing the low-hanging fruits. I do think it's not going to be a seamless transition because a lot of the Web2 companies, it's almost like it's easier to build it from the ground up. That's my own impression. Rohan, Leo, really curious to hear your thoughts about it. It's very hard to come to a Web2 gaming company and say, here, use tokens and good luck, right? That's not how it works. So it's almost easier for someone to just start from scratch and kind of, build it from the ground up. But I think we're seeing a lot of traction in that direction on Algorand. And I think that, the gaming giant of the future of the next few years is going to be one of those companies that is building itself from the ground up now because it's going to have that competitive advantage of that native feel. So again, it's play and earn, Rohan. I 100% agree with you, right? Where it's not a chore. It's like, I'm doing this because I want to do it. Oh, and by the way, right, I get some kind of reward, some kind of benefit, something that I can leverage and take with me going forward. So I do. I think that like gaming, sports, music, those are a couple. And then looking a little bit further, I think DAOs, I mentioned it in Stoy, but I think DAOs are also going to be somewhat of a gateway, or I don't know if NFT is a gateway to DAOs or vice versa. I guess it depends on how you think of it, but I definitely feel the wave of DAOs coming. This is after being at ETH Denver and Paris Blockchain Week and hearing all these conversations, right? And realizing that this is just the tip of the spear, right? So it's going to spread over the next few months, the next few years. But I think that NFTs bring people together, give people a sense of identity via community, via the tribe, right? It's a way that we define ourselves. And I think that DAOs do the very same thing, right? If you think of why do I participate in a DAO, you'll get a lot of the same answers for why would I buy an NFT. And so I think the two are very much aligned, and they're going to go hand in hand and empower each other and kind of accelerate in their growth over the next few years.
And if I could just add it real quick, and I would, Leo, given you work in the protocols at the Harmony chain level, would love to hear your thoughts. But just to give you a perspective of where we are just in the NFT space, right? So protocol development. So we went from ERC 721 to ERC 1155. So a smart contract standard based on which you can now do fungible, non-fungible, and semi-fungible tokens through 1155. But we talked so much about giving the royalties back to the users seamlessly in this open and decentralized world. Even for that, you're still dependent upon centralized platforms to allow you to do so, right? So you give your own royalties and implementation happens through those parties. There was a recent EIP 2981, the Ethereum Improvement Protocol 2981, that aims to address the issue of non-standardized royalty implementation, right? So right now you don't have a standardized way of providing the royalty implementation. This EIP, you'll be able to provide royalty implementation right at the protocol layer itself. So that's this pace at which the industry is growing, right? So there's a lot of things that will happen before we get to a completely decentralized open way where you create the stem of a music and someone creates the final music, but whenever someone plays something or someone purchases something, the fees for that passes on all the way back to the stem creator, and there's less of intermediary fees because the broader view of blockchain and Web3 is to disintermediating those middlemen. But right now we still see it, we are in this hybrid phase, and hopefully with these improvement protocols, we'll see those changes.
Definitely. It's never fast in blockchain. I think we've learned that over the years. Like everything that was promised, if it was so easy to have a trustless system in every way, we would have done it a long time ago. So it's definitely brick by brick being built, I think. And like you guys mentioned with DeFi.
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enables so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
High in the sky, above the bickering, the wars, and the inflation, there is other side air, where you don't have to worry about your destination, because we only take you to one place.
Is everybody on the line, Bill?
Yes, John, we're all here.
Oh, thanks to you.
The other side. Join the apes, the mutants, the punks, and the me-bits. Leave your cares behind. Join us.
Guess where I am?
On the other side.
Stay tuned. We're about to wipe the floor with this one. But let's switch gears a little bit. Leo, I'll kick it to you. I think thinking of let's take ApeCoin as an example. I saw something really interesting where I feel like I have a bunch of friends or a bunch of people I work with that kind of got apes. But then a bunch of friends and a bunch of people I work with were just kind of swore off NFTs. They're like big crypto traders. Well, then all of a sudden ApeCoin hits. And next thing I know, all my crypto trader friends, the next day are buying apes, whether that's because they think they're going to get some land in the other side or there was tokens coming with them. But I think, do you see anything where maybe the quote unquote traditional NFT owners over the last year are are kind of learning a lot of lessons about, even staking their crypto or, how voting works, things like security, that is going to become more and more prominent, where maybe more established crypto traders have kind of been in this realm for a bit. So how do you kind of see that? Do you see that there's kind of an NFT person profile and a more traditional crypto and they're merging?
Yeah, actually, I see this. Each cycle, there will be different group of people surface. So in the early days, right, like Shambir, you are the Bitcoin OG. So when Ethereum started, I guess I know also knew a lot of Bitcoin OG. Not many people believe in Ethereum. People still believe in Bitcoin. So of course, Ethereum right now taking over a lot of utility and application in the crypto world. But when last year, when the NFT trade started, I also I have a lot of Ethereum or Bitcoin OG friends, right? So many of them missed the initial hype. They missed the initial because it's just we are like a Bitcoin or Ethereum maxi. We don't believe in this a JPEG picture at all. That's trend. Each cycle there will be new trend. There will be new people join, which is good thing for the entire industry. So NFT attract new people to the entire crypto space. So especially, but that's happened in last year. But this year, when the ApeCoin released, right? So I would say the crypto OG realized something they can understand. They don't have to buy the JPEG. They can still participate in the NFT and the metaverse world. So that's why they treated the ApeCoin as a vehicle, as something they understand. They can trade on it. That's why they feel excited. Of course, when they get to know more about ApeCoin and with the story behind, they may be interested into the into buy the ape and the other like NFT and PFP. So this is a good thing, right? There's always, I mean, I knew people like they just started in crypto last year and they happen to flip the NFT and made millions of dollars. But that's because of they are new and they don't have those like old or not old. I mean, they don't have like a stereotype of thinking, oh, only Bitcoin and Ethereum makes sense, right? People have a new idea. They feel like an NFT also represents something new in the crypto. So that's why each cycle with a new utility, with a new thing that happen, will bring new people there. But the OG also gets attracted because they finally have something they can understand. They would like to, they will feel comfortable with that. That's what I think is happening right now.
Patrick, can I just add? So to Leo's point and to yours about like the office, I think what Bored Ape Yacht Club did is really brilliant, right? Because I've been struggling with this a lot. If you think of profile picture or just general series, right? Part of the value is because of the scarcity, right? So we're talking about 10,000, but then the scarcity is a cap on who's in the club and who's out of the club. So that's a problem, right? How do you solve that? How do you increase the scarcity or well, maybe not increase, right? Maybe you make it more common, right? So you get out of that scarcity, but still keep it lucrative, still without diluting the value of being in that initial club. And again, I love this playbook. So drops are one way, mutants, right? You're seeing the mutant apes everywhere. Suddenly there's another 10,000, right? People who are part of this community. And I really think, to your point that again, with ApeCoin, like that's it. That's the holy grail, right? That's the way to really let the floodgates open and let everyone who wants to be a part of this in. It's not as lucrative as owning an ape or a mutant, but it's definitely part of being, within that community. And if you look at the numbers, that's the other thing that struck me. So I think I checked like the day after ApeCoin launched, I think the entire Bored Ape Yacht Club volume was somewhere around like 2 billion. And the market cap of the ApeCoin was 4 billion, right, in 24 hours. So you're starting to see, like, again, whether it's justified or not going to go into it, not my job, right? But I will say you're starting to see the power that you can harness here, right? And really accelerate growth and accelerate these communities pretty substantially.
Definitely. And I feel like I heard things from people where they were ApeCoin was coming, so then they bought an ape, right? But these are people who are holding massive positions in crypto, and then they're joining the Discord as there's these staking proposals, right? And they're looking at it like, man, like if I'm in other groups, they're a bit more experienced in this kind of stuff, right? So these experienced traders, I think the next day, we're kind of going into the BAYC Discord and almost guiding people a little bit, right? Like trying to help them because maybe it wasn't something they were most familiar with. But Rohan, I'm curious to hear your perspective. Obviously, I think you guys created ApeCoin. I've seen you guys are doing something with Gutter Gang as well. How are you guys, what lessons are you guys learning as you're, applying the tokens for these NFT communities? And, how do you see these standalone tokens kind of coexisting within those existing NFT collections?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and that's one of the biggest challenges we have to think through, while designing the token in itself, right? Token for a token's sake, just because you want some sort of a liquidity and bring a community in, is not a justifiable utility in itself. You want something more, right? You want participation, like. So when you're thinking about the game design, you're essentially thinking about building an entire ecosystem that is self-sustainable. So that will create some sort of a flywheel effect. So what the Bored Ape ecosystem and what ApeCoin is enabling is sort of, head on with the entertainment and media industry in a way, right? With all these games, and now you have the metaverse concept in play. Gutter Gang, maybe they follow the same suit or something else in real life utility, still TBD. But it's important to understand what's the long-term vision of the team itself, right? How do they want to differentiate themselves from the other communities that exist? And in order to do so, how do they bring in this fungible token that creates this ecosystem? And the unique way in a way to think about it is like, and I don't know if you guys heard, like a lot of projects have been coming up with the staking reward system just for staking's sake. So there was a recent article that was published, is like, why just reward people for locking up their coins? is that utility enough to kind of sustain long term? That adds no value. You're just
You're talking about the Kobe
the
article?
Kobe article,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah, and that's been in forefront of our minds even when we were thinking about the Ape coin, and now with Gutter Cat Gangs and some of the other projects that have been working in tandem. It's like that's been our view. It's like just having utility for utility's sake doesn't serve purpose. Just because you're locking and creating this artificial supply shortage, and that's that pumps up the price, is not the way to grow a community. It's actually having thoughtful process of what additional reward mechanisms that you can create, right? What are some of the utility in real life? Is there a governance token you should be thinking about? Is there some way that community can participate to vote on certain proposals at day one to support that liquidity? How you can help cross collaborate between ecosystem? Because if we are talking about the promise of future where it's interoperable and the liquidity can flow between one ecosystem to the other, what can you do to bridge that ecosystem gap that currently exists? Can future players, or if there was a metaverse, can the gang token be part of the ApeCoin community and play games there? Can assets be ported over from that ecosystem to other? So the question is much more bigger than just a day one utility, but you got to be cognizant. You don't want to just have a copycat project going out with similar mechanisms that have been proven, have been succeeded, because that does not differentiate you. And that is where we at Horizon Lab think really carefully as to what is next in the part of this evolution when we work with our partners as well.
Yeah, I think that's very, very well said. And when I sort of think about the ecosystem, it's like, what are all the items that were there pre-existing before ApeCoin and all these other things? The number one thing that comes to mind is communities. So this is an open question to everyone. What value do you think people in the NFT communities give to like Web3 culture? And what's sort of your approach to building in Web3 with them?
Okay, I can start. I think we know like a Web3, it's actually, there are three critical things in the Web3 compared to Web2, right? The first of all, of course, the ownership. The ownership in Web3, that's how to differentiate from like Web2. So the NFT definitely to bring the digital ownership. We have a digital asset for a long time since the internet started, right? But never been a time that we can clearly identify digital ownership. With the digital ownership, that's really gonna empower the creator economy. So people already complain all those platforms monetize on people's data, monetize on people's UGC, but without reward people enough, or without people's choices. People won't have the choices. But with Web3, finally, the creator, the user, no matter what kind of data you have, or no matter what kind of content you create, you finally have the opportunity to be able to price it, to be able to charge it, to be able to like own and also revoke any permission you don't want people to use it, right? So that's ownership that Web3 really bring this like mentality change to the entire world, and not just to the Web3. When people realize how Web3 be different from Web2, all those previous concern, security problem, and complain about the Web2 company, finally see there's a new approach to solve the problem, to empower people. That's something we've seen is happening. So another thing in the Web3 is also important is the composability. I'm from engineering background, right? The composability is huge. Why? You won't think like a Google or Facebook, they're gonna share the data with Amazon, right? No way. People protect their data. The Web2 company protects their data. They are not going to share any data. Even though there's some like a standardization organization in the world to create some of the interoperability protocol, it takes years, takes many effort in order to just reach a single agreement. In the Web3, everything is different. Everything is open, transparent. And with a simple token standard like ERC20, ERC721, simple is important. It's simple, which means you can use that a building block. You can develop complicated things on top of simple stuff. And the simple stuff is easy to build, easy to understand. So that's why you can see there's so many EIP, so many ERC standard. Why is only like two major ERC20 and ERC721 become popular and be adopted by everyone? Because that's easy and understandable. So with all the composability, which means the data itself that can be used in different applications, there is no limitation. That's all just gonna bring the benefit to user, because to looks real, they can do the airdrop to all the OpenSea user in order to reward people. And immediately get attention from the user from another application. So that there will be a lot of computation in terms of application to bring really value to the users. That's how totally the Web3 world fundamentally changed how people think about the world should be. The interoperability and the ownership. That I feel this is the two most critical piece of the things and the culture bring to everybody's mind and they change the world.
Yeah, I guess if I just to add on real quick to an example. So I think the technology itself is about disrupting and providing, to Leo's point, community and the people an opportunity to extract value from the systems they participate in, right? So, for example, like today's gaming giants, they generate close to $120 billion in annual sales with 100% default take rate. Now compare that similar parallel to an Axie Infinity game, right? Game, yes, it's a breeding game. From a graphics perspective, it's not much, not even available on app stores, right? It's a play to earn model, which reduced customer acquisition cost to zero. Why? Because it was just available. Anyone could come in and participate. So that's one disruption happening right there. The other, it attracted millions of users as a result, right? Primarily in developing countries, but still provided opportunity for people to earn. And lastly, ended up securing a $10 billion market cap in less than a year. So the issue now, if you're seeing from outside in, nobody wants to have their blockbuster moment in the gaming industry. And I think this is the change and the power that NFTs are bringing to this space, where, to my earlier point, this becomes the new go-to community market, helps you establish that moat. And once that moat is established, you can start disrupting and eating into other people's businesses, whether it be in gaming, whether it be in DeFi, whether it be in movies, finance, art, music, whatever have you. So I think that is where the power really resides. And not playing a part of this ecosystem is only a matter of time where you'll the established companies will start getting their lunch being eaten away by these decentralized platforms.
Yeah, I mean, again, really good points. I totally agree with Leo about the interoperability component and ownership, right? That's what Web3 at the end of the day is. And, the focus of community that Rohan, I think, is really well articulating. I'll just add to this that, again, to me, like, NFTs are about identity via these communities, right? It's really about how we define ourselves, our values, our passions, and the people that resonate with us, that we resonate with. And a lot of this happens, right, digitally. It happens on Discord, it happens on Twitter, it happens on Telegram. So, I can tell you that at Algorand, we try to do our best to listen. We try to be there and really kind of open up and communicate with these communities in order to understand what's driving them to be there. And we want to help really facilitate good conversations and their growth. Their growth is at the end of the day, our growth. Another thing that comes to mind, though, is I think messaging and education are really, really, really important. I can't overemphasize this. When it comes to regulators, for example, and we're talking about Axie, think about a world where every item that you have is an NFT, and every time something happens with that item, it's a taxable event, right? So is my 8-year-old who's playing, the Web3 version of Roblox, is he gonna have to start paying taxes? I don't know, right? But my point is, the regulators and kind of your traditional financial system is not really equipped to deal with these things, which is probably is spelling out a lot of friction that we have yet to pass before we kind of get to that place. And I think it's really important for us, everyone here on this in this conversation, and anyone who's kind of in the space, maybe listening to this, to really, it's very, very important to articulate and explain, how these things work, work, the value that they're bringing, and the fact that, again, an NFT does not equal PFP, right? That's just the tip. And here's the entire additional universe that will become out of this. So educating our friends, the public, media, and regulators, I can't emphasize how important that is. And hopefully it'll happen over the next few years.
One of the things we're trying to do with this event. But hey, I know we're running up against time here, so let's go ahead and close it out. I'd like to just get some final thoughts from each of you, a minute or so, 2 minutes. But let's start with Leo, and just wanted to, if you look out the next 1 year, 2 years, yourself personally, and then maybe also Harmony, what are the 1 or 2 trends and things that you guys are really looking towards and want to see evolve in the NFT space?
So I think one of the things that I feel exciting, actually, was Shamir already mentioned that. I forget to mention that the music industry. So music is a much bigger than just the PFP. I believe that, and also the music industry needs change. So we have a few musicians in our team. So we're talking to them. They told us what the pain they have as a musician to get paid, and also to share the revenue, and they want to be able to leave that, even though they sell like $1 million contract with the label company. I think this industry needs change, just like how the crypto business changed the financial industry, right? So the music industry really nothing really changed in terms of how they work with the contract with the musician with the labeling. So I feel this will be something I feel in the next few years, just like how iTunes bring the digital music to everybody. I think the NFT music will definitely bring the change to the entire music industry. If it's not happening, let's push for that. That's something like I feel like in the next few years will be something big, in addition to what already happening right now.
Got it. Rohan, how about you? What trends are you looking towards the next year or 2?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, year or 2 in the crypto land is decades in regular world. So, but things that we're really curious about is, as I mentioned earlier, is around the metaverse piece, right? Like, how does that come to life? While you see a lot of projects vying for that game, play to earn or play and earn kind of a status, like how will that pan out? We are really curious. Like, and beyond that, when you talk about the engineering of those economies, so metanomics is one of the areas that we're really interested in, because as you start thinking about these the metaverse projects, there's obviously the land component and real estate components are similar to real life. Like, how do you assign value to components? Who can build on it? What are the tax implications? Who can own it? Like, what are some of the staking rewards, or how do you earn interest, and so on and so forth? So that's in the more broader metaverse component that we are looking to very, very eagerly to how that pans out. And the other is the non-fungible credentials or modular identity, right? Because if NFTs are literally your pictures with 1,000 words on a resume, like, we are looking to see how we can potentially use, if crypto wallets, for instance, become the universal digital identification, then from an identity perspective, your NFT should represent all the subcomponents of your identity, right? Whether it be your driver's license, whether it be your passport, whether it be your usernames and passwords, or your avatar for access to Zoom or Discord channels or whatnot. I think how all of these subcomponents bridge to make an identity for a Rohan or a Shamir or a Roshan, I think that would be super critical. And so identity as a whole and access in Web3. And last but not the least is the NFT fractionalization, which is super critical because this is an illiquid asset class. So similar to a real estate, because there's a scarcity element associated with it, so limited supply, but a huge demand. How do you fractionalize these NFTs to so that the value distribution happens across a much broader value chain than it currently serves right now?
You have to have some inside information, right? As ApeCoin creators on the other side, right? Any insight you can give us? I know we're a few days away.
Nothing you don't have available in public. So.
All right, I didn't think it would work.
Try, Patrick. You tried.
Yeah. But last but not least, again, Shamir, why don't you take us out? What are you guys looking for the next year or two trends?
Yeah, I mean, so I think on Algorand's side, we're very, very focused on interoperability. I'm really glad that that came up. We believe in a multi-chain world. We're definitely, poising ourselves in that direction. I think, everything that was mentioned, DAOs, gaming, metaverse, all of these are going to be coming together, NFTs kind of being that driving source. I think we need to, and we're definitely focusing on this, lower the entry barrier as much as we can for the creators. Again, you think of this, like I talked to a buddy of mine, he's a photographer, and he's like, well, all right, now so I sell something in ETH or I sell something in Algo, but I still need that bridge. Like I need it to be money. ETH doesn't help me, buy, go shopping, right, for the kids. So we really need to make that transition as seamless as possible for the creators and the consumers alike. With credit card bridges, etc., just making it as easy as possible. And then on the other side, making it as sticky and really amplifying the value that is created, right? So it's not enough to onboard. Now it's a matter of how do we make sure that as many of the talented creators, whether it's musicians, whether it's artists, whether it's photographers, or whether it's gaming companies, right? How do we make sure that they succeed? So again, putting a big focus on that. There's a lot of funding, by the way, in the Algorand ecosystem. So, small plug, if anyone's watching this and interested in some of the opportunities, I encourage you to visit the website or the foundation website. There's a lot of information there. We're really excited to see the space evolve, excited around where it's at, and even more excited about what's to come over the next year. Again, 5 years, 10 years from now, it's really impossible. Like, the longer I'm in the space, the more I realize I don't know, right? And it seems like the faster things are moving. So it's anyone's guess, but the next year is definitely going to be exciting.
Glad to hear. Well, hey, everyone, thank you guys so much for joining this panel. I think people are going to really appreciate it. We enjoyed the conversation and look forward to talking again soon. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Just past the swamp and through Curtis's clubhouse lies the other side. And in the other side, your credit cards and your dollars and cents just won't cut it. That's why we use ApeCoin. So when you want to stock up on Captain Hats, Codas, and of course land, ApeCoin. Don't go to the other side without it.
Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side, yeah.
Stay tuned. We're about to wipe the floor with this one.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to ReImagine 2022. Excited to be here with a bunch of Bored Apes. And today, the panel topic that we're going to be discussing is reviewing the first year in Bored Ape in the Bored Ape Yacht Club, talking about what worked, what didn't, and also looking at the future. I'm your host, Roshan Marajkar. And before we get started, I'll give everyone a chance to introduce themselves. So thank you all for joining, and we can get started with Kyle.
Hey guys, how you doing? My name is Kyle Swenson. I am the editor-in-chief and founder of the Bored Ape Gazette. I joined the Bored Ape Yacht Club on May 3rd, picking up Bored Ape 8677. Happy to be here today.
Yeah, awesome. I'm glad to have you. Next, we'll go to Lance.
Hey guys, my name is Lance, aka Freelance with the double threes. We're on Twitter. Check us out. We actually have a project dropping soon that is very related to our ecosystem. But beyond that, just excited to be here. Bored Ape 122, a couple mutants, another, I think it's 3264, 8264 is the other ape. But super excited to be here. Let's go.
Yeah, and lastly.
Boy, howdy. 9702 reporting for duty. Almost my 1-year birthday on May 1st. So happy to be here. It's been a wild ride and can't wait to see where we go.
Yeah, glad to have you all here. So, and I think, just to open it up before we talk about the future, let's kind of talk about what worked in the past year, what's worked in the past. So, how much of having a centralized team from Yugo Labs, like how much do you guys think that contributed to the success of the Bored Ape Yacht Club? We'll go to you first, Lance.
A centralized team. I mean, obviously they contributed to the success by creating it, right? And having a vision and kind of communicating that and being vulnerable enough to open up and share that with the world. Beyond that, and obviously executing things along the roadmap, right? But I would also make the point that I think the community made a lot of the value as well. And I think that's something that's going to be looked at for years, is this decentralized method of business where you give the IP rights to your holders, and now in a way they're also building and adding value into that exact same community.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll pass it to you next, Kyle, if you want to comment about Bored Ape Yacht Club was different at the beginning. Now there's big partners, other entities that exist. So how does that all tie into the first year success?
I just think going back to that idea of the centralized team, it was awesome to have a centralized team at first and going forward, because it keeps us going on a path and it gives us something to look forward to. So over at the Bored Ape Gazette, I love reporting news. I love letting people know what's going on and having those big mile markers ahead. Okay, we have this coming up. We have Ape Fest coming up. We have this collab. We have that collab. It just keeps people going and it keeps the community going forward. And then in those downtimes as we're waiting, that's what Lance was saying, when everybody's building, doing their own things. We got Jenkins, we got all sorts of people building around. It's crazy how much life there is in the Bored Ape Yacht Club community.
Yeah, it's nice having a roadmap, I think. And I think that's contributed a lot to the success, mainly having a roadmap, having, like you said, milestones to look forward to. And that's how I think a lot of people have been evaluating it and feel safe kind of buying Bored Ape. 9702, tell us what you think. How what have you seen in the first year?
Well, praise be the founders. It's amazing having invested into this team. Obviously it's an idea. They didn't quit. They didn't go to the next shiny thing a week after mint to try and replicate what they did. They stayed true to themselves and their vision of what they thought they could create. And on top of that, it's really fun having a couple guys steering the ship and another 6,000 and 6,400 or whatever we're at now, almost rowing the boat, keeping us all afloat and bailing out the water when there's rough days. And we got a lot of fun partners on this boat too, between the celebrities, the developers that are doing different projects, the stewards of the community. Essentially, just we've all become pillars of the community, just supporting each other and other projects, and just the Web3 ecosystem in general. It's been absolutely bananas to be a part of it.
Appropriately said. And yeah, no, I think a lot of people, what they don't get, and that's why it's great to have you all here, actually hearing from the people that own these assets is it's been a great like networking tool for me. I met a lot of you, of course, through owning one. And yeah, I think that it's like something that we all have in common. It's pretty interesting. But a lot of people talk about the shift as well, right? Like I think having all these partners are great. There's also some downsides we've seen, whether merch drops didn't go well, or the whole topic with the KYC. So one of my questions is, where do you guys see a lot of the divisions, or can you guys explain a lot of the divisions between Bored Ape Yacht Club, Yuga Labs, and now this new entity, which is kind of the ApeCoin DAO? Like, where do they connect, and where are some areas where, like, I don't know, the holders have more leverage? Maybe Kyle, if you want to start us off.
Oh, geez, that's a mouthful, Roshan. I really kind of like to look at it all kind of still like holistically sometimes. I don't know why. I just kind of like, I feel like, okay, we've all gotten here together. I feel like people have been here for a long time, and a lot of people are like big voices in the community. Like we have like Captain Trippy, Ryan, we have D Farmer. We have a lot of people who have like kind of like elevated themselves, and like people look to them for like guidance on these things. So like when you talk about like the KYC, there was a lot of discussion about like, oh, should you do it? And a lot of people eventually just went, you know what? Yeah, the founder said we should do it. We trust them. You got to dance with the people who brought you to the dance. So I think that's always an important lesson too. You got to dance with the people who brought you. And when they tell you to do something and they're like, hey, I think this is a good idea. I mean, you've trusted them up to here. You were buying pictures of JPEGs in May 2021 for $1,500. They're now worth 400,000. Yeah, I think they've earned the benefit of the doubt. They go, all right, maybe they got something going on. Maybe I should trust them here.
So far, trusting them has worked out really well for everyone without input. So Lance, do you have any perspective here on the launch of the ApeCoin DAO? It's still in super early stages, but yeah, what's the opportunity there? And like, how does that tie in with all the central decisions up till now that Yuga has made? Maybe there's some room for all of us to make some decisions as well.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think having those separate entities and kind of separating Yuga from the Bored Ape collection itself, and separating that all from Animoca and the ApeCoin DAO, and there's different products being built, right, and different things that need to be looked after with great scrutiny, especially in this space. So the fact that they are kind of delegating and splitting up, and I think that's all very powerful because I think everyone's kind of acting still under the same guiding ethos. So even though there are these separate organizations and boards and whatnot, it allows for faster growth of everything. And as far as the ApeCoin DAO, I mean, the really exciting part is we've already seen it. I mean, the first AIPs, a few of them got approved. A few of them looked like they were going to get approved. And, that might have been the initial gut check reaction. Yeah, we all want this staking approved and this X, Y, and Z. And then, the following few days, week on Twitter, all over these spaces, another Discord spun up, and all this discussion about, does this actually make sense? Is this what the community really wants? And then we saw the voting literally shift to the point where 2 of the AIPs, I believe, didn't pass. So that's the really exciting part, is that the community really has a say in what's going to happen within this DAO and with some of these funds, which is really exciting.
Yeah, and Bored Ape 9702, do you have anything to add in terms? Do you kind of agree with both of them, or do you have a difference of opinion? And like, who's going to control all these different assets in the future? Are they all connected?
I think that it's been beautiful to watch the founders empower the appropriate entities and people to do what they do best. That's what I put faith in, that they're not taking all of the control and dictating what's going to or trying to dictate how they see fit. They have a big grand vision, and then they're seeking out the right partners to to grow it the best they can, which as Lance said, like that's amazing for growth. I mean, there's 4 of them, they can only do so much, and they got to empower, you know, their community, which they've done. It's great. I'm not a tokenomics expert by any means. I'm learning my way through this, like I think a lot of us are. I'm looking to other people to learn, and again, I'm just excited to see where it goes, because I think that this is uncharted waters, and we're all out trying to find land, and in so many words, maybe metaverse land. But it's just, I'm so happy to be on the boat with everybody on the yacht.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, for the people inside and outside, it's of course very different. And I think a lot of people from the outside, they kind of see the Bored Ape Yacht Club brand as sort of everything, like a fashion brand. Okay, now you have like digital land, you have the NFT itself. What are some things you guys think Bored Ape Yacht Club specifically did well in the first year? Was it the events? Was it the amount of like celebrity new interest that you got coming into the club? And maybe if you guys want to talk about some things that you think didn't go as well that you'd like to see. Like me personally, I'd like to see internal team have more responsibility on throwing like security workshops, or maybe pushing up the date of this marketplace just to prevent all the scams and stuff like that. Pass it to you, Kyle, first.
Okay, so to begin, I would say probably one of the coolest things I remember was definitely how they decided to do their like drops. So for instance, like when they did the Bored Ape Kennel Club drop, it was pretty much out of nowhere. It was like a Friday afternoon. They teased like a surprise a little bit earlier in the week. I believe it was right after the merch drop. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, you're all getting dogs, go claim it. And I'm like, oh, that's awesome. And for a lot of people, like especially me, I was brand new to Web3. I mean, I had just downloaded MetaMask. I had just gotten into all this. And I was like, okay, how does this work? And I'm like, oh, I'm going to their website. I'm claiming my dog. That's awesome. So I feel like it was pretty fun how they always did like those, like, you know, then they did it again with like mutants. They were like, F it, mutants tomorrow. And I just like how they do that type of thing. I always thought that was very fun and like very like high energy. So like the community would start to get like lulled and they're like, okay, what's going on? And all of a sudden it's like, boom, big announcement. Boom, we're doing this. So I always thought that was kind of cool. And then going to what you said, Roshan, I definitely agree. I mean, you know, some more security workshops would be cool in the future. Some more, definitely having some type of like security system. I don't know what that would look like. I'm not an expert on that. I'm just here to report and tell people about it when it comes out. But I mean, definitely, I think security is a big thing that people need to talk about. I mean, don't do anything with your wallet that has your ape in it. I mean, I've talked to Roshan multiple times since I've met him, and every time we talk about that type of stuff, I'm like, this is super simple. Do not use the wallet where your ape is. Very simple. Do not click on things. Do not connect. It'll be fine.
Yeah, and then you do have these certain circumstances for like the drops, or even some of the internal like Bored Ape drops. You know, you do have to connect the wallet to validate it and verify. Yeah, a lot of people have been talking about, you know, maybe airdropping everyone kind of like another NFT that's just like connected to your ape, so that maybe you can keep the NFT, you know, something like that, tie it together, like store your actual ape safely and validate with the NFT. But no, I'll pass it to you, Lance. Like, what are some things, you know, I know you always talk about you've talked about networking since the time I've met you. But yeah, what has it done for you, and what do you think, what improvements would you like to see?
I mean, yeah, as far as like what it's done or the execution, I mean, I think a lot of us, well, especially if we aren't as new to crypto as some of the other NFT enthusiasts, was like, for me, it was like finding a home. I mean, I used to be in the cannabis industry. I had a job in an office. We were going corporate. We kind of hit that startup hypergrowth, like, let's get real now phase. And I would go into the office talking about smart contracts and oracles and APIs and all this and tokenomics, and you know, people look at me like my head was cut off, right? And that was for a number of years, it was like that. And so, you know, just building this community of people that and then structuring a narrative around people that have been in crypto that are kind of like tired of the norm, and then they get so successful and so connected with the other people that are building this new world that they just move out to a yacht club in the swamp. I think it resonated really well. And then, when I hopped in to the Discord, I was like, oh, wow, like I don't have to be alone behind my desk anymore, and especially coming out of the pandemic, I think that was extremely powerful. And I'm sure a lot of people felt that, like, even if you are sitting behind a desk right now, like we all are, and we're not alone, right? And when this is going live, a lot of other people will be sitting behind desks watching us at the same time. So it's kind of cool. As far as what maybe could be executed better, the lines at the in-person events, I think there's got to be a clearer, better, more efficient NFT ticketing solution. And maybe it wasn't quite there yet last year, but I imagine this year maybe they get that hammered out. I think they've done a pretty good job. I wouldn't want to critique too much as I haven't been in their shoes. And I think that's incredibly easy to play armchair quarterback. But when you're not at the helm of a now $5 billion company, it's a different experience for sure.
100%. And I'll pass it to you next, Bored Ape 9702.
Yeah, I don't know if I can even say anything negative. I mean, it would be foolish for us just like more airdrops, right? Like we love them, right? We love the execution. It's been amazing, especially in this space where literally every day there's another project to ape into, so to speak. Generally, you're going to get burned on it, and the only times I've gotten burned on Yuga is when I sell it. Wish I would have kept everything, and the in-person meetups, the networking, just you feel like you're meeting people that you've known for a long time. I'm closer with some internet strangers than I am with some in real life friends. Partly because they thought I was crazy for buying a silly JPEG almost a year ago, and now now they wonder what's going on. So it's exciting to share and educate other people coming into the space, and just to welcome them with open arms, because I think we all agree this is where things are going. Regardless, it's safer, it's better, it's more fun, it's more, what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's more authentic, I think, than a lot of the situations out of Web 2. So I can't say anything negative, and I can only say I'm excited to continue to connect and continue to build with you guys.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's like most of the value that's been built, definitely the internal Yuga team, alongside all the, dedication from the community. But like the community hasn't made many decisions up till now. So I kind of see it as a turning point. We'll see some things that the community controls more so than the company, and maybe vice versa, right? Like we can't really control all the partners and who does what. Just talking to you all, one theme and one question that I have is, a lot of people from the outside see Bored Ape Yacht Club as kind of exclusivity, right? Because there's only like 10,000 and you get all these different cool benefits. Do you guys think there's also a theme of like inclusivity? They did the mutant drop, and now you only need like one ape coin to participate in the forum. So can you guys, in your view, how do you guys see like Bored Ape Yacht Club growing with more people participating, but still keeping some of the exclusive benefits, as the prices like skyrocket? Maybe Lance, if you want to start.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy for people who aren't in to try to point to the cost and say it's almost exclusionary at this point, but I imagine that there's ways to get around that. With every new drop, they're creating new collections, new entry points. Like you said, the ape coin, you don't even have to buy crypto in a full token. So even if ape coin went to some crazy valuation like Bitcoin, you can buy 0.05 of it, right? And then one thing to consider as well, we're still so early. Like the content isn't generated yet. The game isn't there. The other mechanics within this metaverse aren't explained. The mechanics of the physical club. I mean, shoot, if you have a physical business in one location for a worldwide Web3 audience that's decentralized across the globe, you can't really run a business, especially in the most expensive real estate market in the country, unless you have access to it by outsiders, right? So, I mean, I could imagine a way where, you know, they have events where you pay ape coin and you can get in without an ape or something like that. You know, I don't know, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot out there that's available that people will benefit from, learn from, or get to experience, even if they don't hold an ape or one of the other assets.
Yeah, that's well said. Kyle, I'll pass it to you next.
I mean, it's really hard to go. I mean, Lance pretty much said it all. I mean, right there was 100%. I mean, I personally, on a personal level, have never seen anyone be like exclusionary towards anyone. I mean, people are excited. Like I saw somebody posted the other day, like on Twitter, like that they bought a few ApeCoin. They're like, oh, I'm in. And then a bunch of people liked it. I mean, people are happy when people are in. People are excited to hear everyone's opinion on it. I mean, you know, again, it's a very inclusive group of people, and I feel like everyone's just excited and is here to talk about apes, talk about crypto, and, you know, just kind of, they're around for the journey. They just want to see where this train goes.
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
Some days you need an extra kick. Some days you want to be when the standard day-to-day gets you down.
Bring out your inner mutant syrup drink. Unleash the beast.
Choose M1 or M2 mutant serum.
And now available, Mega Mutant Serum.
So congrats on that. You know what you're doing.
Thank you. I'm so proud. I love being a part of this community and being a voice and sharing my platform and just getting the word out there, because I think it's just such an incredible thing to be a part of.
Yeah, I jumped in.
I know, I heard. I'm so happy I taught you what they were.
You did. You taught me what's up, and then I bought an ape.
I got an ape too, because I saw you on the show with people and you said you got a MoonPay, so I went and I copied you and did the same thing.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
This is your
mine.
ape. Are
yeah,
we debuting?
It's really cool. Like the hat, the shades.
Now, how did you pick? Because you can pick your ape.
Yes, I was going through a lot of them, and I was like, I want something that like kind of reminds me of me. But
Don't you dare change the channel, cause we're going ape shit.
Do you guys have any thoughts on, codas? We obviously don't know full details and stuff like that, but we have some rough details. Do you guys think, that will be separate from Bored Ape Yacht Club? Like, do you think it'll be its own collection, or kind of like what Lance said, getting another layer of people and like new people?
I mean,
whoever wants to.
Lance, do you want to start it up?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it'll be interesting. I think new people that maybe have the resources or had until recently to get like an OG Bored Ape, but they were still on the fence. Maybe this provides a good entry for them, or maybe now they're convinced to buy a mutant, or maybe the mutants ran away from what your budget was, but now this comes out and it's brand new, so the value maybe isn't quite as established as that. It definitely lends its way to getting new people involved in the ecosystem. I could see that. As far as like their relation to the apes and like where that goes, all we can really look at is the trailer, and maybe there's some type of like guardian or companion or something like that like looks out for them and helps them. I don't know.
Now, one thing I really liked was how when they put out the announcement that you can KYC, it wasn't just in like the members only Discord. It was everywhere on Twitter, and Animoca Brands, BAYC, literally they all kept harping, you do not need to be a member to do this. Anyone can join up, anyone can do it. And I mean, that just goes back to your inclusivity. I mean, they literally they asked everybody in the crypto community, do you want to be in the club? Here, do this KYC. I mean, it was an open invitation to anyone and everyone.
Yeah, for sure.
Apes strong together, right? I feel like the inclusivity has been, thanks for not taking that. Lance, you say everything I want to say before, so leave a little bit on the bone for the rest of us, would you?
I got you.
Or at least go last one of these times. No, Apes strong together is the ethos from the beginning, and we know we build more together than keeping it super exclusive. Exclusivity is great, right? We all want to be in a secret clubhouse that we some other people aren't aware of, or maybe don't understand us, because I think we're all a little misunderstood in what we're doing. But you just gotta ape in, and I think you figure out everybody's there to help support you and figure out a way to build each other up. I rarely see people getting torn down unless it's Ty Lopez, which is fine. So.
Yeah, it's like I think a lot of the people, like you guys have said, the top influencers and stuff like that, they're pretty vocal. Everyone knows them, and now you have the ApeCoin DAO that kind of enhances that. Bored Ape 9702, I'll go to you first. I kind of want to switch and talk about maybe pivotal points in the past year, whether it's been new brands getting into Bored Ape Yacht Club, like what Adidas did, or like Arizona Iced Tea, or like even talking about celebrities, right? We've had like Paris Hilton, Jimmy Fallon. How much of these things do you think weigh in on the success that year one has had? And is there any, I don't know, specific like brands that you'd like to see Bored Ape Yacht Club partner in the future?
Well, I'm glad you asked me about branding, because I've clearly done my best to have a little bit of a brand here. Boy howdy, have a banana. Let's go. I think that's been what's so for me personally. I think that being able to latch on to a global brand, you never knew it was going to be as large as it is. But yeah, the branding opportunities have been fantastic. I've every collaboration I've done has, I think, been a home run. A little sweatshirt heavy, but I know we're all in our sweats anyway, just sitting in front of our computer, so they know their audience. As far as collabs, I'd like to see maybe BMW collab, where we get our own situation, personalized interiors and X5Ms. I don't know. I'm not trying to be too greedy, but then again, you gotta shoot for the moon, right? Because we never thought we'd be here to begin with. So whatever they come up with, I'm sure I'll be happy with, and obviously have to buy. So
yeah, buy, or maybe airdrop, or maybe even the opportunity, right? Like some of these companies offered you some discounts or something, and for like real life utility discounts on your insurance, your car, whatever. Yeah, Kyle, I'll go to you next, because I know you've been reporting a lot in the past year on every time a new brand joins the space. What are your general thoughts on the brands that are doing it for marketing versus some brands like Adidas, actually trying to build something and not sure exactly what yet?
Definitely. I mean, I loved how Adidas did it. I loved the breadcrumbs. I loved how the BAYC, everything they do is kind of like a mystery, and it makes it very easy to report. Because like for Adidas, I was before this interview, I was quickly looking through some old articles, and the BAYC, Punks Comics, G Money, and Adidas all posted a picture of an ape in a tracksuit with no real like explainer at all on like November 28th. And then it was like, whoa, what is that? And then all of a sudden, like you just start like pulling back like the layers. You go, okay, what's going on? What's gonna happen next? And I just really appreciate like how they release the information on those things. And they did it again with Super Plastic. So for instance, like with Super Plastic, they announced it in January. There were then like Easter eggs and little like little things they would find like, okay, like here's Super Plastic's ape that they're going to be doing it off of. And I really appreciate like how it's not just a, hey guys, great news, we have a hoodie coming out next week. Get your ledgers, get your treasures, we're all going to go buy it. It's kind of like a hype and like a build up to it. Okay, here's like a tease. All right, it's confirmed. All right, we're doing the drop. All right, here it is. I really appreciate that. I love that part.
Yeah, the mystery behind everything, and like in 2 days we're about to uncover another mystery. But lastly, I'll pass it to you, Lance, if you have any thoughts.
No, I mean, I think they've done a great job partnering with certain, you know, brands to make collectibles and other products and yeah, I don't have much more to add. I think these two have done a great job answering.
Fun going last, isn't it, Lance?
No, I did have one other thing to add, actually.
No, you're done. You're done. No.
BMW. You reminded me with the BMW. I actually at a Bored Ape event, I met the president of the U.S. portion of one of the largest yacht manufacturers in the world. So if anyone's interested in getting a new yacht soon, holler at your boy. I'll hook it up.
We're doing yacht ads now. I mean, it's only appropriate, but yeah. We'll. I think everyone is just after this virtual land now. It's funny, right? A lot of people from the outside don't really understand it, but I think something that's been cool about Bored Apes and like even my personal experience, everyone that I've met is really passionate about building around their apes, holding the ape, and even less about the money in some cases. So one thing that I was thinking about is, you know, it seems like with the launch of the other side and the focus has been on gaming, and the last roadmap item that we saw was also the iOS mobile competition tied to gaming. How big of a influence do you think gaming will have just on this year? And like, will everything start to be like gamified and kind of using ApeCoin, or do you think there'll still just be things separate just for the experience? Bored Ape 9702, we can start with you.
Can I go ahead and defer?
Sure.
See what everybody else says.
Kyle or Lance?
Oh man, yeah, that's a tough one, Roshan. I mean, I don't know. I mean, whatever they do, I'm sure it's going to be really exciting. I mean, I really enjoyed the mobile game competition. I'm not the biggest gamer lately. Like, I feel like ever since I got into crypto, especially, like I feel like my whole life is like gamified at this point. Like every day you wake up, you're looking at random like things on like an open scene. You're like, do I need to buy this today? Do I need to buy that today? Oh, should I buy this, sell this? So I don't know. I mean, I love the mobile game competition. I thought that was actually a pretty fun mobile game. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be interesting to see if they can make a game that you can play to earn, that's also super fun and enjoyable to play. And that's what I'm looking forward to, honestly.
Yeah, in my view, they're kind of two different things, like making a play to earn, or as soon as you add these other gamified components, the goal of the game, or you know, whatever your product is kind of different. Lance, I don't know if you feel the same or differently. Like, I don't know if you're a gamer, but yeah, it seems to me that everything, and even a lot on those leak pitch decks and stuff, everything, the focus was all on gaming. And I think there are some good points as to why, you know, rather than even animating your ape, there's different ways to bring it to life. But yeah, what do you think about using your Bored Ape character is kind of like an in-game character?
Well, Roshan, my answer to that would be that life is a game, and you see how I'm dressed. I'm excited, man. It's really really cool. I like, as far as like, do I spend time gaming like I did when I was in high school or university? No, I don't. But it's still a lot of fun when you have the few minutes to break away and just relax and play some 2K or Madden or Call of Duty or Fortnite or something like that. You know, those are a little bit of my style there. But yeah, man, I think it's incredibly important as well, beyond just the people that are involved right now. But, you know, you think about attracting new audience members, or, you know, more fans of this collection and these other assets. You know, video game is such a huge market to play in, right? So you kind of got to put your best foot forward and compete out there.
I never should have let Lance go first, because I was going to say life's a game and it's a lot more fun if you just want to play. I say go ahead and gamify everything. Let people think they, you know, if they think they can beat me around a racetrack in the digital world, let's go. Throw some ape coin on it, you know? And we'll find out. There's always money trading hands. It's exciting to see ownership go into, and sorry if I took this away from you here, I apologize, I'm on a roll now. You know, I'm excited to see the power go back to the players, so to speak, a little bit of a GME thing there. But you know, being able to sell the skins like on Fortnite, like nobody ever thought that was a thing. And Fortnite's not my thing, but I play a lot of Apex, and free games are cool, but you'd be amazed. I mean, maybe people know that how much money they can make off of just little stuff there, and to be a part of a company that I think is moving that direction is a lot of fun, and kind of rewarding the players back and not just taking from the players is the crux and the whole, that's the game plan. So we'll see. I hope they pull it off, because it's looking good so far.
Yeah, the incentives to things really, it's amazing. You know, we've seen with Axie Infinity and other games, it can totally change like the scale and reach. One thing I've also been thinking about is, you know, I feel like a lot of people talk about IP, but there aren't enough, you know, stories or people from holders on how they're actually using it. So if you guys want to talk a little bit about, you know, what are some interesting ways you guys have used your personal IP in the last year? I think Bored Ape did the perfect thing by allowing all the holders, you know, granting IP from day one, but it's taken a while for people to learn. Lance, if you want to start.
I'll start with an easy one. We've been on a bunch of murals around Miami, around South Florida. We've partnered with a bunch of other apes in painting those, getting collections of apes painted, throwing events at these walls to talk to people about this kind of stuff. And then one of the other apes, shout out Erod, is working on doing the same thing in Latin America. So I think that's like, you know, one cool way that we've started reproducing these works in other places to bring awareness and whatnot.
100%. Bored Ape 9702, I know you spend a lot of time daily, you know, focusing on your brand, and like, what are some of your goals with that? What do you see your brand growing into in the next year?
Well, I too would like a bit of a clubhouse and a place for like-minded individuals to come and, you know, have a banana. So, you know, I'm been fortunate enough to know a lot of entrepreneurs and business owners. A couple of my buddies are investors in a bar downtown Vegas, and it's been fun, like just getting the neon sign from another Bored Ape and then putting it up at my buddy's bar. And then it's kind of like the bat signal, the ape signal, so to speak, when it's on. You know, people, the room was dead before, and now they see this giant, silly cowboy ape thing, and I'll be in there, and I'll just see people on their way to the restroom and take a picture of it for whatever reason. And it's fun to add a smile to somebody's day. It's you know, because of kind of setting a little home base up. I've met so many other people that are, you know, into different projects and in the web space, and curious, not sure who to talk to. And, you know, I'm there to, you know, answer any questions. It may not be the right answer, but it's some sort of answer. yeah, with I got a shout out to Jenkins and Safa. Those guys are crushing it with the whole book and their empire that they're building over there. You know, Meta Ape Studios, of course. You know, you guys are out there, you know, moving and shaking and doing a lot of great stuff for the crew. You know, I think that we're only going to see more of that, and eventually there's going to be, you know, Bored Ape TV shows, Saturday morning cartoons or something like that for kids. You know, who would have thought, right? But you know, I look at it as maybe we're all like Marvel back in the day, you know, and instead of getting around for comic books, it's, you know, this new Web3 space, and who knows who's going to end up being Wolverine and Spider-Man or Deadpool or whatever, right? But you know, we're all going to carve out a little piece of that, you know, somehow. And yeah, so let's go. More IP. Use it, guys. Use it. Don't lose it.
Yeah, I like that. Short and simple. But yeah, let's see like which ape will be the most famous. It might not be the one with the rarest traits right now. Hopefully it will be like the one that uses it the most or uses it in the most compelling way. Yeah, Kyle, I don't know if you have any closing thoughts here before I ask my last question.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, you guys were right. It's very hard to go last. I don't have much else to say other than, you know, I mean, it's a learning process to learn how to use your IP. I mean, I've been learning the whole time too. I've been like, okay, I mean, it's a learning process. If anyone out there's got any ideas or tips or tricks, please let me know. I'd love to hear them.
100%. And yeah, to kind of close things out, just want you all to give your final thoughts about, yeah, what's your advice for people? It can be based on anything, you know. Do you advise people take the time to like re-look at their security setup right now? Do you advise people right now, what Kyle said, like to actually go out and get some help with seeing how you can license and actively use your IP? I don't feel like most people that's high on their list, but that's something we're trying to work with. But yeah, it was great having you all. I'll start with Bored Ape 9702. Give us your best piece of advice.
The more you put in, the more you get out. That's true of a lot of things in life. This especially. I started a silly little Twitter account just to you know, shitpost a catchphrase all over the place to some important people in crypto, and I can't believe I've met those people and my life's been changed because of that. You know, financially through certain opportunities, and you know, having support of a bunch of friends I didn't know I would build and connect with on a completely different level. But the more you get in, the more you get out, for sure. Go to events anytime you can. Just be open to talking to someone. Introduce yourself. You know, it's really easy for me to put on a cowboy hat and somebody goes, "Nice hat," and I go, you know, "Boy howdy," and they go, "Oh, okay, I've seen that before." Or they don't, and they totally crush my dreams of being a niche micro celebrity. So it's all fun. We're here to have a good time. There's nobody knows what they're doing other than the founders, apparently. So I think we're all just trying to do the most. So let's go.
Yeah, we're literally in like a sandbox world, all figuring it out together. Yeah, I'll pass it to you next, Kyle.
I mean, honestly, just connect and engage with everybody. I mean, at the end of the day, that's all I can really say. I mean, the more you talk to people, the more you put into the community. People are pretty open to hearing basically anything you have to say, and they're pretty open to any idea you have, as long as you're excited about it. So get excited, shoot for the moon, and yeah, just keep hanging out in the Bored Ape Yacht Club.
Yeah, be active. And yeah, lastly, I'll pass it to you, Lance.
I think the 3 in Web3 stands for the third time we're going to say this, but just connect and interact and be a part of the community. That's really like, I mean, there's value in the asset, but there's also value in the people. And I think that's way better, because it's a lot of people that can make a lot of money, but they're lonely and they're not really feeling connected to the world. And I think that can lead to a lot more other problems than financial. So connect, and then who knows, like you may meet someone that a conversation starts and all of a sudden an idea or something that you might have had, they can help and they refine it and they offer a skill that can help make it real. And now instead of just a consumer, you're also a creator, right? And I think a lot of people are finding themselves on that path just because they're connecting with this community.
Great advice from everyone. I think it's a great way to finish it off. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you all on the other side.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
See you on the other side.
Boy, howdy.
Some days you need an extra kick. Some days you want to be when the standard day-to-day gets you down.
Bring out your inner mutant syrup drink. Unleash the beast.
Choose M1 or M2 mutant serum.
And now available, Mega Mutant Serum.
ReImagine 2021, the #1 global event in the metaverse.
Right now we're in Times Square. Times Square is taken over by NFTs. We're sitting on some of the most incredible events that are happening, and the only way you can get in is if you own one of these digital assets.
Now one of these digital assets is for sale for $3.2 million.
It's an explosion like nothing we've ever seen on the planet.
It's something that you can't actually see, but that's why we're here, because you can actually see it.
Wealth is being generated at massive amounts.
In the form of digital billboards, in the form of merchandise. Some don't get the benefit. With NFTs, everyone shares in the benefit of the upside.
We're in Times Square. We're talking about the Dirty Bird Flight Club, the most exclusive club, I think, in events right now.
It's a generative NFT project, 9,090 birds, all made by Birdcap, a legendary muralist, and artist for us in 2020. We have a different artist every year at Dirty Bird. And all the birds kind of get you inside the Dirty Bird family, I would say. Yeah. I'm just really excited to talk to other people in the NFT community and to not be DJing the entire trip, just actually be talking to people and finding out about other projects and finding out different ways that we can expand our project through new technology and new ideas that other people.
So NFTs really give the opportunity to capture moments in time, to secure them with blockchain, crypto technology, and anyone can really own it, right, in a decentralized way. So this is really going to help a lot of photographers and underserved creatives, right, bridging the digital world, but also capturing real-world moments. A moment in time is about collecting the community spirit, and it's all tokenized in the digital form.
And into the forefront, make crypto mainstream, help people along the way, and create an amazing community. And have a fuckload of fun.
So I'm a collector, and I look for promising artists who really don't have the exposure that they should, and I offer mentoring and my advice and try to kind of be a kingmaker and connect people. So you have teams like OpenSea. I mean, we're here in the Edison on the rooftop, and OpenSea is one of the featured blockchain NFT platforms here. Polygon you can mint for free. They've implemented gas-free minting on ETH. And then you have platforms like Harmony One who have a huge grants program. So it's just people taking a chance, believing in themselves, and it's folks like us that have to grab them and tell them, you can do this, take a chance, here's a little bit of the walkthrough. You have a lot of collectors out there that they just want to buy stuff that they know is going to go up, established projects that are going to turn a profit quickly. You have to take a chance on new creators. And for me, the high that I get from that is the elation that they feel that they just have the first investment in their work, and that empowers them to get better equipment, that empowers them to be able to travel and to build. And who knows, one day I could turn a profit on that photo, but it's not about that. It's about really bringing that person in the space and feel that love, and they're gonna be adopted into the space forever, building and contributing, and hopefully, if they make some money, helping others.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to ReImagine version 12, Rise of the Apes, where we are talking all things Bored Ape Yacht Club and the general NFT market. Exciting day going on with all the announcements, and ready to get into this panel. I'm one of your hosts, by the way, Patrick McLean.
Hey everyone, I'm one of your other hosts, Roshan Marajkar, and today our panel will be discussing the general state of NFTs and gaming. Excited to kick it off.
Yeah, so first, before we get going, let's meet some of our guests. We'll start, I guess, with Michael. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, Michael?
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me. I'm Michael Rubinelli. I'm the Chief Gaming Officer at Wax Studios.
Nice, glad that you're able to join us. Brian, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I'm at Polygon Studios, Metaverse lead. So anything that is open protocol, virtual world driven by UGC and recreation, that kind of falls squarely within my vertical. But of course, that Metaverse word so nebulous. Lots of things end up in my work stream, from GameFi Ponzi's to blockchain-based games and anything there between.
Definitely. Well, last but not least, Obi, I know you come from a bit of a different world, but go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, thanks a lot, Patrick. My name is Obi Fernandez. I'm the CEO and founder of Record Shop. We're one of the more successful music NFT projects out there on Flow Blockchain, top 10 project on there. Over 190 exclusive partnerships with top electronic music brands, and expanding to all music this year.
Nice to meet you. Roshan, you want to take us in?
Yeah, awesome. Excited to get into it. My first question is for Brian. If you could kind of break down, what makes gaming a particularly good application for NFTs?
I think going to the U word, utility, is really important. I feel like, the first iteration of NFTs moving from collectibles into fine art has had its day, and will continue to have its day, of course, for those projects that have very strong IP and communities to sustain it. But gaming is definitely an area where utility can be seen, right? Importing this idea of scarcity into digital goods within games, and sort of ascribing property rights within a video game is something that's been lacking. It's been the critical atomic unit of a video game to really bring it into this idea of a metaverse. And with that, also identity. Giving gamers, who are ahead of the curve by most metrics, right? Gamers are usually quick to adopt interesting technology a little bit more quickly and be ahead of the curve. Giving them an opportunity to express themselves through identity, through digitally scarce items, I think that's quite important, and one of the reasons why gaming is definitely a killer use case for NFTs.
Yeah, and Michael, I don't know if you have anything to add there.
Yeah, no, look, I think Brian gave a great answer. I think in my mind, where this ultimately wants to go is, what is that hybrid that exists between kind of blockchain, related initiatives and in-game kind of currencies that exist today. And I know that when I play a game for a long period of time, I know that when I leave with nothing to show for it. I don't have anything but memories, maybe some relationships. But, when I actually get to have agency and ownership over the things that I create, craft, craft, collect, buy, sell, trade, what have you. Like that amount of control is the way of the world. Like that's where gaming is going to be in the next kind of 3+ years. I don't think a game is going to come out that doesn't have an NFT component at some point, kind of, beyond 2025. Like that's just going to be understood. And I think that, companies, like Wax and Polygon and others kind of leading that charge and driving that adoption is where it's going to come from. We know it's not going to come from traditional game companies. They are never first movers. You can just look at the free-to-play space and you can look at who won in that world. It was Scopely, it was Zynga, it was King, it was Rovio. It was not companies, Supercell. It was not companies who were native mobile or native free-to-play. Those companies were all late adopters. And so companies like ours, I think it's endemic in us to kind of lead that transition and give players real agency over what they earn, what they craft, and what they ultimately come to control in their digital sandbox, so to speak.
Totally, yeah. I think it's really interesting how NFTs blanket all these industries and use cases. Lastly, Obi, I don't know if you wanted to add something on, how can we add like gamification with like music NFTs and still keep like a game component?
I think that we're pioneering a fascinating and somewhat novel kind of role-playing game aspect where what the roles that you're playing in the way that we're integrating our fungible token sound, it basically has our players acting in the roles of A&R representatives with their own kind of like homegrown record labels and also role-playing marketing teams. As we open the door to self-service minting for new talent that comes in, we're not just going to have open minting where you can just upload music the way you would on a SoundCloud or a Web2 platform. You basically have to integrate with the community, and the community has to support you as if they were acting in the capacity of record label executives. Like basically they have to stake their own tokens to get you going. So without going too far down the rabbit hole there, because I know it's a tangent, what I'm referring to is that, we might be witnessing the birth of a kind of role-playing game where you kind of mix elements of work and play together, but it's not play to earn in the Axie Infinity sense where you're just grinding, and in some cases, just grinding for richer players to be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. You're literally playing a game that has real world consequences, and just brings an element of fun to something that previously would have existed only in the business world. And that is obviously catalyzed by ownership that is inherent with NFT and blockchain technology. So lots of really, really interesting, innovative, greenfield opportunities here to cover.
Definitely. So I guess maybe changing the subject a little bit, maybe to you, Brian. In your experience, what are you seeing in traditional game studios like Web2 kind of companies? Does blockchain gaming kind of clash with their walled gardens? I know Michael touched on it briefly, but is it almost easier to start these projects from scratch rather than going with the old guard?
Yeah, that's a packed question there. There's a lot of avenues of discovery we can go down. I feel like one is a general answer here is that yes, starting from scratch, you're not bogged down with legacy decision making and shareholders and internal stakeholders and existing customers that you have to worry about in terms of innovating, right? So it would make sense that new entrants have an ability to move more quickly and sort of capitalize on the technology. And Michael touched on this. This isn't new. The winners of Web 1 weren't necessarily the old publishers, right? And the winners of Web 2 weren't the winners of Web 1. And that logic can just keep going downhill, I guess, until people learn their lesson and jump in a little bit earlier. That being said, dovetailing this into some of the game studios that we talk to, there are very smart folks there who are circling the wagon, who understand that once the genie is out of the bottle, per se, it will be very difficult to put it back in. Again, Michael touched on some of these points, earning the fruits of your labor and actually owning digital items as opposed to being given a license to use it under terms of services. That idea will probably become antiquated fairly quickly once that genie is actually out of the bottle. And it's really up to the game studios, both new ones and those that are emerging, and those legacy game studios to figure out how to do that responsibly, how to scale effectively. Even the patchwork of every monolithic layer 1 or modular layer 2 blockchain couldn't actually process as many transactions as would be processed if every MMO, for instance, was on chain, right? So we have a ways to go. The game studios have a ways to go. WAGMI, right? We're all going to get there together. So definitely embody that.
We have some commercials playing throughout this conference, like fake, like mock commercials, but one's like a WAGMI pill, like not gonna make it, like we're all gonna make it, take the WAGMI pill. So just you'll see some fun skits there. But I'll go to Obi quickly and then to you, Michael. But yeah, I guess Obi, I want to get your thoughts there, maybe even what you see in the music world, like these traditional entities, when they get approached with these new, business models that might benefit creators or users in different ways. What kind of pushback do you see there, and how are you seeing people embrace these new mediums?
Well, actually, the music industry is probably embracing it more, especially the major labels, than they have new technologies in the past. The chief economist of Spotify, I can't remember the name of his name off the bat, off the top of my head, but he wrote a book, something like Swinging from Vine to Vine, and it was talking about how the failure to move on new technologies has really hurt the music industry in the past. Obviously, they didn't respond to piracy, and we saw what happened with that. So this time they are moving, and Record Shop is talking to all three major labels. Warner in particular has been very active in investing, and then we see that with Bored Apes, there's the Ape Group and their manager and stuff like that going on. So I think the music industry is moving quite aggressively. There's some fundamental things to kind of tackle in terms of perception from the music fans, because fundamentally, if you're going to go after a mainstream audience, beyond the crypto faithful, you're essentially telling them, hey, we want you to pay for pieces of music again, like in the way that you would buy a CD. And that's something that's still a little foreign to music consumers. Just witness what happened with Snoop Dogg pulling old Death Row albums off of streaming. I don't know if you saw those stories that came around that time. But yeah, the mainstream media, I think, had some fun kind of interviewing music consumers. Can I curse on this podcast? I mean, they were basically going, what the fuck? I can't listen to these old albums anymore. Because the answer is Snoop Dogg wants you to pay for those as NFTs, right? So I think as utility catches up and as public perception shifts, and I think it will, I just don't know whether it's going to be a year or 10 years, I don't think anyone has that crystal ball to exactly know. But essentially, we're in the music field, at least, we're asking fans to pay for music, kind of in a way that's analogous to the old times. And that's one of the reasons that Record Shop exists, and our prime directive is to capitalize on those opportunities for our artists, right? Like to give away to make a living from music again, which has been missing for a long time.
Sure. Yeah, you mentioned the Ape Group, the Ape and Productions, Timberland's group. We actually have them as part of this event, so excited to hear from them. But yeah. Michael, I'll let you take us out on this question, and Roshan, you can take the next one. But what do you see when you're working with kind of traditional entities? And it sounds like you've had quite a bit of experience with it.
Yeah, I mean, I come from kind of 25 years of working at all those groups that I'm now engaging with, kind of trying to educate them about kind of the Web3 space and NFTs and kind of the sea change that, again, is upon us. And look, I think it's really interesting. I've got a lot of friends, and I'm trying to kind of not sell, but literally educate, because selling doesn't matter, but educating does. And it's really interesting. I always believe in being in the business for the possibilities of greatness. And at the heart of every risk-taking initiative, in this world takes courage. And all these guys don't have the courage. And why is that, right? Well, the greatest motivator in life is fear of loss. And so when we talk to the biggest studios in the world, and again, there are a lot of the people, I grew up in this industry, and they're like, look, it's much easier and much safer, again, risk, right? Fear of loss. It's much safer for me to continue to try to figure out how to get 8 to 12% more out of my business every single year and completely shift, right? Here's an unproven business model. My community tells me it's terrible and it's, eco unfriendly and all these things. I'm like, right, well, you should embrace those fears and educate them and work on like this. If you don't see the value of this, I mean, for me, I had a light bulb moment of, I play a lot of games over a long period of time, and there's that sort of that time in game like stat that nobody really wants to know what that number is, and yet you kind of do morbidly. But now we're sort of saying, look, that's an actual kind of measure of kind of monetary value and of engagement and of agency and of ownership. Like that's actually something now you really should look forward to. And it should be a way for you to really kind of get excited about kind of what you've done. Monetizing engagement and giving you control and agency over what you've built and accomplished. Like that's a super powerful thing. And again, it's taking the money and putting it into the hands of the player, right? Not taking the money and cycling it back into the pockets of the developer, which is a really, really powerful thing. And once players get religion around that, I think the dam breaks, and again, you're never going to go back to gaming the same way again.
Yeah, I think that's great. It's really helpful for our viewers when you're explaining things like how they worked in the past. I want to kind of continue to go down this. Let's kind of talk about, what are some differences or similarities that you guys notice from traditional gaming communities to NFT communities? I'll go to Brian first and then back to Michael.
Yeah, actually, currently as it stands, there aren't very many similarities, I would say, because a lot of the games are just not fun and they're just a grind. And, I used that phrase earlier, thinly veiled Ponzi's. That's what many of them actually are. And both my co-panelists have spoken on play to earn and how some of it is just not fun. And, you are laboring for the owners in many ways. And it starts to mirror some of the hierarchical structures and injustices of the real world all of a sudden. And time is a flat circle. And then how do we get here, right? So one can actually argue that there aren't very many similarities yet. But I would argue that in the mid to long term, there will be tremendous amounts of similarities, and most of them will stem from the fact that these games just simply have to be fun for attention and value to accrete to them and accrue to them. I mean, it's going to become an extremely competitive landscape in terms of blockchain-based games, right? Currently, there aren't that many. So, one can generate a lot of buzz, outsized buzz, as compared to the actual size of one of these games. Some of these games may only have a couple thousand users. But once we get a tremendous amount of competition in the space and people competing for attention, right? That's what you're being rewarded for with crypto, your attention. I think fun will rue the day, right? And I think the blockchain mechanics will be abstracted away, right? These games cannot feel like a chore. They must feel like traditional games that just so happen to reward you with ownership and property rights. So to summarize my answer, I don't know that there are very many similarities today with the state of blockchain-based games, but I do think in short order that will reverse and it will be pretty much the same.
Would you like me to weigh in too? Yeah, look, I agree completely. I think the audiences today are mutually exclusive. I think today's kind of pay to earn gamer is the gambler and the speculator. They're not a game player, like by any measure, because these games, there is no fun element to it. I mean, you can argue, and I would argue, again, there's always fun in progression. So if you're moving forward, if you're earning things, if you're building upon something that you've started small and kind of, evolved, there's an enjoyment to that. It's a gamification. It's not a true gameplay, but there is enjoyment from a gaming standpoint, if you will. I think it's a little bit of a stretch, but I think that's fair to say that's enjoyment comes from that. But, the problem that we have with today's paradigms is that, if everyone shows up to do the same thing for the same reason, with the same expected ROI, then it really just becomes a race to the bottom. And that's not fun. That's not fun at all. And the current paradigm conditions players to only care about one thing, money, right? And so, kind of to reinforce what Brian said, you need to create a game with real depth, right? Where, it's filled with interesting choices that you actually, enjoy playing. And I think that the things that I've seen and the things that I've kind of gone out and aggressively kind of sought out are studios that kind of think that way and believe that way. And they don't really care about the friction that exists or maybe some of the bad press that kind of, crypto mining has received. They look, I want to build a great game and it just so happens to be on the blockchain. Like, that's what I look at. How do we transcend that? There's a lot of great things coming down the line that we've seen that we're kind of investing in. And I know a lot of the other chains are investing in, they're going after real, honest to God game developers. And so that gives me hope. And I think that there's going to be at some point, there's going to be a North Star that is you can productize and templatize and understand. It's going to remove a lot of fear from the players. It's going to remove a lot of fear from the developers and the publishers. And there's going to be, this huge onslaught. I think when people look at Axie, they go, oh, that's what we do. It's like, no, that's not what you do. That's what they did. And I think that's kind of lightning in a bottle. You'll never be able to do that again. And that would never succeed moving forward for all the reasons we know. So that's my sort of sense of it. Again, a game that happens to be on the blockchain, but you don't really care about that it's on the blockchain. It's just so unbelievably fun to play because you're building these sustainable economies and you're owning all the stuff that you craft and you control. So,
if you don't mind, I'd love to chime in here because I've written extensively on the Record Shop blog about how intrinsic and extrinsic motivations play into why people use NFT platforms. And if you look at Record Shop from a certain angle, it is a game. We have a lot of different things you can do other than speculate and buy and sell. You can mass cards together. You can burn for different reasons. You can do a number of things that start to take on these gamification elements. But as we start moving into integrating real world utility, I think what it would behoove, some of the other entrepreneurs in the space is to start thinking kind of beyond the narrow boundaries of what's considered a video game. Because with the introduction of ownership by NFTs, you're able to do things that are that simulate real world games. And what I mean by real world games, I'm talking about basically business. Because the problem is, like, once you introduce extrinsic rewards, right, like the desire for material gain, then whatever you're working on quickly turns into work, right? So, like, I think play to earn games actually have it backwards, and I fully agree with my co-panelist that actually was a lightning in a bottle, not going to be repeated, and probably going to be looked at kind of, weirdly in the future in retrospect, because most people don't want to work, as a form of enjoyment, right? Like, now what we can do, I think, is make work fun and a type of game, because in the real world, those of us that enjoy the work that we do, it is a game, right? Like, when I'm working on as an entrepreneur, building a company, I'm playing a game. That outcome is money, right? The points, the successful outcome of that game is measured in money. And what we're doing now is building a global architecture that essentially allows us to turn real world processes into games. So, like, at Record Shop, we're working on turning A&R and music promotion into a game. I'm happy to see, like, what else is gonna, come out in terms of turning other real world processes into games. And, like, I remember I think it was a Neil Stephenson book that I read where, like, security, like screening passengers coming into an airport or something, was turned into a game, like, basically by mapping people coming in. And then there were people, like, players of that game were watching and analyzing and looking at the data and, like, flagging suspicious people coming in through the door. I'm just pulling that out of my ass, as an idea of something where you could map real world processes to gamified experiences and then have the result be material gain, where it was like fun work that could be done all over the world. I think thinking about traditional video game studios and AAA games and the kind of things that you could do by introducing ownership is actually too narrow-minded in terms of what could be done in the future. It reminds me of, like, the 90s and the internet, where people were still stuck in kind of the old paradigms and not really realizing and understanding what would happen once everyone had high-speed internet, right? Like, only the really, really far out dreamers were thinking about those consequences. Right now, applying this new wonderful technology that we have to some of these older models, of course consumers are resisting because it doesn't make sense to them. It really just doesn't make sense to them. Like, in video games in particular, they go, hey, I'm trying to have fun, right? Like, I already work for money. Like, if I come and I want to sit and blow up bad guys or do whatever the fuck they do, like, they don't want to be thinking about money, right? So I might be the contrarian in the room for saying that, but, like, I think the scope of what can become a game, like, you want to talk about dystopian possibilities, maybe those bad guys can be actual bad guys. Like, maybe you gamify war, like turn actual war into video games and stuff like that. Like, call me crazy, right? That's dystopian, but, like, the kind of future that we're entering enables those kinds of things to be no longer just flights of fancy in a science fiction context. I think we're entering, a future where some of these real world businesses can actually become gamified and have game-like aspects where people do it more for the enjoyment than for the financial outcome, but that financial outcome is important.
Definitely. No, yeah, it's when you think about it and kind of follow the trail down, where we end up in 5, 10 years is I think is an open question. But keeping along that track, and I guess I'll go to you, Brian. When you think of trends that are coming like 2022, 2023, what are some of the things that you're looking for on the horizon of the next year or two?
Yeah, this kind of dovetails right out of what Obi was saying quite nicely. I've been using the phrase the gamification of everything. So, Obi, I want to link with you offline to just rap about this a little bit because I couldn't agree with you more, to be honest. William Peaster, a very prolific author at Metaversal who writes on the Bankless blog, wrote a post the other day about Solarius 2084, which was a project from Consensus, which was meant to be a CC0 collective commons. Like before that concept was anything, it was supposed to be a transmedia project, right? That was the term that they used. And this idea of having games live across media, that was the point of Williams' article, is something that I spent a lot of time thinking about. This idea that we're gamifying everything, we're putting IP into the public commons, and we're allowing people to create games thereupon, right? We're basically turning the internet into a decentralized protocol itself, where people could just build games upon it. And our concept of what are games is changing, right? If you would have asked someone before mobile, if someone playing sort of like a fairly mindless, mundane game was a gamer, right? The concept of gaming was only for those who were playing video games, console or on PC. And with mobile, that just changed, right? And now as we move towards this idea of a multiplayer internet, this transmedia landscape, this gamification of everything, we really will be transforming most everyone in society into a gamer in some sort of way, even beyond that, which we've already done with mobile, right? And I think this dovetails back in another direction and gets even more philosophical of, we as a species, we love to play, right? It's sort of integral to what we do. Obi hit on a lot of these points, talking about, we go to work and then, we want to play. And if we could remove work from the equation a little bit more and reward people for their play, I see that as more of a utopian society personally than a dystopian society. So maybe I didn't answer head on, Patrick, about trends. Maybe I did in a sense of like transmedia, the gamification of everything. But I thought that was important to express.
Oh, I love it. It's your answer. Michael, I'll pass it to you. When you look out 2022, 2023, what are some things you're looking for on the horizon?
Well, I think, we've all touched on this. I think the interactive experience becomes much more compelling and much deeper. I think that if you look out to kind of 2024, 2025, if you will, if I may take the liberty of kind of extending it a tiny bit, my crystal ball is kind of muddy in 10 years, but I can tell you what I think in the next kind of 2 to 4 years is, I think the thing that's super fascinating to me is that if you look at technological platforms, they're never really, like, people don't really know what it's for. Like, it's a great interview when Jack Dorsey was on 2020. They said, explain to us what Twitter is. He goes, I have no idea. What's going to be used for? I don't know, but I know it works, and I know you can do this. But they actually have no idea where this is going to go, which is kind of fascinating to think about, right? I think when you look at YouTube is a wonderful thing. It's a collection of videos. They said, and they probably start off with that idea. Let's just give them a platform to share videos. What happened is it started breaking music careers. It started breaking acting careers. Directors have short form content. Like, people use this technological platform to be heard, right, and to be seen and to be understood. And A&R people are combing through all these different kind of breaking artists, and literally how many views do you have, how many followers do you have, becomes now a metric for kind of forecasting. Are you going to have appeal to the public because you have now garnered all this attention? Instagram with models and on the influencer, like, it's all that. So when I look at the metaverses that are coming, I think about the creator economy, which Brian talked about a little bit earlier. Like, I think that is going to be such a wonderful kind of canvas for people. Once UGC really becomes kind of front and center, look what I built, look what I've created, look what I've set up, look what you can visit, look what you can consume that I've done in this digital world. And there's always been modding platforms in the past, but they've been a little bit inside baseball, if you will, been fairly niche. You have to be fairly good using certain toolkits. I think the kind of the crowdsourcing of content in these metaverses is a really, really powerful thing that people are going to feel comfortable with, kind of utilizing now all these things at their disposal to create really interesting experiences for people to interact with. And you'll almost become like these digital Picassos or Frank Lloyd Wrights, if you will, that create these things that you really want to consume, and people will have a certain amount of fame and fortune that's associated with that. I can't wait to see where that goes once we make things very easy for people to interact with.
Yeah, it'll be quite interesting to see, like, as the infrastructure develops, as more communities come, how these use cases sort of change. So kind of
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
Mutant Mobile. I know what you want. I know what you need. Mutant Mobile. We're here and we're waiting. We're waiting for you. Mutant Mobile. Get in touch with your innermost desires. Your connection to the other side.
moving on to the next topic, I want to kind of talk about Play to Earn again, and also get some of your guys' thoughts on, the Bored Ape Yacht Club upcoming Other Side. They kind of said it's going to be like a meta RPG. A lot of people have questions about that, but just sort of, do you guys see a space for NFT gaming? So I want to go to Obi, if you want to talk a little bit about, if it's not play to earn or that type of model, what are some other incentive models that you see working in the music industry or even others?
Just going back to, riffing on what Brian was saying earlier on how this could be turned into a utopian kind of vision for the future as opposed to a dystopian vision. I think that there are functions in current business processes in the music industry, for instance, in terms of identifying talent, hyping them, supporting them in terms of finding fans, even in development of talent in a technical sense, like in terms of mentoring, helping with composition, collaboration, mixing and mastering, all the technical aspects of that. This can all be gamified in a way that preserves ownership and in a way that incentivizes the people who are good at it, wherever they live in the world, whatever social class they belong to, whatever country they live in, to participate in a meaningful way that generates significant returns, much more than they'd ever be able to get locally, right? So in that sense, we're now, I think for the last decade or more, we've been democratizing the means of production for intellectual property. But what we have not democratized is everything else that goes along with commercializing intellectual property. So what you see at Record Shop, I think in the next year or two, is a harbinger of things to come in terms of democratizing the commercialization of intellectual property, in the sense that it doesn't matter who you are, where you are, if your talent is, let's say, in curation, or if your talent is in hype, or if your talent is in mixing and mastering, or in songwriting, or whatever the case may be, you can participate in these platforms where it's fun. It becomes an activity that you do not just because you're trying to pay your rent, but you're doing this as an activity because you enjoy it, and it generates enough returns that you can actually use it as your day job. And this is an ideal situation. This is where I would say it's a utopian vision for most people, because right now there's only a lucky few of us that get to actually really, really enjoy what we do. A lot of us are programmers or designers, etc. And no matter how stressful it gets, it's still a game to us. It's still fun. But imagine when 1 billion people in the world have that opportunity, or 2 billion. What kind of different world can we build when there's more people that are realizing their full potential, that are transcending and kind of being able to really, truly be happy in their day-to-day lives instead of, suffering that grind. So, to me, that's one of the most promising aspects of this. Play to earn, where it's just a grind, and it's just, some people have termed it neo-feudalism of some sort, or, crazy things like that. I don't see it having much of a future. I think it's an anomaly. It's a glitch. It's something that exists because of the nature of the crypto economy right now, and I don't see it being a scalable phenomenon. However, I do see the gamification of everything, especially everything around intellectual property and creative intellectual property being a thing. And I think that means that it will continue to be divergent from the traditional video game industry, right? Like I don't see the market for first person shooters or real-time strategy games going away, and I also don't see those things being transformed by NFTs, just to be frank. But I do see this wide open potential for so many other things to do, and many of them can impact humanity quite positively.
Yeah, totally. And I liked how you touched on commercialization of IP. I think that's something that Bored Ape Yacht Club did pretty well. Gave everyone IP from day one and just let the builders build for the past year. Kind of want to go to Brian, just to get your thoughts on, a little different take on maybe play to earn if you have it. Things like Bored Ape Yacht Club, they're developing like a meta RPG. So what are your thoughts on kind of things that started as NFT communities but are evolving into making games for that specific niche? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's smart, because this also ties back to the IP question, right? One of the great things that humanity has done has been to create mimetic desire, right? Like through IP, coming up with these great brands, these great pieces of artwork that we've turned into massive stories that have been told by different teams throughout time, right? And that's really what's happening in Web3 here, at least the better projects, the best projects really, that will stand the test of time. They're creating timeless IP that can be used in different ways, not just as a profile photo, right? Like that was the most reductive, like POC, right? Like it was like, let's just get this out there, see if it works. It does. Okay, what's next? Let's make some games. So I see it as a form of mimetic desire, really, for PFP projects and for NFTs, even more generally, to get into the gaming space. On the P2E side, I think that play to earn will last the test of time, but sort of as a niche, right? For those who want to engage with it. Like, I don't think you'll be able to just sustain a play to earn game simply as a play to earn game, because there's not enough fun associated with it to sort of like bring a user into that economy and into that game. But I do think for some of the more interesting games that have layers to it, that one can engage with a play to earn aspect of the game, like it's a hiring of the stakes. It's almost mirroring sort of the way the real world is, right? Like, I enjoy playing basketball because it's fun, and I might call my friends just to have a game of 3-on-3 at the gym. But if we want to degen out a little bit and throw some money on the line to bring the stakes up, maybe we do that. But I don't think the world would be a better place if all basketball games were play to earn or had higher stakes to it, right? Like, you should be able to engage with the game of basketball without having to either earn or put something sort of at stake to engage with it. So yeah, those are my thoughts on IP, generally, and play to earn specifically.
I'll maybe take us in a little bit different direction, but and I'll pass it to you to start, Michael. So I think when we look at movies, popular movies, TV shows, cartoons, comics, in a lot of ways they always end up becoming video games, right? Like the newest movies, they turn into a video game. Netflix is getting into it, etc. Just curious, do you think it will go the other way? Like with popular NFT collections like Bored Ape Yacht Club, CryptoPunks, do you think game developers, as they're developing a game, might choose to use those assets if they were easily available to them to kind of include IP collections in their games, like licensed IP from owners?
Yeah, I actually don't. One thing has been true. I've built a lot of great games over my career, and the thing that has always served me the best is when I focus on what the game is first and foremost. Like, the game has to be objectively excellent. If it happens to be licensed, terrific. And I think you can get real overspin from a license, but I don't think you say, let's get a license first and figure out how to build a game. You have to say, I have this amazing game, and what license can really augment this? And Bored Apes, could be an incredible license on top of, pick your genre here, right? Like, the marrying of those two things is a really, really powerful combination. But I think it's foolish, and a lot of people do it. And there's a lot of companies in the kind of classic space. Activision is probably as guilty as anybody is. Let's just slap a license on something because we know it lowers kind of, acquisition costs, or we get marketing overspin because we have a license that everybody already knows, and we don't have to sort of pre-sell this in traditional ways. Like, it really lowers the barrier for entry. But I think that when you have an incredible license, an incredible game in combination, like 1 + 1 = 10, like it's so unbelievably compelling. And for me, so to answer your question, I don't think you started at Bored Apes, but I don't actually think you excluded either. You have to figure out how to make those things really live kind of harmoniously with one another. And when you do, you have the chance to build something unbelievably special. I think you can look at Tony Hawk Pro Skater, you can look at Spider-Man, you can all these things where the IP really led value to it, but the games were objectively excellent, married with this incredible license. Like, that was just, gaming magic, if you will.
Got it. And I guess, passing the same question to you, Obi, just your thoughts in regards to these kind of crossovers between these, because I think we're still living in a bubble. Like, if I go on NFT Twitter, it's like everybody swears Bored Apes are the only thing they see, but to the rest of the world, they aren't super popular characters yet, but that might change here over the coming years. So just curious your thoughts on the crossover and how those characters might be used.
Yeah, I think where it starts to get really, really interesting is as the democratization of these exploitation rights becomes more and more of a thing. It just becomes more accessible for indie developers to perhaps be able to pull together the funds or the right group of people or investors to like actually use something that is popular or has a community behind it in a way that wasn't possible before. So that's really interesting. And to put a music spin on it, it means that, essentially for NFT musicians, given that you're playing in this space that has a lot of cross-pollination, it means that, you as an NFT musician or as a record label or group that is operating in this space, you have opportunities to get involved with some of these successful projects and communities in ways that before, just simply didn't exist, or would require, the right PR or the right agent or so on and so forth. It's like, a lot of people look at what NFTs enable for musicians in particular and say, well, it kind of allows you to build your audience your way and like still own the rights to your stuff. I think what you're asking, kind of forces me to flip that on its head the way that I'm thinking about it and go, the flip side of that is that it allows you as a musician or as a designer or as a 3D modeler or whatever the case may be, to participate in a contributory capacity in a way that was never possible before. And in the case of, if they're contributing to projects that are associated with, like, for instance, a Bored Ape, then they're hopping onto a current of popularity that, probably would not have been it would have never been possible, like, to do the same thing with, so let's say with Mickey Mouse or some other, kind of corporate owned IP where the hoops to jump through or the financial barriers.
I always think that's one of the most interesting things. It's like if you really liked Wolverine and you want to invest in Wolverine, you can't. Like, there's no straight line. You have to go to.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to go to Sony, right? But in this case, we can, there can be communities around this. But Brian, I'll let you kind of take this question, and then Roshan, you can kind of lead us out with your last question. But yeah, Brian, just your thoughts on the merging of the IP and these individual characters being created from existing communities and how we might see that crossover into the games that we're playing.
Yeah, I do see a world where we have a fair amount of interoperability. It might, to use Michael's phrase, there may be a muddied crystal ball here. I can't really say when, but I do think open standards will rue the day. I do think that cross-chain bridges will rue the day. And I also do think that open to closed, more walled garden bridges will be a thing, right? Whereby those who are building what I call betaverses or proto metaverses, or those that are not open and decentralized, will allow some IP to come in and some IP to go out, depending upon their vision or philosophy of how that IP moves, right? So I do think that will be a thing, and I think the most exciting part about all of this is simply giving power to the gamers, allowing them to own their assets, allowing them to express themselves. It's a mix of property rights and identity, right? One of the most interesting things about this sort of convergence of technology is this explosion of creativity that we'll see on the individual level, right? It can be something as simple as allowing creators to tap into the API of a game to create skins, limited editions of a particular weapon in an FPS, right? That alone can be a life-changing moment for a young creator. And I think that is a tremendous tool. And I think we're going to sort of experience, like I said, an explosion of creativity because of it.
Yeah, 100% for sure. And it'd be interesting to see what happens when the tools get into the hands of more people. Last question. I guess I want each of you to kind of go around and talk about, what are you most excited about specifically in Web3? Is it about the metaverse? Is it owning digital assets, or is it just like the freedom that people get, from getting a job in Web3? So maybe Michael, if you want to start.
Yeah, wow. I love having agency over what I do, and I love, kind of monetizing my engagement. I've got, several games that I've played for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. As I said, I have nothing to show for it, but yet I know that I would get a certain amount of social good if I could give those assets to my friends to use, and all of a sudden they're now catching up to me and we can play together. So I think there's a lot of sort of social benefits that come from, sharing that digital experience with one another. The way it works now is I go into a world and I meet people I've never seen before, and we do these things together. But if they're my real world friends, I can bring them in because things I've accumulated or I've crafted or I've earned or what have you, or dropped for me. Playing together with real world connections is a really powerful thing. And, Web3, I think, allows that kind of, that freedom more than any, because again, you're looking at giving players complete control and autonomy over kind of, what they do and what they've accumulated. And to me, that really is kind of the point here, is that I no longer have to be bound by this walled garden that's controlled by the developers 100%. I get to make my choices. I like to think of it as play and own opposed to play to earn, because I think play to earn, or even free to play to earn, are misnomers. I think kind of, it's much more play and own, if you will. And so that's how I kind of choose to think about it and talk about it.
Yeah, play and own. We'll remember that from this talk for sure. Brian?
Yeah, being able to live through a moment in history for me and be cognizant of it is one of the most exciting parts about this entire alchemy. And specifically, the fact that I personally believe that I'm living in a time where we actually are pacing towards Ready Player One type Snow Crash-like existence. Now, where we fall short of that, right? Whether it's from a public policy perspective that we don't want that kind of society, or from a technology perspective that we can't achieve that kind of society, that's a separate question. But actually, living during a time whereby these technologies, from the hardware to the compute, the networking, the atomic asset side with NFTs, payments, and crypto, that it's actually all coming to a head. And again, we may be some time away from that actually emerging as a final state of some kind. But actually being able to live through it and see it and analyze it and talk about it like we're doing here is just amazing. And it kind of like gives me purpose, really, not to be too philosophical. It gives me purpose to kind of get out of bed and do my job.
100%. And lastly, Obi.
Yeah, I want to kind of echo Brian's sentiments there. I mean, it feels like we're living through the creation of history in a way that hasn't really existed in this way since the 90s, early 2000s, with the emergence of the big platforms. And the fact that these new technologies unleash creativity in ways that, really, really empower people across ages, across classes, across developed versus developing nations, the way that this could really help creative talent and geniuses in the global south kind of be able to compete with their peers in developed nations. I think one of the things that bears remembering, as we go on and build these companies and these projects and do these things, is that a lot of I believe a lot of the value that's being achieved by current crypto, let's say in scare quotes, investors or NFT investors, or people that are hopping from project to project, is incidental. It's an aberration. Traditionally, the work that you have to do in order to realize value has to be itself of value, right? And that's one of the reasons that I'm bearish on turning pure play into money. Because essentially, like, someone sitting on their couch blasting bad guys or each other in Fortnite or whatever, at least right now, absent some sort of AI to turn that into like real world utility or value, is not valuable. So even though we might find some way of kind of turning that into some sort of yield, like that's not how yield works. Just in terms of the raw physics of economics, yield doesn't work that way, right? Like just staking does not produce yield. The money that is being staked has to be put to some sort of use in order, for there to be some sort of worthy payoff. So I think that, the historical moment that we're living in is tremendously interesting from a philosophical perspective, just in terms of how much violations of basic economic physics are going on. And it's going to be real interesting to see what happens when a lot of those things crash back to earth, and the kind of projects that are still standing. And I think the ones that are still standing, the future Amazons of the world and so on and so forth, are going to be the ones that realize that you can use NFTs and blockchain and crypto to really empower billions of people in developing nations to participate in the global economy in ways that were inconceivable even a scant few years ago. And that a lot of those things, in their most utopian form, will be fun. They will not be a grind. That they will be something that is as enjoyable as what you and I get to do here every day. And that gives me purpose. That helps me get up in the morning and work on some of these incredibly hard projects, like bringing successful musicians onto the blockchain, or bringing video game studios onto the blockchain, or whatever the case may be. A lot of these things are incredibly hard right now, but the reason that they're hard is because they don't see the vision yet. They don't see what we see, right? Like they don't see what me and Brian see in terms of utopian outlooks and things like that. But like when you explain it to them and when you lay it out how it's possible, a lot of times there's that light bulb moment, that goes off, and then they kind of get the religion, if you will. And I think that there is, even though there's so many Ponzi's and stuff like that, like I do think that there is a subcurrent of good flowing through this, through this culture. People that really see the transformative power of what we're working with here, and its ability to benefit humanity. So, just to end on a positive note, I mean, there's so much power here, and a lot of it happens to be, also fun, as opposed to materially lucrative. So the combination of those things is incredibly compelling, and makes for a brighter future, I think, for a lot of us.
It's gonna be a very interesting few years. I think that's what I just took away from these interviews. So, well, guys, thank you for making the time today. I really enjoyed this conversation. How about you, Roshan?
Yeah, it was awesome. Very philosophical. Thanks for all being here.
Yeah, Michael, Brian, Obi. We'll catch you guys later. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
Thank you, guys.
Staring at charts all day, Reddit trolls got you down. Threats of government regulation got you feeling not so fresh. Take the WAGME pill. WAGME is the only meme-proven pill to get you over the hump and back in the game. Side effects may include all-time highs, aping in on projects, and a strong sense of superiority. To avoid long-term medical injury, seek high fives for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. This is the age of Web3. Talk to your doctor and find out if WAGME is right for you.
You're tuned in to ReImagine 2021. I'm your host, Mutant Ape 452, and we're here in the thick of it. That means we're aping into all things NFTs. What is an NFT? What are NFTs outside of the art world? Is it just about profile pic mania, speculation on the chance to make a quick million? How are NFTs reshaping the concept of ownership in a digital age? Don't worry about the unanswered mess. We're about to sweep the floor on this one.
It's time to play Non-Fungible Feud! Give it up for your host, Mutant Ape number 452!
Welcome to Non-Fungible Feud, everyone. I'm your host, Mutant Ape 452. And boy, do we have a special show for you today. First off, straight from the swamp, the Bored Ape Yacht Club. And from the post-apocalyptic shedders of society, we have the Gutter Gang. All right, let's get this party started. Bored Ape number 7613 and Gutter Cat number 2139. Get on up here. All right, we surveyed over 100 people. We asked them to name the top uses of NFTs. Gang gang? One of the top uses of NFTs is gang gang? Yeah, gang gang. All right, show me gang gang. All right, Bored Ape going for the steal. Top uses of NFTs?
Ape coin.
Ape coin? That is where we're going? We go from gang gang to ape coin? Show me ape coin. Okay, back to you, Gutter Gang. To try and steal it back, what are the top uses of NFTs? Let's go. Oh, I know, gutter merch. Show me gutter merch. Okay, Bored Apes, this is on you. Again, for a chance to get just one of these answers on the board.
Mega Mutant Serum.
I could just strangle them all. All right, give me Mega Mutant Serum. For the love of NFTs, Gutter Gang, please put your heads together and come up with a formidable answer. This is not hard. Ooh, Gutter Comics. All right, Bored Apes, give us the next wrong answer.
Gaming.
Oh no, don't stop. You were going to say gaming, right? Weren't you going to say gaming?
Paris Hilton.
You are not even worthy of a buzzer or a response. We are quickly moving on. Okay, Gutter Gang, I'm going to try something. Can you say gaming? Why, yes, of course. Okay, then please say it. It. No, don't say it. Say gaming. You said you could say gaming, right? Yes, of course. Okay, then repeat after me. Gaming. Gutter juice? I swear, you guys are just trying to torment me now. I have resigned myself to this living hell, so go ahead, apes, and do your worst.
Profile pics.
Do not hit that buzzer. That counts. We are going to count it. You can call it a stretch, but I'm the host. It's my show. Bored Apes win. I'm out of here because I am about to go apeshit.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Held.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war? Hello, everyone. Welcome back to ReImagine version 12. We are here continuing to talk about all things Bored Ape Yacht Club community and the greater NFT revolution. I am Patrick McLean.
And I'm your other host, Roshan Marachkar. And today we'll be talking about the BAYC community. Excited about it.
So before we get started, we wanted to have everyone introduce themselves. So Vera, why don't you tell us a little bit about you and how you kind of got into Bored Ape?
Hi, I'm Vera, and I'm an investor in the Web3. I got into Bored Ape on May 2021, about a year ago. And I got into the Ape because we were in the like OG crypto group in the clubhouse, and one of our friends saw it on Twitter, and then he shared with everyone, and we're like, okay, what is it? And then we find out the IP ownership that are actually giving to each individuals. So got everyone super excited. So we actually all aped in as a community. At the most that we probably own 10% of the apes as a community.
That's crazy. That's a lot of apes. Hopefully you guys held on to them.
Yeah, most of them, yes.
Good. Nazar, how you doing today?
Amazing. I feel great. Thank you so much, guys, for inviting me and doing this. It's super cool. Very happy to be there. So my name is Nizar Ben Chikroun. I'm from Marrakesh, Morocco. My company is based in Dubai, and we are investors in NFTs. How did I get to know about Bored Apes? It's kind of funny because I didn't mint Bored Ape. I bought Bored Ape secondary while minting was still live. I didn't know how it worked. Like, I didn't know about the mechanics. Basically, the first NFT of my life was a Bored Ape, May 1st, 2021. And I just bought a Bored Ape because I needed to know the mechanics of the blockchain and how it works, etc. Because I wanted to mint a VFriends, and Gary V is always pushing, saying that you have to do your homework. So basically buying my first ape at 0.24, I think, was doing my homework. And I stick to it and never sold, and bought much more later on, as you know.
Got it. So last but not least, Baron, how you doing today?
Yo, I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, appreciate being on.
Yeah, man, my Bored Ape story is that it's a long story, so I'll condense it. But basically, my first ever Ethereum mint on May 1st was 4 Bored Apes. And I have been in crypto since 2016, but like Ethereum was too expensive for me to play with. So I was on Wax, I hustled, I sold art, I randomly had $1,000 on May 1st in Wax token, switched it to Ethereum. I minted 3 apes on one transaction. Then I was like, you know what? I have enough for one more. Boom. And then that last one I did by itself ended up being my forever ape, who I've been, loving, building a character and a show around since day one. I'm the host of The Boring Show, which is an ape to ape talk show, and, just doing a lot of fun stuff around IP development.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you all for sharing kind of your honest stories, because I think, there's a lot of hype and a lot of people don't know like the people behind the Bored Ape. So I think it's super cool to have you all here. Let's sort of get into the questions now. My first question is for Vera. And my question is, what do you think distinguishes Bored Ape Yacht Club from other NFT communities that you've either come to experience in the last year?
So, I mean, I want to say like the Bored Ape community is defined as like OG NFT community. So having this, we've had this long-term relationship already. A lot of us have met at NFT NYC. So like having this real life interaction is really important when it comes to a community. And also like Bored Ape community started with actually get into each communities, like me as a community, part of the community, we all got into the apes together. So we already know each other. And I'm not sure about other people's story, but on my side of the story, I see the community, I actually meet the community in person, having this very close relationship with them. Everyone is super welcoming, friendly, and love to help each other. So I think there's no huge difference of like, okay, Bored Ape community is so much different than another community, but because the people here that we are having a lot of history, we have a lot of stories to share. So that's get to a long way of, like how I see the community as a group. And I get really close because of how long that we've been knowing each other, and we interact on Twitter and we build stuff together. So that's how I see the community.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's super true that, especially with Bored Apes, everyone has been, like you said, gone through all of this interesting year together. So a lot of similar stories. Nazar or Baron, do you guys have anything to add in terms of, is there anything different you guys have experienced while like building things in the community?
I'm sorry, can you just go for it?
No, I was gonna tell you go for it. So okay, I'll go for it. I cannot just but bounce on what Vera said. I think we all kept our Bored Apes not out of greed, to be really honest. We kept it because we know each other. We knew each other from Discord, from Twitter, and we just like helped each other. Like I knew about NFTs and about where it will be going and how it would look like in the future just by interacting with people. So I realized that having Bored Ape was a membership to like-minded people. So I felt like, okay, I might be talking to the next Google, next YouTube, or next Facebook guy or girl. And why would I sell my membership? I need to be stronger. So that's how I felt about Bored Ape from day one. So whatever I do right now with NFTs is just going up to get more apes and more mutants and more kennels, and that's it. When it's good, it's good. That's it.
Did the people outside the circle get this? Like when ApeCoin just dropped and everything, like the traditional crypto people who didn't fully like jump into an NFT community, did they realize the strength of the community? Or that you guys think like people really get the value of this group?
From my experience, like I know a lot of crypto people it's actually depending on who they are, that a lot of people are very open-minded. So they see the value of the community and how fast, especially like, I'm part of like Harmony team as well as a layer one company that they're a very strong tech background and have a lot of like crypto experience, but they have no idea about the culture part. So with that, like they're being open-minded and they're open for this the culture interaction with the community, and they see how fast it's growing. Like I gave the example, like within half a year, Bored Ape, like the Twitter got over like 500,000 followers, which is crazy. Just think about it. Like the layer one company that they're building for years, they got like 300,000 followers. And NFT is something using the language that everyone can understand, get people into this community, use the language that people understand. And that's how fast it's growing. And a lot of, a lot of companies recognize it. That's why FTX got Apes. That's why Harmony got Apes. But of course, there are people that they are close-minded, don't really understand the value of community. They see it still as a very expensive asset that doesn't really mean anything. So, I mean, this definitely depending on people, but I see a lot more open-minded now.
Yeah, those are great points. It's helping a lot of existing brand values for companies. Baron, do you have anything to add to kind of finish up this question?
I'm trying to bite my lip right now because I'm going through the negative opposite perspective of everything you guys just said about brand building and companies growing and everything. So I'm just going to bite my tongue because I don't want to get sued.
Please don't bite it. I do believe we need to talk about it, Baron.
Yeah, we want to hear just from your experience. People out there might be going through similar things or learning about how to get around it.
I'll tell you right now, I don't think anyone's going through what I'm going through personally, and not to say that I'm doing something so unique, but I was doing something with G Fuel, and we were working on a project together, and it seems that some of their people in their community that are also sponsored by them have spoken up quite loudly, and they're against NFTs. They don't get it yet as the gamer community. So I'm actually in the process of trying to understand what's happening right now with that. So for people who are learning how to license their NFT and how to do it, the one thing I would say is make sure that you do it with a community that's aligned with what your interests are. I was trying to go outside of the box and connect two different communities together, and did not work well.
Well, I'm totally with you because I experienced the same thing. Like how many aped in because of me bought 8 apes, and the community has a lot of voice as a layer one there. Why don't you guys focus on building? Why are you guys buying those apes? So I think the communication part is another very important factor, and I totally feel you. I think as long as delivering the value, a lot of you just need the education of NFT. They need to know what exactly the value behind it more than just a JPEG. So
let's be honest.
Yeah,
this thing's only a year old, right? Barely a year old. People fight change pretty quickly. So, I think to a certain extent, it's just moving fast. Like sometimes I talk about doing work in apes, and just like doing anything with it and just like saying it out loud, just like sounds crazy sometimes. You know what I mean?
Patrick, here's the crazy thing. We all know here, those who started buying apes and had the same year, that we experience time differently. When you say it's almost a year, I do believe that Baron, Vera, me, you, and Roshan, we feel like it's a lifetime. And the amount of information we get and the possibilities that opened to us made us believe that we've been here for years. I don't feel like it was a year. I feel
you're totally right. You're totally right, because I've never gotten I have gray hair, and I didn't start this year before the ape had no gray hair. It's how much, like, we may not be physically moving around, but mentally the amount of stuff we are doing is exhausting. Like I put in 18-hour days, 7 days a week, developing this character and trying to grow this awareness around these projects. So like a day seems kind of irrelevant when it's just about how much processing power I'm putting into my time. Like I don't count days anymore. I just count like how hard I'm working, I guess.
I'm 100% sure that you don't know what day we are today, unless you have kids and you put them at school or whatever. I don't know when it's Monday, when it's Tuesday, when it's Friday. And the amount of energy and time Baron, Vera, and I, and many other apes are giving back to the community, talking with people on Twitter or whatever, or on Discord, and helping onboarding people, is time that we give. It's some of our energy that we give because we love what we do and we want people to have the right narrative. Because at the end of the day, I do believe that most of us made a lot of money, and we could just stick with that and drink some coconuts on the beach and say, fuck it. But we just say we want to build and we want to give from our love back to this community that made us where we are right now, which is at the cornerstone of building something greater than us.
Well, and that's why we appreciate you guys coming on here. That's what we hope to do with this event, is kind of reach the broader community and actually hear from people who own apes. But hey, let's switch gears a little bit. Baron, we'll throw this one to you. But thinking about the community and kind of like why it was built so strongly around Bored Ape, right? Kind of unexpectedly, maybe some people knew it, but how important was giving IP rights to the owners, do you think, in that process? Like how innovative was that, and how far did that go towards the success?
So it's kind of funny. I wish that I would have known what that meant when I minted it, right? Because they were like, "Oh, the IP is available," but I didn't know what that meant, right? And so I traded away two of my apes to some friends. I gave one to my brother. I didn't know that those were characters that I could be developing, right? So that's kind of why it took me about a month until I started to develop the IP of my show, start to grow it, because I understood, oh, that means I can do this. Oh, that means I can do whatever I want with it. There's more to it than just this character. And I think we all kind of caught that wave of energy at the same time. It took about a month for people to really figure out, like, oh, okay, this ape is its own entity. It's its own thing. It's not me. Like, it became a character. And I don't know, I heard Gary Vee say something a while back about, like, part of why he started V Friends was he wanted, a Tony the Tiger type character, but then wanted to own it forever and build off of it and pass it down to his family. And I thought, oh, that's what I'm going to do with my ape. Like, I want to build my ape so big as a character that I could pass it on to my children down the line. So I think that's what it took a while for us to understand the value. But once we did collectively, it was like lightning just caught fire.
Yeah, I cannot but agree with you, Baron. And if you look at OJ builders from Bored Apes, you will realize that their apes, they bought them for a reason. Like rarity, for so many reasons, doesn't mean shit to us. We just buy things because we believe these characters, we can build on top of them. Like, for example, my apes, I could have bought other type of apes that were more rare or whatever, but I was very early understanding, I believe, that hip hop guys, singers will buy hip hop apes. So I was like, okay, I can build on top of that and have a hip hop jacket ape with a beanie and VR glasses. I was like, okay, Snoop Dogg might end up buying, if he comes to NFTs, he will buy an ape with a fur. And I bought an ape with a fur, and I thought I might even be selling this one to Snoop Dogg. Same with my ape with the golden jacket. I was like, okay, maybe that ape goes for Kanye West. And if you look at that story of that guy who sold his ape to Eminem, he had the same thinking. So I built up my collection of apes thinking of how people would interact with their own character, believing that they are their character, which is a problem that society will know about later on. People thinking that they're their ape, not that their ape work for them. But that's another story. But I built my collection like that, thinking IP is gold. And that's a game changer for sure.
100%. Vera, what are your thoughts there? Like, do you think that was important to a lot of people from the beginning? Do you think that kind of grew into something of importance? And do you feel like a lot of people who've owned Bored Apes have really been experts in IP, or they're kind of learning and interested by it?
Yeah, so I think for IP ownership, I would say it's, for me, like my understanding is actually having like two different types. One is like digital identity IPs, like, it's functioning as my digital identity. My ape looked just like me, right? Like I bought that one just because that's had such a female ape and it's a pink color. I really like pink. So that kind of representing me, and then my reputation, right? Like maybe it could be someone else, right? And then their own ape have their own personal branding for them as a personal IP. And then on the other one, I think it could be is like for business IPs, like that IP can go combining with your digital identity. Also on top of that, having this function of social brand, like people making radios, people making news, people are building like, face masks, building coffee, wine. So everything can be like, they aware it, and everyone recognize it, not just the digital like identity IP, and also like the business commercial IP. So me personally, I promoted my ape at the airport, like San Francisco airport, and it's currently at the Terminal 1 and Terminal 3. If you guys are ever there, please say hi to the ape. It's a Coffee X. It's a modern like robot coffee, and I have my ape on it. So it's like an exposure for my digital identity. And then people, will interact with me and be able to find me. I gave that IP for free for people to use at a very earlier stage. But I think a lot of people are willing to be able to have their IP somewhere that can like advertise their own digital identity and be able to share their thoughts, their products, and their community as well.
Definitely. Hey, wait, hang on. I'm going to pass it to you, Roshan, in a second. But I wanted to, you guys just made me think of something. I think we're in a bubble, right? So we obviously just, when we open Twitter, it's like everything apes. And then like the other billions of people on the planet, they don't really know what Bored Apes are yet at scale. Where do you guys draw the line between, like, are we just going to will the Bored Apes into becoming like popular characters, and we think like the rest of society is going to adopt them? Like, why do you think the people who are in the Bored Ape ecosystem just think that they are going to be great brand ambassadors to a certain extent? Like, why do you guys think that is?
That's believing 101. When you held on your ape that you buy for so little, for so long, it means that you truly in your guts believe that this is revolutionary. We've had 2 very difficult years during COVID, all of us. And we all at some point had a meeting with ourselves, rethinking our own behavior with the world. And I do believe that those Bored Apes, these guys who own Bored Apes and kept their Bored Apes and want to build on top of that, are dreamers. These guys are willing to change in their own way the world they know. And we kept on saying this for months. We are changing the world. Like, all of us read that on Twitter. We are changing the world. And that comes from this very small idea that if you believe it's possible, then it's possible. So we are willing to believe that the majority of people will feel the love that we have for those apes and build with us a new world. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, definitely. I like how you talk about dreamers. A lot of people compare Yuga Labs to like the next Disney or the Web3 of Disney. So I think all the community members inside it are the builders and dreamers. I kind of want to go, I want to continue down this path and talk a little bit about, how have the people in the Bored Ape community changed? Like, how have the demographics changed over 1 year? Have you guys noticed anything? Baron, you can start.
Yeah, I definitely feel a huge difference. I wanted to get back, like, I totally, like, what Nizar said is very, like, I can't agree more. So I want to add a little bit here. So, we bought an ape at a relatively cheap price, but then, for people who are able to hold and having the vision for so long, like, the ape went to 20x, 100x, right? Like, what is a faith for people not selling their ape? The people that are holding the ape, they have a great vision. They either want to build with their ape, or they have so much belief with the Yuga Labs and the trust within the community. So the people who actually left after this whole up and down and a lot of stories behind it, and who hold the ape at the journey, they aren't the people just for like flipping the apes. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are flippers, but the majority of people here are either willing to build or they wanted to contribute and giving back to the community. The people are really appreciated about what Yuga has been delivered to us. And now it's a community here. We're willing to give back, and thank you for your trust. So they've been giving so much for us, including like, even the voting of like ape token, right? Like, this is a DAO, and they have so much trust on us and what we can do to build and return. So I think, like, majority people here are appreciated people, that they appreciate everything they've done for the community. And now the community are all together in one and are willing to build and give back to the project.
I'll tell you guys from the OG mentors perspective, who come from humble beginnings, right? Like, mind you, when I minted my ape for $250, to have that $1,000 was not the normal for me. Like, I was trying to figure out how to, like, just hustle. Basically, I was going to thrift stores, buying sneakers, selling them on eBay, like doing all that kind of stuff. So when you talk about why did I buy something for $250 and hold it to the point that I have now, that has not been an easy journey, because there's a lot of moments where I could have cashed out and taken that. But to what Vera said, it actually is the power of the community who helped me realize why I shouldn't leave. There was times where I'd say, my reach price for my ape is 50 ether. And I remember Chris Universe talking me through it on a spaces one day and just being like, dude, you don't want to do that. Imagine what you could do if you created this character and blah, blah, blah. And so through the power of what, like literally community conversation with my peers, understanding how they viewed their ape helped me understand the value that I didn't see in my ape originally. So that really is something kind of surreal, is like, how many people do you know that come from humble beginnings that are talking each other out of selling this lottery ticket basically to continue to ride and see where it goes? And we, the ones who like minted and are still collectively here building, we do it out of the sense of like, there's just such a bigger picture ahead of us and we haven't even hit a year marker. So why would I leave? It's just too big of an opportunity in front of us.
I have shivers just hearing you saying so. It's humbling to be part of this community, to be really honest. It gives you a sense of responsibility towards the others who are willing to enter the space, and they are all thinking, oh, what is the next Bored Ape? There is no fucking next Bored Ape, excuse my French. There is no fucking next Bored Ape. Let's agree on that. We're all trying to flip other things to come to Yuga Labs more. Because when it's good, it's just good. When it's obvious, it's because it's good. So yeah, there will be other projects. There are amazing other projects. But what Yuga Labs gave us is a sense of responsibility. And we want to give back to people because of that.
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
Staring at charts all day, Reddit trolls got you down. Threats of government regulation got you feeling not so fresh. Take the WAGME pill. WAGME is the only meme-proven pill to get you over the hump and back in the game. Side effects may include all-time highs, aping in on projects, and a strong sense of superiority. To avoid long-term medical injury, seek high fives for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. This is the age of Web3. Talk to your doctor and find out if WAGME is right for you.
Right now we're in Times Square. Times Square is taken over by NFTs. We're sitting on some of the most incredible events that are happening, and the only way you can get in is if you own one of these digital assets.
Now one of these digital assets is for sale for $3.2 million. It's an explosion like nothing we've ever seen on the planet.
It's something that you can't actually see, but that's why we're here, because you can actually see it.
Wealth is being generated at massive amounts.
In the form of digital billboards, the form of merchandise. Some don't get the benefit. With NFTs, everyone shares in the benefit of the upside.
We're in Times Square. We're talking about the Dirty Bird Flight Club, the most exclusive club, I think, in events right now.
It's a generative NFT project, 9,090 birds, all made by Birdcap, a legendary muralist and artist for us in 2020. We have a different artist every year at Dirty Bird. And all the birds kind of get you inside the Dirty Bird family, I would say. Yeah. I'm just really excited to talk to other people in the NFT community and to like not be DJing the entire trip, just actually be talking to people and finding out about other projects and finding out different ways that we can expand our project through new technology and new ideas that other people.
So NFTs really give the opportunity to capture moments in time, to secure them with blockchain, crypto technology, and anyone can really own it, right, in a decentralized way. So this is really going to help a lot of photographers and underserved creatives, right, bridging the digital world, but also like capturing real-world moments. A moment in time is about collecting the community spirit, and it's all like tokenized in the digital form.
into the forefront, make crypto mainstream, help people along the way, and create an amazing community. And have a fuckload of fun.
So I'm a collector, and I look for promising artists who really don't have the exposure that they should. And I offer mentoring and my advice and try to kind of be a kingmaker and connect people. So you have teams like OpenSea. I mean, we're here in the Edison on the rooftop, and OpenSea is one of the featured blockchain NFT platforms here. Polygon you can mint for free. They've implemented gas-free minting on ETH. And then you have platforms like Harmony One who have a huge grants program. So it's just people taking a chance, believing in themselves, and it's folks like us that have to grab them and tell them, you can do this, take a chance. Here's a little bit of the walkthrough. You have a lot of collectors out there that they just want to buy stuff that they know is going to go up, established projects that are going to turn a profit quickly. You have to take a chance on new creators. And for me, the high that I get from that is the elation that they feel that they just have the first investment in their work. And that empowers them to get better equipment. That empowers them to be able to travel and to build. And who knows, one day I could turn a profit on that photo, but it's not about that. It's about really bringing that person in the space and feel that love. And they're gonna be adopted into the space forever, building and contributing, and hopefully, if they make some money, helping others.
Stay tuned. We're about to wipe the floor with this one. I wanted to kind of ping on this community stuff a little bit, just because I'm really interested how you guys view it evolving. Like, I feel like there's a misconception that everyone that had a Bored Ape is rich, right? I think a lot of people got lucky by buying it, and maybe they were fighting every day not to sell that ape, right? Like, although it was very appealing. And I feel, you know, with the ApeCoin airdrop, it was kind of an injection of cash maybe for some people, right? I can't say how many people I saw post on Twitter, like, this helps me with my college or buying a house or whatever. So maybe it made it a bit easier, a bit more liquid to hold on to this asset. But I think around the same time when the ApeCoin came out, I think I saw so many people, like big crypto investors that, you know, we deal with, and they all like buying apes, right? But I'm quite sure they don't have the same attachment to the community. So how do you guys kind of see the next owners kind of coming in and influencing it? Do you see, where do you think they'll add value, and where do you think the community might take a ding, you know, go in a different direction?
Can I actually jump in first about that? Because like one of my favorite things to do was reach out to people along the way. So that was always what I said with the Bored Ape. It's like an access pass to people you didn't know you were going to be able to reach before, right? Now there's people coming in at a higher level. We got our Biebers and our Gwyneth Paltrow members now. They're not as accessible through the tweets and the posts the way that, let's say, Tom Sachs was or Jenkins the Valet was, right? Because a lot of these people were like growing in the NFT space with us, not coming in as like, this is an investment, this is for whatever down the line, you know, a flex perhaps, right? So it's going to be a mix of who comes here with the intention to participate in the community and who just sees it as a vehicle for, you know, financial opportunities. It's both at the same time. It's just, which one do you want? You can do both also, you know, there's no wrong way about it. It's just, it's interesting because there's not going to be a type that comes. There's going to be a lot of types that come over the next few months, because I'm looking at the ApeCoin contract right now. There's only 53,000 holders. That's crazy low, like super low. If you think about how many land plots are going to be for sale and how many people are learning about ape still, that's a low entry point, and only 53,000 people tells me we're super early still.
Yeah. So I want to add a little bit here with my experience if you're finished. So I actually helped a lot of friends got into the apes. There are SpaceX investors. There are, the traditional private equity investors, and a lot of people that they. So I got into the apes. It was started with they asked me what is a bored ape. They asked me, what is a bored ape. They asked me, so they're not the total so they know something about apes, and then they asked me, I help them get an ape. And then when they have it, they are entering this community, having this like a social function. So like I can introduce you with this in this builder, or I can introduce you with this investor. And those people are like having a lot of resources and they're willing to share. They may not here for building. They may not here for flipping because they probably don't need the money forever. Like they just hold it. But then they got this ticket, get into this community like that very organically Web3, and they want to learn like how a good community should be, or how this people are hyping this community is looking like, out of the curiosity, but they're willing to contribute their resources. So they're the ones that they're willing to connect you with different investors, get interested in the project that Ape is building, and then see where we're heading to. So I see a lot of those. I see a lot of people aped in. It's not because they're emotionally want to flip it. They're actually willing to know, or it's somehow related to what they're building or what they're investing. So they want to have a position here. So that's my part of the story.
And if I can add up something to that, let's be honest on something. The narrative is gonna be this way. Okay, we're talking about the flippers, about the builders, but here's the story. People will hear the stories of the flippers who say one day, I shouldn't have to. I should have understood what was building. If I hold on that tight on what I had, and if I was not just a flipper, I would have made something way bigger than what I did with that amount of money that I got. And that story and that narrative is gonna enter it's gonna be mainstream, and people will realize that having a bored ape today is having the ability to participate into building the new internet, as much as having a VFriend, as much as having other type of collections. But still, we all agree on something. Gold standard is Yuga Labs. So that's a huge opportunity.
So let's pivot there. Actually, you kind of bring me into my next question that I want to ask, and maybe Baron, you can kick us off here. So I think at least from my perspective, for a long time, there was kind of this honeymoon period where anything that Yuga Labs did, like the community loved, like everyone was making money. And then I think like maybe around the time of like the KYC, like that was kind of weird. They're like everyone KYC, no one knew what it was about. They then some of the first staking proposals, like the DAO proposals, there was a bit of pushback from the community. Then there was this like Coinbase merch stuff, right? So just little things, right? And Nazar, I even saw you posting a little bit about hacks, right? And how we should handle that and how people should take responsibility. But do you guys and Baron or whoever, but do you guys care to comment on like, are we kind of like ending a bit of a honeymoon period where not every single thing Yuga Labs does is gold, and the community starts to push back a bit more?
If I because it's the continuation of what I was saying, if you allow me, sorry to take that part of the talk to you, Baron and Vera, but here's the thing. We are Yuga Labs. We are Bored Apes. So we don't feel bad when Bored Apes does something that is not cool enough or bad. They already delivered. They over-delivered. So if they're wrong on something, okay, let's discuss it. And they gave us, as Vera said, the opportunity to talk with them. They gave us responsibility. So we left that world, that paternalistic world where we tell you, okay, this is the police, this is the bank, and if you have a problem, this is the insurance, etc. That world, we left it. We enter the world of responsibility, a world where you have your MetaMask, you have your seed phrase, you're responsible. If you don't like it, you can go away. Otherwise, you can stick to it and build and tell your truth and try to build on top of that. So no, we don't feel bad when they do something that we don't like. We discuss it.
I think that's beautifully said, man. Like I give this an analogy a lot of times when I try to explain the board apes to people because they're like, oh, if the board apes do something and you're not feeling it, how do you feel? I said, think of the board apes as the NBA. And each board ape is their own individual team. So my ape is the Lakers, and I can build my team out however I choose to. Whatever I do with my ape, my organization, that lands on me. But what they do, that lands on them, right? So the NBA, they're the commissioner. They have their general rules, their general outline. They present these opportunities. Then we build the best version of what we can with what we have, which is our ape, which is our team, you know? And that's when it starts to be fun when you get to have these conversations and figure out where do we want to point our team, our individual entities, because the board ape is, they, like you said, they've over delivered. Now it's up to us to create the value, right? And that's kind of that surreal mix of Web3 and Web2 and parts of the web that haven't even been developed yet, because I guarantee you there's going to be a generation that comes that go, you were using NFTs incorrectly. This is actually how you're supposed to use it, you know? And I think about that when I'm looking at some of the younger influencers. You see some of these Bored Ape holders in their, you know, teens. Those are the people that I think are going to be changing the game for us in the future and showing us how to use NFTs. So for me right now, I just think of this as an opportunity to appreciate what they do. I don't like everything they do. I didn't like the Coinbase drop. Shit sucked for me. I had 2 failed transactions. But then they went above and beyond and sent back the refund plus free merch. Okay, that's above and beyond. Like, so at this point, like, there's nothing they can do wrong for me because they've already given me so much.
So I think for that, like I would wanted to say, we are on this yacht all together, right? And then the Yuga Labs is kind of like the driver or like, you know, the captain for the yacht. So they're deciding which direction we're going. However, on this yacht, we're all on this yacht together. We're all building on this yacht together. If this yacht fell, we all fell. So you can have your different groups within the yacht. Like, you can build, you can communicate with your problems. And then if you're not happy, you say you're not happy to the Yuga Labs, to the captain, say, hey, we should go this direction. So we have a voice. We have individual voice as an individual investor. We have a voice as a group. Like I created this Telegram group with 250 apes in there, and I believe you guys are also in there. So we have a voice. Like we have Yuga Labs investors actually in it. And then we're able to give any feedback right away. And I'm pretty sure they will deliver the voice with 250 apes. And that will be a different level of communication than individual apes, but our voice will be heard. And if we're not happy, we talk about it. If we're happy, we see it in the Twitter. If we're not happy, we have a space, we open space and talk about it. So I don't see we're expecting them to deliver this much. We wanted to do it together, and we wanted to make sure that we're doing this thing all together and going through the hard time together as well.
Yeah, totally. I think the good thing is the internal team definitely listens to feedback from its community. I think that's pretty clear. And kind of shifting gears here a bit, like apart from just talking about the community, I want to get your guys' thoughts on just Bored Ape Yacht Club as a brand. So how would you guys explain Bored Ape Yacht Club as a brand right now, and what do you think it could evolve into? Like, could it evolve into more of a fashion brand or more of a movie brand, and how will we see IP used in the years to come?
In my opinion, the way, if you allow me, the way you are asking the question, you're already putting borders by saying, will they be either or? And that's actually the main problem we're having with democratization of NFTs, because the fantasy, the general fantasy is thinking that the future, like you see in the movies, is going to be either human being behaving, smelling flowers, running, or whatever, or having glasses and being like that, and just experiencing the metaverse. That's a fantasy. That's not gonna happen this way. It's not either or. It can be both, and it can be everything at the same time. So what Bored Ape can be in the future? Will they be having movies, TV shows, or whatever? It will depend on 2 things. 1, Yuga Labs. 2, us. because we are Bored Apes. So if Baron tomorrow decides to join forces with Vera, I, and the 240 other people from our Telegram group and build something, we're going to do it. And we're going to do this. And they're going to do that. And they're going to do this and that. So we are willing to be everything. That's how I see it.
Yeah, for sure. Baron, do you want to take it next?
I mean, it's already happening when you see people like Jenkins using their IP to create their own story, and we know everyone's trying to figure out the best way to create the next famous ape, right? Like, there's ways to create value by accomplishments for your character, and for me, I think it's about figuring out who my ape is, right? Like, what is the narrative of my ape? What is that character I want to display to the world? And then just figuring out fun ways to execute it. So for me right now, I put a pause on my boring show because I did 20 episodes. And if you look at it, if you watch those episodes, it's actually like watching a time machine. It's kind of surreal to hear all these OGs in the space talk about what they're going to do, and then now watch them see what they're doing. And they did what they said they were going to do. It's very cool. But I want to get that animated. So I'm slowing down now. I'm taking a little ape coin and figuring out how to turn that into a better show that I can present with my character and just have fun with it, right? Like, I think that's kind of going to be the path we choose, is do we want to independently grow, or do we want to license or have someone else take our ape off our hands and grow the character? But either way, it's going to be a fun adventure for us all.
I think the product can be very diversified because we're coming from different background. Like, I'm an Asian female, right? Like, I build something that, you know, maybe a lot of people are not going to build with the ape. So as Bored Ape is a very diversified community, and that's one of the reasons why very early I got into the ape, because I see the diversity of the community. So with the different background of the community or from the culture, they could build their thing actually align with their culture and align their story, that how they grow up or anything. So I don't want to say it's limited to a rapper to build this, like, you know, personal brand, or limited to street fashion brand, which it does kind of have an image of that right now. But, you know, with a different culture, I want to build something that, you know, fits my culture as well.
100%. So hey, I'm gonna take us out with the last question, and we appreciate your guys' time, and I'm positive everyone is like really taking a lot away from this talk. But hey, let's close it out. So everyone's gonna be watching this, I think, on Friday, like leading up to like a countdown of the other side launch. It's like all the hype right now. So who knows? Like 1,000 things might leak between now and then. But you know, just want to get your guys' thoughts. Like, if you were to put it in a few minutes, like, what do you think is coming on Saturday? And what do you really think is going to come for the rest of 2022? If you were to pull out a few points or predictions. Nazar, maybe let's start with you.
Okay. So I think the land is, I mean, the other side is not going to be what we think. The obvious thing is that it's going to be lands. I think they're going to come with another thing than just dropping a land. I don't see them doing what Sandbox did or Decentraland. I don't see them replicating that model, which is not accurate, actually, in my opinion. That model is not accurate yet. So they will come with something new. That's my opinion. So what about 2022 and what's going to happen? Market is going to receive a lot of new liquidity. Like, if you see the numbers, 17, I think, or 20 billions in 2021, and already 13 billion. And last week we had like a ride with 1 new billion entering the space with Moonbirds, as you know. So in my opinion, we'll have more liquidity. We'll have all old collections that will die. Some of the old OJ collections will die because they didn't upgrade. New collections will come, which is very exciting. And as for what Bored Ape will bring after other side, I'm already excited to think of what they will give us to play with inside this new world they're building. So yeah, that's my answer.
Love it. Vera, how about you?
Yeah, so I think that actually each treats of the Bored Ape is gonna maybe having a role in the land and playing together with, whatever, hunting coda or something. It's just my guess. I think it'll be a really fun, but it's different than the current sandbox. And I agree with Nizar. It's gonna be a totally something that we unexpected. So at many Yuga's drop, we guess a lot of things, but none of them are right ever. So I think they're gonna have this drop and make us actually really deep thinking. Oh, this is how you play. Okay, you can play this way and that way. Oh, we're gonna have like long conversations of how will each thing work. So they actually thinking every time they drop something, they think a lot. So I think that will bring a lot of conversations of how to play this game, or I mean the quote unquote game, maybe not a game, but like this the thing that they created. So for 2022, I'm looking forward for something non-PFP coming, because I feel like the PFP has been hot for a while, and there are going to be other uses of NFTs that can be applied for connecting either the Web2 world or building something in the new direction than PFPs. So I'm looking forward. It maybe something like that will happen. Like I feel Proof was kind of some concept happening with the premium membership or alpha group, but that's just one of them. There probably going to be something else. I'm super looking forward to see, okay, what else we can do with the NFTs other than PFP, other than the membership, and what else are there, and how will that contributing to the existing Web2 world and make it easier.
Aaron, take us out. What's coming? What do you think's coming Saturday, and what do you hope for the rest of the year?
Yo, so first off, you guys just blew my mind, because the whole time I've just been in the mob mentality of like, this is gonna be land, and I just saw Captain Trippy post nowhere, and I follow Captain Trippy a lot. I'm like, he says, nowhere have I seen the Bored Ape say anything about land. And then I just started looking, and I'm like, oh yeah, you guys are onto something. Like, we were thinking the obvious. They're gonna hit us with obviously not that. So I'm excited for Saturday. I know that I'm going to Vegas tomorrow for the Personal Corner event. Then I'm gonna fly right back so I could be here on Saturday. I'm not missing that, or traveling with my ledger. But I think this next year is going to be insane. Whatever they are about to unleash on us is going to be super fun, and it's going to be more opportunity to be in this new world. I don't know what this is going to be. I thought I knew, guys, and you just confused the heck out of me.
You got to remember that these guys are writers. Some of them are writers, so they write stories. So they like that kind of suspense and creating new things. And if you read the last tweet of Other Side telling us that it's going to be bought with ApeCoin, etc., they never talk about land. They say you will be able to claim your NFT. So in my opinion, it's going to be something different, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you all for your time here today. And I think those are great thoughts taking us into the other side. It was great having you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having
Everyone
me.
enjoy their day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
High in the sky, above the bickering, the wars, the inflation, there is Other Side Air, where you don't have to worry about your destination, because we only take you to one place.
Is everybody on the line, Bill?
Yes, John, we're all here.
Oh, thanks to you.
The Other Side. Join the apes, the mutants, the punks, and the me-bits. Leave your cares behind. Join us.
Guess where I am?
On the other side.
More alpha coming at you now.
I remember when I was a little girl and our house caught on fire. I'll never forget the look on my father's face as he gathered me in his arms and rushed through the burning building onto the pavement. And I stood there, shivering in my pajamas, and watched the whole world go up in flames. And when it was all over, I said to myself, is that all there is to a fire? Is that all there is? Is that all there is? If that's all there is, my friends, then let's keep dancing. Let's break out the booze and have a ball.
I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculator.
Richard Nixon essentially disconnected the dollar from the gold standard entirely. Before this, the dollar was a specific weight of gold.
I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
If you look at the United States and you look at the dollar from 1971 to today, it's not a great look.
Now, what is this action, which is very technical, what does it mean for you?
$35 was buying 1 ounce of gold in 1971. It takes $1,700 to buy 1 ounce of gold today.
Your dollar will be worth just as much tomorrow as it is today.
So the only choice is to devalue. And when you devalue, eventually you devalue so far that the empire fails.
Let me lay to rest the bugaboo of what is called devaluation.
What do you want to store your wealth in? Do you want to store it in something that's continually being devalued, or store it in something that is uncompromising, unchanging, and trustworthy? You risk money keeping it in dollars.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to ReImagine version 12, Rise of the Apes, where we are talking about all the exciting things going on in the Bored Ape community and the greater NFT community. I am one of your hosts, Patrick McLean.
I'm your co-host, Roshan Marashkar, and today our panel will be discussing how NFTs and the metaverse collide.
So first, before we get into it, let's meet our guests and hear a little bit about them and what they do. So Javier, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, sure. Hey guys. So I'm an engineer at Nansen. And for those who don't know, Nansen is an analytics company, and we try to surface the signal, is the motto, but just make sense of everything that happens on the blockchain, make it easy for people to just be aware of what's going on and give some edge to our users too in their trading.
Awesome. Curious to hear about some of the insights you guys are seeing. Mario, how about yourself?
My name is Mario. I'm the founder of IBC, which started as a marketing agency and now an accelerator and incubator in the space since 2017, and co-founder and CEO of NFT Tech. We're planning to go public on the Canadian exchange, most likely in a few weeks, under the ticker symbol NFT. So co-founder and CEO of that company. And we're essentially invest in the space and launch a few projects ourselves.
Andrew, how about you?
Hey guys, I'm Andrew Antar. I'm founder of Tune.fm. We have the native token, the Jam token running on Hedera Hashgraph. It's the first and only publicly listed token with Hedera. And so on about a dozen exchanges. We're essentially a Web3 music streaming platform and music NFT marketplace. So when the music gets played, the artist gets paid.
Like the slogan.
Yeah, awesome. Great to hear from all of you. And let's kind of get into our first question. My first question is for you, Andrew, and it's, describe what the metaverse means to you and what's some of the infrastructure that's needed to make it happen.
So the metaverse is sort of a new UI paradigm for experiencing web services. And when it's infused with distributed ledger technology and NFTs and digital assets, you really have a sort of new paradigm for the web. So Web 2 is essentially like static UI, UX, on screens, whether it's on your phone or a web. The metaverse is more about AR, VR, sort of alternate reality experiences. So it's more of a 3D situation, and then having the seamless value exchange of digital assets and having sovereign identity and the ability to own your data. So all these things happen in Web3, and the metaverse is more of the experiential part of Web3.
Yeah, awesome. Mario, would love to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, Andrew articulated it pretty well. So the way I look at the metaverse, the way I define it whenever I speak at an event, just to keep it simple, is it's a digital representation of the physical world we live in today. And then I add, since this is a crypto native audience, I can add this part without predetermined physics. Code is physics. And then when you look at something being a digital representation of the physical world, in the physical world, ownership plays a very important pillar to allow our society to function. So for the metaverse to be a true representation of the physical world, as Andrew said, it has to be a Web3 metaverse rather than a Web2. So that's the way I try to articulate it, and that's how I look at the space.
Yeah, for sure. There's a physicality component as well. Javier, do you want to add anything on, what some of the infrastructure that's needed, and like what are some of the important data or metrics that you look at?
I personally don't like the word metaverse, but it's in everybody's mouth nowadays. And the definitions are great, and I think maybe the movie Ready Player One made a bit of damage on our imagination, but it's basically moving some things from the real world or the physical world we live in to this new world where we can have, I don't know, faster money or tokens representing other things, and just a different place to be ourselves and relate to other people. So we have new tools, we have to make sense, and we have to build, like it's very early stage, we have to build this new place just the way we want it, and just by ourselves instead of someone else.
Definitely. Well, and I'll bring up another question. So I think when we talk metaverses, I think it's kind of like a loose definition, right? Like some people say Fortnite is one of the largest metaverses. Other people maybe have strict definitions where they think of Ready Player One, and we maybe can say that we need all this hardware to be in place before we're truly in the metaverse. But it feels like there's a lot of excitement about it right now, and maybe Facebook's name change helped accelerate that. Why would you guys think people are so interested in the metaverse right now if it is maybe quite a few years away? Mario, do you want to maybe chime in on that?
Money is no anyone saying otherwise BS, at least most people. So the reason there's as much hype as there is now, purely financial. Excuse me. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think there's nothing wrong with people chasing money as long as it's done in an ethical way, but it's purely because of the hype. And hype is not a bad thing. While it has a lot of bad aspects to it, hype, accelerates innovation. Again, there's a lot of people hate me for saying this. There is downsides to hype, and they're obvious ones. But yeah, I think the answer is really simple. And of course, there are people that are just really excited about the vision of what the metaverse could bring, and have that utopian. Now, I was doing an event with Nico a few weeks ago, and I was talking about how someone was asking me about the negatives of what the open metaverse could bring, and it's essentially it's being built by the same humans that built the society we live in today over thousands of years. In other words, a lot of the downsides of our society now will be implemented within the metaverse. Now, there will be improvements to our society, because of the ability to have a digital version of the physical world without central entities controlling every aspect of our life. There will still be a certain level of centralization, the same way democracy is not perfect, that we've taken so long to build. So I think it won't be a utopian society, and that's kind of popping the bubble of some people that have that image. But to go back to your question, money is one. The second one is the vision of what the world could become because of the open metaverse.
Andrew, outside of money, I mean, do you think there's any other factors why people are so excited about this now? I mean, even I've heard people talk about COVID and 2 years of being stuck at home, how things kind of got accelerated. So happy to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I think, COVID is definitely a driver to accelerate change, probably compress 10 to 15 years of progress into 1 or 2. But I think a lot of people find themselves stuck on their phones all day, or on their computers at least, for 8 to 10 hours a day. And so it's a sort of a limiting experience. You're sort of staring at a box or just a pane of glass. And so having a more immersive experience that actually feels more like reality, I think would actually be way more valuable for people, and they'll actually spend more money. They'll make actual friends. If you remember back in the days of like AIM, when you'd get home and jump on AIM and see who's online and talk to your friends just because they're there. I think bringing that back, but in more of with the avatar form, where you can actually engage with people or go to meetups, tech meetups, where instead of it's just your local city, it's everyone rallying around a certain topic would talk about something in the metaverse, or whether it's a concert or some sort of experience. I mean, there's so many use cases. You can go into a metaverse mall and buy luxury goods from Louis Vuitton, for example. So, I mean, there's many different ways to recreate the real world without actually leaving your couch, because most people are sitting in one place for most of the day. But actually improve upon the real world because you're not limited by classical physics. So if you've ever gotten lost in a metaverse experience and just, hours just sort of, washed away because it was so engaging, then I think you have a better idea of why the metaverse is so compelling.
Sorry, I was on mute, but I was gonna say, Javier, let's close this one out with you. But why the metaverse now? All of a sudden.
Yeah, I think Mario is right in one thing, and there is an incentive in being the first one and in being right. And the first group of people that get right the metaverse, and they set the bar for what it's going to be. And I don't think it needs to be like VR or something like that. It's just the way we want it to be. But the first one to get it right, like just look how, I don't know, how sticky OpenSea is, or how sticky the first one to get there is. So people are rushing to be the first ones, and in a few years just be the standard of what the metaverse, being able to define what it is. And obviously there is a lot of money there, so that always brings hype. I guess people like the idea because it's already in popular culture. It's something that nobody can define exactly, so we are still trying to know what it is, and it feels like we have a say, and we are kind of hyped to see what's coming, like all of us.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see, how the communities develop it versus other companies. Now I kind of want to shift gears away from just talking about the other infrastructure like VR and AR. And so I kind of want to talk about, what are some of the other things like digital ownership? How does that tie into the success of the metaverse? And, is it going to be more of a protocol or centralized? Mario, I'll go to you first.
All right, so I try to separate the whole space into two terms: the metaverse and the multiverse. Now, multiverse hasn't been used that often, and I'm trying to get it used more often. But it's essentially like the ecosystem for multiple metaverses that exist. You can look at the multiverse as Earth, metaverses as countries and cities. So the multiverse, your question about whether it will be a protocol, the multiverse cannot be centralized. It's like saying the internet will be centralized. It cannot. There's a lot of central entities that control a big portion of it. The same way there's a small number of countries that control most of the wealth on our planet. So there will be central metaverses like, Meta's one, Facebook's one, that will grab most of the attention. But it will all be built on either one protocol or multiple protocols. And if it is one protocol, which is very likely, similar to how we have one protocol that allows Web 2 to function, that we all decided to utilize to make everything interoperable, there could be one protocol for Web 3. Now, if that's the case, the amount of value that's going to be locked in that protocol is going to be insane. Because again, the metaverse is a digital representation of the physical world. That imagine, the entire value on Web 2.0 being locked into one protocol. So the potential is endless. The value of that protocol could be worth trillions, or it could be multiple protocols. Be very interesting to see whether that converges or not. And then whether it's going to be centralized or not, I think that's for the multiverse. For the metaverse, that's where some will be centralized, some will be decentralized, some will be a mix of both. You're going to have multiple metaverses, the same way you have multiple websites, and each website will have its own code, its own way of functioning, its own community, its own culture, etc. The same way there's multiple countries on this planet, and each one has its own culture, its own community. Some of it is extremely centralized, like North Korea. Others, partially centralized, partially decentralized. Let's use Russia as an example. I don't want to get political. And some of them, let's say, completely decentralized. As let's look at some of democracies in Nordic countries. So you can expect a similar paradigm to form in the digital world, because again, the same species that created this planet will create the virtual version, the digital version of that planet.
For sure, there'll still be like maybe rulers and everyone will have a different place in different metaverses. I kind of want to jump to you, Andrew. Do you want to talk a little bit about, I know Hedera has this large metaverse fund. You guys are investing in like games, sports, and fashion. So where do you see some of the trends, and what do you think it's important for companies to focus on?
Yeah, so Hedera has actually launched the largest ecosystem fund by several orders of magnitude in the entire space. So it's about $2 to $3 billion worth of HBAR and about 20% of the token supply. And so that basically makes the next largest one, which is, I believe, the Near protocol, around 200 million, and Binance around 100, 150, much smaller. So they're really investing a lot of capital in the space. And there's separate funds within that. So one with DeFi, and then one specifically, the largest one, I think it's about 200 million, specifically on the metaverse. So I think the reason why Hedera is one of the best protocols, if not the best, for the metaverse is it's the only protocol to achieve asynchronous Byzantine fault tolerance, which is the highest level of BFT, of Byzantine tolerance. And so there's also less than seconds to reach finality of consensus. So it's 100% consensus. And the fees are 1,000th of a penny to transfer anything anywhere in the world. And the throughput's over 100,000 transactions per second per shard. So it's essentially infinitely scalable. And so in the metaverse situation, you have, one experience in the metaverse lasting maybe half an hour or several hours. You could be initiating potentially hundreds, if not thousands, of transactions. And whether that's actually buying something in the metaverse or literally just making sure that if you're like in a first person shooter, that if you shoot this person, that it knows that you shot them first. And so it knows which person died and which one didn't. Any sort of game mechanics can be sort of logged in the ledger itself, because there's also the Hedera consensus service. And so there's many ways that games, both Web 2 games Web 3 games that are 2D or 3D or in VR, can utilize a lot of these decentralized features and ledgers. And so you really need something that's super robust, performant, fast, and secure, and provably secure and fair in terms of the ordering of transactions. And so that's why Hedera is probably one of the best layer ones to build a metaverse application on. And so they've decided to really put their first foot forward and invest over $200 million specifically in building metaverse experiences on Hedera.
Yeah, that's very exciting. And I agree, there'll have to be a lot of throughput. We're going to be doing a lot of interactions in these metaverses. Lastly, Javier, do you want to add something about, what are 1 to 3 metrics that either you look at or that you can see through Nansen for evaluating like successful projects, right? How do you know? What do you look for?
Well, that's a bit of a change, but I just wanted to say that those numbers are really impressive, like Andrew. I love to see them like on projects, and I really hope that those investments go to good projects, developers, and that stuff. And on the metrics that we check on Nansen, well, obviously volume and users are one of the most obvious ones or the most important ones. If you are comparing blockchains against each other, we've recently added the top view for Solana, and we have we still believe that the different blockchains, they all have a space. So maybe one blockchain becomes the de facto NFT blockchain, or because there's not a best one. Like you have to decide which trade-offs you take on the blockchains, and one is decentralization. Like a lot of people, we care about that, and some other people, they don't care at all. Like they want the best user experience. They don't care if it's centralized. And some other people are very religious about the decentralization. But obviously you also want a good throughput, and you want to be able to have lots of transactions on the blockchain. So, you take one with the other. Obviously Ethereum has the provenance of being first with smart contracts and NFTs, and a lot of money locked there. And other blockchains are trying to get behind that, and Solana is one of the new ones with a lot of NFT communities bringing new projects, and something we pay attention to. On the metrics that we check on Nansen, a bit of everything, like something that makes or breaks a collection is the holders of the collection, and how much if you track what they do on the blockchain, if you see that they are usually people who hold the NFTs and they never sell, you feel safe in that collection, right? And if you see that a collection is full of flippers, and like the next day they're gonna sell, you wanna be first and you wanna sell first. So it's tricky to know what to look at, but the information is there on the blockchain, and the best way to look at it is, I recommend, just go to our dashboards and check what makes a project different than the other one. Just look at the metrics we have there and check usually what we call smart money, or the people who have made consistent profit on the blockchain. Just try to track what they do, and try to not copy them because they are first, but try to imitate what they do in the process, and just get better at it with time.
So playing on that, I have a question on like metrics, like for the metaverse. Like let's say like rubber meets the road. So everyone talking about this future metaverse. Do you guys think that, and I'll pass it to you first, Mario, do you think that there'll be a time where people on average spend more than 50% of their time in the metaverse? And like, how far is that? Is that maybe 10 years, 20 years? And do you include yourself in that? Like, will you be one of those people?
Yeah, my answer would surprise you. I think we're already here. If you exclude sleeping time, I look at the metaverse. If you go back to my definition, what's wrong with my voice today? If you go back to the definition, it's a digital representation of the physical world. If you think about it, we're on Zoom right now, instead of being in a boardroom, which would have been the case 30 years ago. I was on WhatsApp all day today. Now, I do a lot of biohacking. So I was like going to different clinics to do biohacking all day, catch up after a lot of traveling. I'm always nonstop on WhatsApp, nonstop. Then I go on a podcast, education, listen to a few podcasts. When I'm going to sleep, to fall asleep, I watch a few TikTok videos, YouTube shorts and TikTok videos to fall asleep. If you think about it, most of my life, excluding when I dance, when I train dancing, other than that, I don't socialize much. I'm spending most of my life within the metaverse, just the Web 2 metaverse. So we're already there. We have people that spend literally every waking minute playing games. One of my team members here, He's sleeping now because he's spending all night playing games. He doesn't get off the computer. We literally have to drag him off his laptop. So we're not in a Web3 metaverse. We are in a metaverse. We are in a digital representation of the physical world. And we're already spending, many of us, already spending more than 50% of our time in that world. And as that world becomes more immersive, as the concept of ownership starts to, yield value, not monetary value, just like as other forms of value, to allow that space to function, then it's natural for people to spend more time within that space. More than 50%. So if you take out going to the bathroom, you know what? Even when you're going to the bathroom, you'll probably still be playing that game, or still be on your phone.
Andrew, are we already in the metaverse? If not, what gets us there? What's the definition?
Yeah, I mean, I think whether you call it metaverse, multiverse, or what have you, we're very much digitally engaged. And so, obviously we're on Zoom now, we're on our phones all day, or a laptop, or even when we're going out to see a movie, you're still looking at a screen. We're always engaging with digital media. And I would venture to say that's more than 50% of people's time. I mean, I'd like to see more, reality where people meet face to face, because you can't really replace that. And just, walking through a park is like something that people don't do that often anymore. But let's just say people are already looking at some form of screen over 50% of the time. That screen is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger until it's literally strapped to our face. And you can look around and it's tracking your head movements and, basically the VR, AR situation. So if you're walking around in the real world, there will be overlay of digital things on the real world. And if you're walking around the virtual world, whether you're sitting on your couch, then it'll be, fully virtual, fully rendered. And, now that we're transacting with fiat currency and credit cards and now Apple Pay, and those things will become way more often and more seamless, and micropayments will be more normal, and we'll be buying digital assets, digital clothes in the metaverse, digital guns, and the digital whatever toys you might think of to show off to your friends in the metaverse. You might be part of a million meetup groups, or social clubs, or you might go to the festival metaverse one night and then go to the meditation metaverse the next morning. And, this is all part of the multiverse. So if we are to say the multiverse includes all these sort of digital communities or digital experiences, then yes, we are definitely part of the multiverse. And if we are to limit the metaverse to just the fully immersive Web3 version, then that's coming in 5 to 10 years. But you can see how we could easily be spending 50, 80, 90% of our time there, just based off the fact that we're staring at screens all day already.
Javier, how is Nansen planning to look at these future metrics, or maybe even metrics now, and how do you think those will be defined? Is it time spent on chain, etc.?
Time spent on chain, that's a good one. I was just thinking that what they were saying. I've been working at Nansen for a few months, and I haven't met anyone in real life yet. So what's more metaverse than that? Like, we talk every day, we see our faces every day, and I still haven't met them. But and we collaborate and we work together every day. So we are. It's not like the metaverse has to be on chain or has to be. The metaverse is just this idea that we are coming up with. But on the blockchain, we are seeing more use. Like, there's more people. I mean, it used to be a fringe thing like a few years ago, and now it's like on every TV show or on every people's mouth. It's everywhere. So the trend, if you had asked me, like, are NFTs going to be a fad, or they are going to be staying here forever a year ago, I would have said maybe this is an experiment, a cool way to introduce digital ownership to people, but maybe this is not going to stick. And I was very, very wrong. Like, they are even bigger than we thought. Maybe in summer, this was the peak, and now it's all deflating. And we've had more volume this January than last summer. And then we had a really small drop, and now we have more users and more transactions. We have 2 new marketplaces on Ethereum, and lots of marketplaces on other chains trying NFTs, and lots of new communities coming up every day. So looks like the trend is up, and we are gonna see more and more of this every day. So good for us, I guess, because we enjoy it.
Yeah, these digital experiences are kind of defining the metaverse. And
this is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
Just past the swamp and through Curtis's clubhouse lies the other side. And in the other side, your credit cards and your dollars and cents just won't cut it. That's why we use ApeCoin. So when you want to stock up on Captain Hats, Codas, and of course land, ApeCoin. Don't go to the other side without it.
Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side, yeah.
I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculator.
Richard Nixon essentially disconnected the dollar from the gold standard entirely. Before this, the dollar was a specific weight of gold.
I have directed Secretary Connolly to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
If you look at the United States and you look at the dollar from 1971 to today, it's not a great look.
Now, what is this action, which is very technical, what does it mean for you?
$35 was buying 1 ounce of gold in 1971. It takes $1,700 to buy 1 ounce of gold today.
Your dollar will be worth just as much tomorrow as it is today.
So the only choice is to devalue. And when you devalue, eventually you devalue so far that the empire fails.
Let me lay to rest the bugaboo of what is called devaluation.
What do you want to store your wealth in? Do you want to store it in something that's continually being devalued, or store it in something that is uncompromising, unchanging, and trustworthy? You risk money keeping it in dollars.
Stay tuned. We're about to wipe the floor with this one.
Speaking of that, I kind of want to talk about the digital economy now. So, how do you see as the metaverse or a digital economy as it grows, how does that impact kind of the real life economy? And how large is the opportunity with the metaverse? Like, how big is it going to get to affect real world things? Mario, if you want to start.
The second question is hard. It's really hard to determine how big it will be. Leverage increases perceived value in many ways. Whether, I wouldn't be surprised if a big chunk of a lot of economies of their GDP moves to that digital world. But quantifying that's very difficult. But going back to your first question, what was your first question other than the size of it?
So yeah, like how does as the transition, more assets or value moves into digital economy, how's that going to affect the real life economy?
Yeah. So I got it. Yeah. So I think in the early days there'll be a lot of overlap. So we're already seeing this where buying shoes in the metaverse. There's a project we incubated called Faith, and Faith is like a metaverse for fashion. And what they're doing is they started they wanted to launch a token to democratize fashion, the physical world, before the metaverse. Didn't even think of it. And then the whole metaverse hype started. So they're like, all right, we'll do the same thing, both in the physical world and the digital world. So if you buy a piece of clothing, so they're an existing company that already does multiple 8 figures in profit. So they're an incumbent. They're like, all right, if you buy a physical good, you'll get a digital version of that as well. And if you buy, and they're not the only company doing that, of course. But if you buy a digital version of this, this NFT, you get a physical version as well. So I think there'll be a lot of overlap within the physical and digital world, but I just don't think that will persist, because I see over time to detach more and more, where the digital world will be almost detached from the physical world. Now, I could be extremely wrong on this prediction. I'm not basing it on any historical occurrences, any events. I'm just looking at how people function and how they like, whenever there's innovation, they want it to be comfortable. They want to relate it as much as possible to what they understand, which is the physical world. So when there's that virtual economy forming, everyone wants to make it as similar as possible to the physical world. So that's more palatable. They can understand it better. They know how to function within it. So over time, I see that detaching further as the space evolves more and more. So I think that answers your question about how the physical digital world will overlap. And then I think the early days as well, we'll see a lot of those inefficient aspects of our physical economy move to the digital world. Most obvious example is traveling to go on a holiday, traveling to go on a meeting, waiting in line to go on a concert, on an amusement park. I think a lot of those experiences will be early ones to shift to the metaverse, just because it removes so much friction that it's an easy use case for people to understand.
Yeah, totally. And I think you're right. We're going to see a lot more companies, use the metaverse to decrease costs and things like that. How about you, Andrew? Would you agree, or are there any things you think might coexist in both worlds, like real life?
Yeah, I think the only thing you really can't replace in real life is like eating food. And so, I mean, maybe fitness, but some people don't do that. So there's with Uber Eats and everything, you can just sort of order it up and not really leave your couch. But virtually every form of work, whether, obviously Zoom, you can just imagine being in a virtual conference room with your colleagues, or a virtual office, wearing your headset for 8 hours a day if you're doing a 9 to 5, and actually having a better work experience than what Zooming all day would be. And then, being able to, have dictate everything instead of typing everything, for example. And then, once you move from your work to your entertainment, you could be, playing games, watching movies, hanging out with friends. I mean, there's virtually no experience that cannot be digitized in some way. And then when you add the commerce layer to it, and all the digital assets and ways to transact, and of course, this is going to be fully interoperable with many different chains, many different ledgers, many different metaverses that you can port to and bridge to and go into portals and go from here to there to there to there. And I think that, these types of experiences will be way more stimulating to the brainstem than just real life itself. And so that's what really sort of sucks people into this black hole of metaverse entertainment. And because if they're getting paid probably in some form of crypto to work, then their work experience will also be virtual. And it's obviously cheaper to have a meta office than to have a physical office. And so
well, who knows, the prices might change here.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
it might be pretty
you never know. I mean, I think we'll still have the real world, of course. Not everybody can afford all this expensive gear, just like not everybody can afford an iPhone. So I think it's going to be it'll take many decades until it just completely permeates like 90% of the population. But I think it will be something for a huge sector, like, hundreds of millions of people will be spending most of their day engaging with these types of interfaces and experiences. And, the physical world stuff will be just for necessities and, with all the delivery services and everything, like a lot of your physical world needs will be met without having to leave. Even your fitness needs can be at home. And I think COVID, when everyone locked in one place, really showed how most people can just go about their daily lives without ever leaving their house. Whereas a few years ago, before that, it would be sort of unthinkable. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And Javier, if you want to give us your closing thoughts on this question, or even talk about what are some of the future jobs you think people will have in the metaverse?
Yeah, future jobs. Okay, yeah, I can tell you that in our company, Nansen, we have a scouts group, which is just people looking at the blockchain and trying to find interesting things, trying to find new entities, trying to find new processes. So had you asked me 5 years ago, there is a job that's just, looking at the blockchain and finding cool things. Okay, that's something new. So who knows in 5 years? About the real world economy and how it could relate to the metaverse or Web3 or whatever. I don't know how it is on your countries, but taking ownership of a house here in Spain, it's a massive pain. Like all the things you have to go through and all the hoops and all the documents and all that stuff. And now we are seeing people just trading not only NFTs, but tokens, or learning about digital ownership. And it's a seamless, easy way to just transfer provable ownership of something. And you have a ledger that says, I was there on that day and I bought it, and this is the price. These are all the people who own it before. At some point, people are going to question, okay, so if it's so easy for NFTs, tokens, or whatever to make this trade, why is it so complicated for something so important in real life? And hopefully at some point, not in my country, that will never happen, but hopefully in some country, we will get easier experiences when we talk about ownership of things.
100%. So even to play off a little bit on what you're saying, like registering a property, like property rights, I think, I'll kind of take us out here on the last question, but, I saw a video the other day of a self-driving car. I think it was Cruise in San Francisco, and the cops were pulling it over, but there was no driver in it, right? So it was just this big moment of confusion where law and ambiguous technology kind of intersect. Well, when I look at the metaverse, like, I've been, and so curious to get your guys' thoughts here, really seeing how it parlays into NFT collections. So I'll give you an example. Like there's this Yuga land sale with the Bored Apes, right? And a lot of people speculate that the NFTs that we own might be avatars in the metaverse, right? So you might put on this different skin. Well, then you might want to go to a bar in the metaverse or some location, and you can't because you don't have that, that character. You're not from that like collection, right? Or like you mentioned earlier, Mario, some countries have different definitions of boundaries between their properties, right? Like what are property rights? So like when we look into the future, what do you guys think are some of the unintended consequences here, and what are some new legal and kind of societal battles that we'll fight in this digital world that we might not even be thinking about yet? And Mario, I guess I'll kick it to you.
It's a tough question. Legal, even though I'm a partner at a law firm, I'm not an expert in the space. I'm more of a crypto advisory. So I can't comment much on the legal aspect. I'll get ideas once I hear Javier's and Andrew's answers. But on the societal aspect, what are some of the challenges we will face? I think the challenges that will come up are challenges we cannot yet imagine. Most of them, some of them we can predict. The cancel culture becomes more dangerous. For example, deep fake. That technology that people were talking about a few months and years ago. Imagine that in the metaverse. So imagine what a DDoS attack could do to someone's identity in the metaverse. Your whole life is now virtual. So now if your computer gets hacked, I'll go get another laptop. If my email gets hacked, I'll reset it. Or I'll open a new email, worst case scenario, or my Instagram or whatever. But imagine you've got a digital identity with a digital life, and then there's some sort of cyber attack that impacts that in a negative way. I think cybersecurity is going to become an extremely important issue. Now we're seeing different countries, and I don't want to pivot too far away from the question, but that's an exciting topic for me. We're seeing, we see reports here and there like, hey, Russia's doing this to the US, or the US is doing this to Georgia, or China. I'm just mentioning random countries because I don't want to get into politics. All these different countries have, having cyber attacks on one another or interfering in each other's politics. For us right now, that's not a declaration of war. Yeah, if a country sends a missile to the US, it's a declaration of war. But I think that could change as our entire life becomes digital. Cyber attacks could disrupt everything in someone's life if you're living in that virtual world. So I think that'd be very concerning, the cancel culture. The issues we face in Web 2.0 will become significantly more important as Web 3 takes effect. Because now that we've got more advanced technology, AR, VR, and the concept of digital ownership, we can move a bigger chunk of our physical world onto that digital world. That means the scope of impact from these Web 2.0 issues will be much greater in a more engulfing Web 3 that engulfs a bigger piece of our life. You're muted there, Patrick.
All right. Andrew, I'll kick it to you. What unintended consequences do you think will bring in? Will there be a Supreme Court? Will there be a court system in the metaverse
Yeah, I think so to your point about the cars, like real world regulation really lags behind progress and technology. And so it's also very reactionary. Like you don't necessarily have a law written until like some big disaster happens. It's not proactive in any way. And I think that we already have a lot of laws for digital products like DMCA, Digital Millennium Copyright Act. There's actually a new law that just came out in Europe that's getting passed. That's going to change a lot of the way things work. You've also got GDPR. And there's also the concept of code as law, where the laws or rules are enforced by the code itself. But to your point about like Supreme Court in the metaverse, I think there will definitely be like governing councils and governing bodies that actually set these rules. So, for example, Hedera has a governance council of 39 members that can vote on code upgrades and changes to the protocol and issuance of tokens or release or literally anything to do with the protocol itself. And it's sort of a digital governance body. And you also have this concept of governance tokens where, all the members of a DAO would vote based on their token stake. And so I think, right now there's a lot of governance tokens, but not a lot of digital governance happening. So I think that will start to change where the governance will start to actually happen more and mean something, because there might be a hack and it will still be reactionary because that's human nature. Somebody has to lose a lot for, some major rules to be rewritten, for example. But in the case of Hedera, there's these governance council members are like Fortune 100 organizations. You've got Boeing, you've got LG and large banks and others like Google and IBM. And so they have members and they have 3-year terms and they can only be out there for 2 terms. It's sort of like a new digital constitution where there's a democratic structure that's created to govern a digital network or distributed ledger technology. And so I think the metaverses will have some form of governance council or Supreme Court, if you will, of that metaverse. And it might just be a collection of users who are either voted in or people who own the tokens, if there's some form of governance token. And then when things come up for decision, say, for example, there's 13 members, it's always good to have an odd number so you have a tiebreaker, but 13 members of some governance council of, say, some metaverse situation. And they have to deal with a dispute. Maybe some hacker stole something from somebody or somebody stole someone's identity, or they have to close or patch the code or upgrade something. The decision will go to them and then they'll vote on it, and however they decided they would vote, and then that change will be made. And so I think like a lot of the democratic systems and legal systems that we have now, which are based on like, laws and paperwork and legislation and voting, you'll see the sort of same version of that in the digital world, but in a slightly different way. And so we will, in a way, mirror the real world laws in the digital world and have our own versions of those to come to conclusions and decisions.
Javier, you could take us out here, but will it be based on where you access the metaverse? So if you access the metaverse in Madrid, is that different than accessing it in the UK, right? Like, is it on the city levels, on the government level? Are corporations going to be the judge and jury? Curious to hear your thoughts.
I think it's very early days, and they've touched on this, and it's so we are seeing the DAOs and how they govern themselves, and it's basically majority based on the tokens you hold usually and the work you do for the DAO, but it intersects with the code is law kind of thing, because how do you effectively direct an organization if you don't have enough people involved, and if you don't protect the decisions from someone taking a majority of tokens just for changing one decision today? It's a very tricky thing to do. And I also wanted to add on the security thing that Mario was talking about too, since this is going to be seen by Apes. So OPSEC is going to be much more important. Like up until now, we've just let banks take care of our money, but if we are going to take care of our digital assets, we also have to protect ourselves and our assets in a way. So, just follow good security rules, and just because it's at this point it's kind of a meme that there is a phishing attack against Bored Apes, and we've lost 9 this week or whatever. So again, I'll shield Nansen, and maybe you want to check that contract before you go and mint some new land, because maybe it's not a real contract, and stuff like that. Like you have to protect yourself. And when it comes to making decisions, I guess we still don't have a good recipe for how we should make the decisions for large organizations on the metaverse or on the digital universe we're making or whatever. And we are still trying, so we'll see what we come up with, but I'm not convinced that we are there yet, even though there are a lot of successful DAOs for, I don't know, like for trying to buy collectively a really big NFT. They're already using the code is law thing. We all pool money together, and we are the owners of really, I don't know, like an alien punk or whatever. It has worked so far, but we are, like Mario said in the beginning too, we are still human with our flaws. So again, we are going to replicate our flaws on the blockchains, on the metaverse, and on whatever we make. So we have to be aware of that too. But a lot of hype and looking good.
Yeah, awesome. That was great advice from everyone. And thank you so much for your time and helping us envision the future of the metaverse. Enjoyed speaking with everyone here.
Thanks for having a good day, guys.
Just past the swamp and through Curtis's clubhouse lies the other side. And in the other side, your credit cards and your dollars and cents just won't cut it. That's why we use ApeCoin. So when you want to stock up on Captain Hats, Codas, and of course land, ApeCoin. Don't go to the other side without it.
Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side, yeah.
Don't you dare change the channel, cause we're going ape shit.
The Comedy Central roast of Justin Bieber.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kevin Hart, and welcome to the Comedy Central roast of Justin Bieber. Here's the thing. Justin Bieber has tens of millions of fans. I mean, most of them are either in middle schools or or standing at least 500 feet away from one. I mean, it's the truth. I'm not saying anything that's not the truth. Tonight, here's the thing. Tonight, we're going to do what his parents and the legal system should have done a long time ago. We're about to give this boy an ass whooping that he deserves. We are. We are. Everybody, let's get ready to mumble. It's Shaquille O'Neal.
Thank you, Webster. Kevin is the only celebrity with a star on the yellow brick road. In case you didn't know, I am Shaquille O'Neal, Shaq Diesel. Justin, as a father of 6, you got to straighten up, son. You know, last year you were ranked the 5th most hated person of all time. Kim Jong-un didn't even score that low. And he uses your music to fucking torture people. But thanks to that music, Justin is worth over $200 million. And in prison, 4 packs of Cools. Justin got a tattoo of Jesus on his calf. Why you gotta bring Jesus in your mess? That man has suffered enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Snoop Dogg right now.
It's time to talk about the bitch of the hour. Justin, Leave It to Bieber. Justin's life changed when Usher heard one of his songs and liked it, which only goes to prove that Usher ain't black. Now, Justin, you release so many horrible and unwatchable videos, you should change your name to Vanilla Isis. Now, most like myself, we go a little crazy when we get famous. Buy some dope cars, fuck some bad bitches. But you bought a monkey. I mean, that monkey was more embarrassed than the one that started the AIDS epidemic.
I have not seen any use case other than funding illicit activities like drugs and prostitution. I have not seen any use case that is legitimate so far that Bitcoin solves.
The main tactic that they will use, they will say things like Bitcoin is only used for terrorist financing, and you don't actually need privacy, and if you want privacy, that means you must have something to hide. They will use those kind of scare tactics to keep the public from embracing a system which actually empowers the public.
Hey everyone, we're at ReImagine 12, Rise of the Apes, talking all things greater Bored Ape community and the general NFT space. I'm Patrick McLean.
I'm your other co-host, Roshad Barashkar, and excited to talk about Bored Ape and IP today.
So before we get started, let's meet who we are speaking with. Space, want to take us in? Tell everybody a little bit about yourself.
What's up, everyone? I'm Space Ape, OG in the Bored Ape Yacht Club. Joined on midnight. Looking forward to our 1-year birthday coming up here soon. And yeah, I got a lot of apes, a lot of mutants, a lot of dogs, serums. And I, spent the last year specializing, I think, in applying IP. So I'm really excited to join this conversation today.
JT, let's go to you next.
All right, what's up? This is JT from Ape Productions, and I'm just happy to be here. I mean, this is an illustrious group of folks for sure, and I've been in the space. I didn't get in on Mint Day, so I came in a couple of weeks after, and but glad that I did. Just like I tell people, it's never too late, especially when it comes to Yuga and the Bored Apes. I mean, It's the just love what everything that's been happening. And when it comes to IP, the use of IP of our Bored Apes with what we're doing is key and core to what we're about. And we're just having a lot of fun with it, and it's just an amazing ride so far. And we keep just trying to keep pushing forward, and happy to be here. So thanks so much for having me.
Doc. Hey, Jock, you there? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Hey. Jack, I've been in the space since August. I missed out on everything with class, and I got pulled as soon as after the first time I animated an ape. Richard Wagner, he pulled me on board to the Spud Society, and we as Spud Society bought the mutant that I am proud of, and to be fair, I'm just animating apes all day long. That's what I look at, and I'm now on Kingship, and I'm sorry if any of you is waiting for ape animations. There's a very long waiting list at the moment, which is great. Which is really good.
Quality takes time.
I'm happy to be here. I'm honored to be invited to this. Thanks.
Thanks for making the time. Last but not least, Tropo, what's going on?
Hey, man. Hey, Tropo, kind of OG Apes fan. Was there day one from Discord, there for all the craziness, have been present the whole year, participating with the community and doing a lot of usage of my IP. And I think that's been very, actually pretty lucrative for me. So I've been very, very happy with the ability to do that and not have it even be a question. So happy to talk about all the things that I've done and others have done this past year with their IP.
Yeah, well, I always see you posting on Twitter, and excited to hear more about the deals and how other Bored Apes can take advantage. So let's sort of move into our first question, and we'll start off with Jack. So the first question is, tell us a little bit about your perspective of why it's important to bring Bored Apes alive through the IP, and what sort of makes the IP of Bored Apes more interesting.
More interesting than other projects, you mean?
So I guess what makes the IP of Bored Apes maybe unique to other projects?
It's just I'm biased because I love apes. I love the design and I love the art, and I think that when you have IP of something that is as iconic, that is backed by such a strong community, that's, you gotta make the most out of it. It's just bringing the apes to life. I was really surprised that when I found out in August that no one else had done it before, or that's what I was told, and I was like, this is crazy. There should be an animated series out there already. There should be these characters. I don't know. When the first time I saw one, I was like, this is awesome. This is really it kind of the style of it resonated with me. It's got some sort of retro vibe in the way they're drawn, and it just landed, the design and the position, the whole thing lands itself very nicely for animation. Although I have to say, cheetahs are hell to bring to life.
Cheetah gang, what up?
Well, yeah, I love cheetahs, but I love DMTs. But DMT fur is I'd rather take an M2 and animate an M2, because at least I can split each part and animate it than a DMT fur. But with regards to the IP, it's just I mean, really, like I know it sounds like everyone will say the same, but it's just because the community behind it is so strong, and because I don't know, like it's just become so iconic. Even when they weren't as expensive as they are now, which is kind of like it kind of becomes irrelevant, right? Like they were already like the apes. I don't know. I just yeah, I don't know. I just felt like you have a full IP of something like this, which can potentially become like Curtis could be the Mickey Mouse of the next 100 years. I don't know, like it's or not. Even if not, it's been a fun ride so far, and making good use of your IPs for me is just keeping the ride going, and build even more. I mean, I don't know what's around the corner. I kind of I've seen the trailer, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's like the right vibe, I think, and I totally agree with you. Like it's animations are hard, and bringing it to life is hard. But no, interesting to hear from you. Maybe Space, if you want to kind of elaborate. What makes the IP of Bored Apes in general like lucrative for commercial deals, and maybe talk about your experiences a bit. What kind of deals have you explored or looked into, like specific categories, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, from a brand perspective, and I've worked, my day job is in, consumer research and branding for like over 10 years. So, to me immediately, like going back to Midnight, I didn't know exactly what was happening when I bought it, but like the very next night I was like, oh my God, I get it. Because people were already making derivatives and people were already excited to buy the derivatives like 12 hours, after these things were made. And it really clicked for me, like what's different is, we own the IP. So like right off the bat, the club, said like, you guys, this is your character, like do whatever you want with it. And then awareness, right? So we're, in a world where you're constantly trying to, figure out like how to maintain attention, like this has a groundswell behind it. You have a lot of people who are naturally want to be a part of it, whether they themselves have apes. And so they want to see their ape in the lights, or they want to see other apes in lights. You have other people who want to join the space and they look to them as, the North Star, like the first movers. So I think for those reasons, the Bored Apes really stand out. In terms of deals, there's been a variety of things. I would say this year is when I call it Web 2 season. It's when I think a lot of the outside world has started to, come in and want to do stuff. I'm not going to talk a little bit about the deals that I've been presented, but I have turned down deals. I think where we are now is that, apes were here first. Like a lot of us have been here since day one, and we took the risk. Like we had the conviction. And so I think it's really important at this stage where outside, money wants to come in to pay their fair share. So that being said, what I'm kind of more interested in and been plugging away at is like more like ape-driven initiatives with IP. So, we've been making crypto boardies, which is a mashup of, Bored Apes and crypto mories. I'm rocking my filter, which other apes make. We've made other merch in the past. So to me, that's kind of where it's at, is like we have a tool now for, regular people to own something, to, bring it to market, to grow their presence, and to have an audience who wants to pay, and cut out a lot of the middlemen and a lot of the, I would say, institutions that have had their chance. I'm more interested in kind of ape-driven and community-driven stuff, but you're gonna have a good time no matter what. Like there's brands out there who are ready to pay.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see how the internal community has been using the IP. Tropo, if you want to expand a bit, maybe talking about, what makes the IP so lucrative? What kind of deals have you seen? I think you're pretty vocal, encouraging every ape to sort of get the value of their IP out there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think everyone wants to do that necessarily, or is, I guess, capable right now of like attaining those opportunities. But just the fact that it's there and you don't have to ask permission from anybody, I think is what allowed this to proliferate so quickly in the first place. Going back to spring last year, people started creating derivatives, art, custom clothing, like things from their apes, and these ape based companies sprouted up to support that. You didn't have to ask permission from Yuga, whereas the CryptoPunks, there was just a lot of uncertainty whether you could actually make money, or I mean, it seemed like you couldn't, and people didn't want to test it, and that led to, I think, the CryptoPunks IP kind of getting stymied in terms of the mass adoption of other people making money and making products. So right off the bat, there was just like a very clear directive, like do whatever the fuck you want, sell whatever you want. You can even use the BAYC logo on your stuff as long as you don't sell it, right? That was clear as well. Like if you want to make a custom shirt and wear it, that's fine, no big deal. And to what Board Space Ape was saying, there's a lot of internal support happening, and especially early on, if I saw somebody was launching a service to create derivatives or custom clothing, like I wanted to support that. I wanted to be vocal in that, like we should support each other, because eventually that will go beyond just the ape fam, right? People will get more interested. Outside companies will come in and want to partner with us. So the more we do that now and support and show everyone else that like you can make money off your IP, it worked. I mean, like it's insane. I've turned down deals, which is like so weird to say. Like I'm turning down money to use my monkey picture. Like it just, you sound like a moron when you like say things like that, which is like, so I don't know. It's very, very privileged. And like, I recognize that like we're in a very fortunate spot right now to actually even have this JPEG that's valuable and have other people that want to use it. So I'm very like cognizant of that fact. And I do just want to like, I just want people to know that like it's a very good place to be in. I think a lot of apes are very happy about that position, and that's why they're so likely to support other endeavors.
Yeah, no, that's well said. And we'll get in later in the conversation talking about, what is the right amount or what's fair, to pay ape holders for their IP. But lastly, I want to go to JT real quick, because your team at Ape in Production, you guys have been doing different things with the IP, more creative, but I know there's also opportunities to like cast your ape in the talent pool. So tell us a little bit about how your team is envisioning it.
Yeah, and so to kind of echo what a lot of the folks here are saying, I mean, from the first time I saw the apes, right? So I bought my first ape on June 1st. So I didn't get in May, like mint month, but I'd been looking at apes for the weeks leading up. And it's like, and I'm not necessarily trying to just, hey, here are my bona fides. Like we've been in here. But, Jack made an interesting point about at some point, like the value of the apes over time, it almost doesn't like, once you're talking about, and like what Trobo's saying, like you got digital monkey pictures that are worth, hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? So whether they're worth 50,000 or 500,000, it's kind of crazy at all levels, right? But the value is, is based on the fact that you've got these network effects. You've got this community that underpins this really cool art that was super intriguing. And like, even like when you look at the Yuga founders, I feel like, those guys are storytellers at heart, right? And they started by trying to build this community around just kind of the story of even why the Bored Apes were where they were in the first place, right? Like that they had all made all this money off crypto, and now they've retired to the swamp to just kind of chill and be bored and vibe out. You know what I'm saying? And we say it a lot that also too, I think when people resonate with like, the apes, like Jack was talking about, like just apes in general are dope. And, we've heard Timberland, who's part of our team too, saying that, he's just always kind of been drawn to apes and dope, sort of uses and versions and all that, because at the end of the day, we're all just a bunch of bored apes. You know what I'm saying? Like that's literally what we are. So it's like, and when you see them in these cool, like, different, gear and all this kind of stuff, and like you see them and you're like, oh, these could be characters. I could relate to these things. I could relate to these folks, like all this kind of stuff. So, and then also too, the most important thing that Yuga did right off the bat was giving the IP to everybody, right? To say, hey, take the apes, do whatever you want. It's the ticket to the community to become a part of this really cool thing that we're all kind of vibing with and doing. people gathered around that and they were drawn to that. And then separately, they were like, oh, by the way, this really dope, cool ass art, you guys can use for whatever you want, you know? And that gave people opportunity in the middle of this enormous NFT wave to be like, yo, like, let's do some cool shit, you know? And I mean, I'm even rocking like, this is this Ape Aesthetics, you know, which is shout out to D Farmer. You know, he's been doing the gear for a minute, and I see everybody rocking. I actually had to decide between the Bored Ape t-shirt that Space Ape is rocking, like, and the Ape Aesthetic shirt. And I'm like, which one do I want to wear today on the show? And, you know, so anyway, so, you know, right from the beginning, it was like, yo, these are really, really dope. To me, they stood out like, hey, you know, I looked at it like, you know, like for me, I've got a hip hop background, and I was like, yo, these apes could be rappers, you know? Like I personally, you know, getting to a point in my life where like, you know, we used to do shows and we opened up for, you know, we opened up for Lil Wayne and Wu-Tang and all this stuff back in the day. But as I get older and like, you know, working a day job and other things, it's like, you know, I'm not getting on stage at Summer Jam or, you know, like Rolling Loud, like, you know what I'm saying? But my apes, you know, can go do whatever and be whatever, you know what I mean? And like, and be an opportunity, not just for me, but for other people to like have a voice and show their art to the world, right? So when you're talking about music and singers and rappers and all that kind of stuff, and you know, and I think there's a hip hop ethos that kind of that runs within the Bored Ape Yacht Club in general. I mean, they had the lo-fi hip hop channel from basically the beginning, you know what I'm saying? And it was like, yo, and like the apes that, you know, became part of our family, Lincoln Abraham 2390s rocking the Bored Ape hat, he's mad clean. And it's like, that dude should be spitting, you know what I mean? So it just naturally kind of fit around the narrative that we started to build within our own, you know, as we're like buying into this and just vibing and doing the whole thing. And then, you know, for us, the way the process went, and I've kind of talked through this at a couple of different times, it's like, you know, we started putting a little demo together because we're like, yo, you know, like the Gorillas, like huge shout out to them. They were like, you know, a lot of ways that, you know, they set trends. You know, they were onto this so far in advance, almost like they were too early, you know? And so it was like, hey, like, you know, and then we connected with Tim, who was really vibing with the apes. You know, Steph Curry had aped in, you know, they were becoming more, you know, visible, like just overall more popular. And he was like super down. He's like, yo, I want in, like, what's good? And it was like, yeah, we found the ape that was perfect for him, the Congo ape that literally like, you know, is like almost embodies like his whole vibe, the hip hop ape with the gold chain and the glasses and shit. And, you know, and then we're like, oh, by the way, you know, we're kind of doing this music thing too. Like, what do you think? And he was like, yo, this is dope. He's like, but it'd be a lot doper if I like got involved. You know, we're like, well, of course, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's go. So, you know, and so I think, and that became a lot of, for us, you know, what the whole reason we started doing what we were doing, which was, you know, again, taking these really, really dope NFTs, focusing on the Bored Apes, because that's where we kind of came into this thing. And for us, you know, we've always, you know, we continue to look at other, you know, NFTs to involve and, you know, to broaden the community. But the apes have really been sort of the centerpiece for us because that's where it started. And they continue to deliver, like the, you know, Yuga and the community, right? So, and it's just a natural fit. And, you know, so that's kind of, and, you know, we started working with folks like Myth Division to do the art. And those are, you know, another team that's just been heavy on the derivative side. And, you know, Crypto Painter did the art for our second track because he's another one. Everything he does, he doesn't miss. Like, it's all dope. And so, you know, it's just, again, it's just a culmination of all these things that that have been built around this opportunity to take these rights that we've been given in the IP around this really dope stuff that builds on top of a community with these network effects and everything else on top of really cool art, a really cool sort of general broad story that gives you enough sort of runway to just run with it and do what you want. And then we've just been vibing and doing what we do. And, you know, we've been making music, put out our NFT, and this is where we are. So.
First off, I'm super happy to be here. We put this interview in a time capsule. It will be famous. I'm quite sure of this. Like, I see many people here. I would say you guys are kind of like top-ish people like in the community, right? Like, you guys are exploring the edges of what IP can be. When I reflect what I believe of the Bored Ape community over the last year, and I think there's some misconceptions of the people who own apes, right? Like, in hindsight, everyone looks like a genius, right? But like, maybe a lot of the holders, like the base average owner of a Bored Ape, like didn't have millions of dollars in the account, right? And they had to look at the price go up, like have their wife threaten to leave them or husband, right? Like, it'd be like, are you crazy, right? And
I
like,
just didn't tell mine how much they were worth as they were going up.
you didn't know. Let's be honest. Like, the price could change to the minute. so I think like there was this promise of additional yield with IP, right? But like there's a bunch of people that had, I'm guessing on average, I don't know if anyone's done a poll. If not, we should do it. But like how many people who owned a Bored Ape for the first 6 months actually had ever done anything in IP or licensing, right? Like I'm guessing it's less than 95%. So I had like a bunch of people who didn't really understand it. There was kind of a promise of it might be able to be worth something. There's 10,000 of them. So, right, it's not like you're only one. There is no guarantee that this brand will be successful or not, right? Like, you know, we could maybe will it into being Disney, but right, like the point is that it isn't, right? Like we get these little landmarks, like there's t-shirts at a Zoomy store or a restaurant opens, right? So to a certain extent, like I'm just curious how you guys feel, and maybe Jock, go to you. Like even at the complications of animating these things, right? Like at scale, is IP achievable for like the average ape holder, and is that something they could look towards? Do you believe?
You mean, can they get their ape animated?
No, I mean, like I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can like try to pay you to animate their ape, but like is a brand gonna try to put their ape on a cereal box or something? You know what I mean? Like,
have they done that? I think I've seen that.
I'm sure it's in the works. If we haven't seen it yet, I'm sure it's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's in the works. I think I have seen it. I mean, I also like get tricked to believe in a lot of stuff that's not real.
right. Yeah, you're like, is this even real?
Yeah.
Like, but board puffs or something, board flakes.
Elon Musk bought Twitter. Elon Musk bought Twitter. All that fake stuff's gonna end. Just give him like
yeah. No, so I mean, I think what I think is that the majority of holders don't actually make the most of their IP, and I mean an easy and achievable thing is to get a animated or like to just get your ape to be part of something bigger. I don't know. I think it's something cool. I mean, and I don't know. It's kind of just like the fact that holding it gives you a chance to be creative with it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people out there who don't care, who just may have the chance to then step out of their comfort zone and be like, you know what, I'm holding something that is I can make something more out of, and why not? And from an animation perspective, there's different standards of animation, and there's all sorts that can be achieved and all sorts that can be, like at the end of the day, what really matters is the idea behind what you're trying to do, is not really the execution in a way. And I think a lot of examples in the space prove that. Like, it's the project behind, there's the story you're telling that really matters. It's not really, the art. I like the art. I think it matters, but I think for itself is not as strong as like pictures of monkeys that put together the community and build upon their IPs. Right? It's build upon the fact that they can be put in the same pool with people they never thought they would. Like, I mean, I had a chance to work with people, or I have a chance to work with people. I don't know. Like, I've been in meetings with people that I never thought I would ever come across in my life. Like, as in, like, I don't know. It's all like the magic of. I call it the magic of the apes. It's kind of like the fact that you can build upon them. And I mean,
do most people underestimate the difficulty of animating stuff, like that whole process? Like, you feel like they want it overnight, and like
100%. Like that's why a lot of people fall for scammers, because they'll be like, oh, connect your wallet and you'll have your ape animated by the morning, and then there's no way. Even if you go into Fiverr, there's no way that's gonna happen. Like it's like there's just like yeah, it's not gonna happen. It might or I mean, unless you find someone super quick, super fast, super skilled, yeah. But they definitely underestimate.
Let's see some of these guests that will be animated for the show. They don't know it yet. That will look cool. Let's see if we can hack something. But hey, Space, let's go to you. Are most apes born with an owner that understands IP, or are they waiting for their owner who will help them get to the promised land?
I'm gonna have to hop off. I'll try and join back in as soon as I'm back.
We'll love to have you.
Thanks for making time, Jack.
No worries. Thanks for having me, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Peace out.
Bye.
Okay, later, Jack.
Later.
I don't know if all owners, like Tropo said, like, does everybody want to do that? Maybe not. Some people just want something to invest in. Some people just want to join a community. There's a variety of reasons I think that Apes could appeal to someone, or that, other NFTs with IP could appeal to someone. But from that perspective, I do think, like, if you're the type of person out there who is sort of inclined to just be a hustler, like to be a go-getter, like to want to do stuff, I feel like this is the place for you. And, for me, Apes is that, like, I didn't know how to make anything when I got an Ape. Like, I talked about being in branding, but that's like a corporate job where I do research and I sit at a desk and I make reports and I look at data, So, like, the first thing I made was a pin. How do you make a pin? I started with that because it seemed doable, right? Like, okay, this is a small little thing. I can figure that out. I can manage that. And then, with the aspirations of like some sort of brand, some sort of something like in the real world, because I do believe, even though this is all happening digitally, like, we live in the real world. And so to me, that's where, and like, I'm not a coder, like I'm not a computer engineer. So my use of the IP isn't going to be in the computer. It's going to be in the real world. So, thinking through those things and then figuring out, like, okay, what can I do and what can I give a shot? And then going through that process. And it was a lot harder than I thought it would be, to be honest. And there's a lot of stuff that I would do differently if I could go back, but it's all part of the journey of the learning. And for me, at least, other people may learn differently, but I just dive in. Like, I just do it. I got to get my hands dirty. I got to figure out what does and doesn't work, and then use that for what comes next. So, I had never made a pin. I had never made a thing before doing that stuff, right? And now fast forward, like, we put an NFT in the Super Bowl, on some shoes that someone painted, and I didn't paint those shoes, right? So it's just about, like, knowing what it is that you want to do as your general goal. Like, I want to build something, or I want to make a brand, or I want to be part of a community, or whatever it is, and then just going towards it, and also finding people along the way who can help, right? So because I'm not a digital coder, when I was away from my physical stuff, my brother got lymphoma. I wasn't able to be with my pins anymore and mailing them out. I had to pivot to doing digital stuff with my IP. So then I had to find people who that's what they specialize in, right? Like, they can make filters, they can make derivatives, they can make whatever. And meanwhile, I bought an iPad and I was also learning how to do these things, right? So it's both. It's like, you got to be willing to put in some work. You got to be willing to try something new and, like, probably fail a little bit, and also find people around you who can do what you want to do aspirationally, partner, pay, whatever. But yeah, you don't have to have a background in it. You just have to have a drive.
Love it. And Tropo, I'll go to you next. I think if many people who own Apes maybe aren't the world's best experts in IP law and how to contract
none
something.
of us, dude. Yeah,
Right.
dude.
No, but like, if there's some education and there's like expectations will meet reality, and I see you post about actually making these deals happen, what are people's expectations, right? Like, I just saw Coinbase put a price on it. Coinbase put a price and said $10,000 for something, right? And there was like some backlash. Like, what have you learned through that cycle?
It depends, really. It's like, how much value does that bring? Like, I licensed my ape to Yuga themselves for the Rolling Stone thing. I got paid $5,000. Like, is that a lot of money for licensing ape? I don't know, but it's like, there's prestige in that, in that usage. So I was like, that's good for me. That makes sense. I want to support Yuga, they've supported me. It really depends. The question of like, do apes know what they have and how to best utilize the IP in like a proper legal way to protect them? Probably not. I sure as fuck don't. I mean, I'm learning. I've been working with people that have done this before outside of NFTs that can advise me, that can protect me. And I think it's something that's going to be more and more necessary as people find opportunities to utilize their IP, not just apes, which is probably good. Like I am working to start a Bored Ape agency primarily with some other folks who have done this outside of NFTs, not only as a way to bring deal flow to apes, but also to protect them from bad deals, right? I mean, it's like, so I think people are very excited, rightfully, about licensing their ape. But like this could really be one of those things where it's like, if you do it poorly, you're potentially removing yourself from a lot of opportunity later. If you do it well, you're potentially seeing like gains for years and decades to come. So I mean, my advice is like, take your time, seek counsel with people who know what they're talking about, reach out to other ape owners, other NFT owners that have licensed their apes. I've gotten DMs from people who are like, can I see like one of your agreements? Like just get some context, like what does a good deal look like? What should I be asking for? What should I be looking out for? So like, don't be afraid to reach out, go into the Apes Discord, go into Twitter. People are going through this. They're happy to support you.
Like, and I'll go to you, JT, in a second, but you got me thinking where you're talking Tropo, like, I remember like what many people don't know this, like I think Y Combinator, like investing in startups was like super hard, right? And then all of a sudden Y Combinator comes out with this doc called a SAFE. And then 500 startups came out with this doc called a SAFT. There are basically like two really simple investor agreements for startups. There's a huge innovation like in around 2010, but it was basically that any VC and any startup could sit across the table without spending $20,000 on lawyers and like conclude a deal, right? So I do think, and I'm super happy to be on this call because I hope ape holders are listening to this and can take lessons and maybe reach out for advice. But JT, like, to kind of piggyback on this general conversation, like, do you think it's a collective, like, do all the ape holders need to help each other, or do we need to keep reinventing the wheel, paying different lawyers each time and coming up with different agreements?
Yeah, I mean, well, that one's an easy one. I mean, I think obviously, look, we've got to help and support one another. I think the community is great for that. Now, I'm a little different. My background, I am actually an IP lawyer. I play one on TV or whatever. But but I think that even so, right, I think you made a really, really great point, which is, look, you've got people now that are licensing this incredibly valuable IP that a huge percentage of them have never done anything with IP before in their lives, right? So, but I think what drives a lot of people is, although people may not all be animators, everyone's not a coder, but you've got a lot of people that are creative, right? And you've got a lot of people who have really cool ideas and really cool thoughts, or they're just cool people in general that, have a good sense of community, connecting with people to do cool stuff, right? A lot of people are gamers. A lot of people have been inside, in Discords, in chat rooms, in different types of scenarios where, they vibe with people. And, and I think, again, a lot of people have a lot of common interests too, where they all like cool, like I joke around. I'm like, yeah, you can be into our stuff if you like cool shit, if that's something you're into, then, you might dig what we're doing. I think from a broader standpoint, I think the Y Combinator example, I do think that it would be really important for folks to follow suit within the Bored Ape community too. I think the fact that Tropo is willing to share agreements with people and advice. I mean, to be honest, I communicated with Tropo before on it was something related to punks or something. I had a question and I knew he was just involved. He wasn't like an official member, and I hit him up and I asked him a question. He hit me back like quick, like, hey, yeah, this is the deal, like whatever. You know what I mean? He didn't know me, you know what I'm saying? We happen to follow each other. We both owned Apes. it was the kind of thing. It's like, you know, I mean, do you even remember, man? I mean, you probably might not even know that we even communicated before. But that's my point.
Wait a minute.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's my point, right? It's like, you know, the whole idea is this idea of, and we try to do the same thing. I mean, within our own community, within the Ape In stuff, but even outside of that, it's like for anybody who's trying to get into NFTs or understand Bored Apes or understand what maybe their options and opportunities are. Because I do think that, and this goes to what Space Apes started this whole conversation, or this line of convo with was, you know, you've got these big brands coming in now, and people do want to take advantage of people who own this valuable IP because they're recognizing that, oh, wow, you know, these apes are extremely popular. It's like one of the hottest brands in the world. This thing is a full-on rocket ship. We are going to the moon. And it's like, and everybody wants a piece of that. So of course you've got plenty of sharks that are out there that'll love to take advantage of people that don't know any better, you know, and then it is a matter of that balance, right? If like you've got an ape asset and you want to be able to leverage it, right? You want to either get paid, but, you know, like Tropo said about where the Rolling Stone thing, like, you know, it wasn't so much about the money, but the prestige that was involved. You know, some of this is also just getting our apes. A big thing with what we're doing is also trying to create characters out of our apes so that people know when they see, you know, 2390, they say, oh, that's Lincoln Abraham. He's a rapper with the zoo. That's Safari Ferrari. You know what I mean? All of our apes. Oro Blanco, who's part of the zoo, who's one of the rappers, right? We just licensed him to a cannabis company to be the face of a cannabis strain called Oro Blanco that'll be on the shelves in California. And it's like, because it's this idea of, you know, building, you know, each ape up as its own, that has its own story too, because then I think they're even more valuable that way. It's like there's only so many apes that you would see. And by the way, and we can't have a derivatives use of IP conversation without mentioning Jenkins the Valet. You know what I'm saying? Because without a doubt, like Jenkins has become arguably like the most famous ape. He was one of the first, if not the first, to sign to a talent agency by himself. And then the platform that they've built that is literally intended to help apes get like, you know, or to help ape owners license their IP sort of in a mass way at scale, right? Because those are the things that become really important. It's some of what we're trying to do. Jenkins is ahead of us. I have no problem even, you know, saying that. It's not even a competition. I'm a Jenkins holder. I love Jenkins. You know, we put him in our first video. He's in our first track, you know, because it's like the stuff that they're doing with their platform, with their tech to allow ape holders to go in, use your NFT, put your ape in, get your, you know, if you're at a certain tier, you're a character in the book. At a minimum, you get an acknowledgement. You know, you participate in everything else going on with their ecosystem as Urbola. I think I butchered the way you're supposed to say that shit. But like, it's all super dope. And it's done in a way to help ape owners like take, you know, realize the value in their IP. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and that to me, those are the kind of tools, the more stuff like that we can do. You know, Tropo developing an agency for apes to help provide guidance and help, you know, not just bring deal flow to apes, but also to make sure that those ape owners, you know, can take the best advantage of these opportunities, because these are, owning an ape has been life-changing, right? I'm the type of person, it's like, yeah, I had a good job before, I made some money, but it's like, you know, but buying an ape, the apes that I bought were the best investment I ever made. You know what I mean? Period. And it's like, and all you really had to do to be successful so far, and thanks to you, God bless Yuga Labs, is just buy an ape and don't do anything. Just claim all the stuff. Get your dog, get your mutant, get your serum.
Don't sell it, yeah.
Get your ape coin. Just hold on. Hodl. You know what I mean? But now we start entering into, you know, this new era where they've become so big, so popular, so famous, so valuable that now the licensing opportunities are becoming really, really incredible and awesome. And so now it's a matter of making sure, like, you know, it's like no pressure, but hey, this decision could either, you know, eliminate the value of this life-changing asset, digital asset that you bought, or it could change your life. You could set up generational wealth for yourself and your family. No pressure though. It's all good. You know, it's like that Kanye shit. Like, you know, but hey, you know. Anyway, so long story sideways, I think that it's key to answer you. That's the long answer. The short answer is without a doubt, you know, I think it's the community and our ability to create tools and platforms and just otherwise just generally share advice. That's critical. We're all, a lot of the folks who bought early, who, you know, held onto their apes, who were not, you know, IP experts or, you know, rich to begin with. It's like, yo, these are the kinds of things that, like, you know, a lot of us are in the same boat together, kind of riding the same wave in different sort of forms and fashions. And, you know, we have the ability to help each other in the process. And I think that's critical. So.
Yeah, I love this discussion about, you know, for individual holders, people in the community, things they can do with their IP. And I think you guys are really helping them envision to think larger.
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
Dear citizens of the world, there is a revolution upon us. You see,
The old and outdated ways of indirect representation, where those who parade around as if to have exceptional power, in their all but flattering three-piece costumes, claiming to speak in the voice of your values. The archaic ways of our past where we are separated by entry barriers to knowledge, where we are separated by time, space, and the speed at which information can travel. The days left on those bygone years are counting down and dwindling. The shadow of our past that casts itself upon the present is growing dimmer and dimmer by the day. Those of us here who believe in a brighter future, founded on technological innovation, distributed models of power, the separation of money and state, and, above all else, the free and open exchange of ideas. Those of us who believe in these things know what is to come. Through our collective efforts and through a coordinated strategy to educate others, we can, without permission, reclaim this world from the ground up. So, please, my
High in the sky, above the bickering, the wars, the inflation, there is other side air, where you don't have to worry about your destination, because we only take you to one place.
Is everybody on the line, Bill?
Yes, John, we're all here.
Oh, thanks to you.
The other side. Join the apes, the mutants, the punks, and the me-bits. Leave your cares behind. Join us.
Guess where I am?
On the other side.
You're tuned in to ReImagine 2021. I'm your host, Mutant Ape 452, and we're here in the thick of it. That means we're aping into all things NFTs. What is an NFT? What are NFTs outside of the art world? Is it just about profile pic mania, speculation on the chance to make a quick million? How are NFTs reshaping the concept of ownership in a digital age? Don't worry about the unanswered mess. We're about to sweep the floor on this one.
I do kind of want to broaden it a bit and now talk about brands and companies, because I think that's contributed a lot to the growth of Bored Ape. So I'll pass the first question to Space, and I kind of want if you could break down a little bit on, how do you see traditional companies using BAYC IP to enhance their brand? Like, what's the difference between Adidas buying a Bored Ape? You've seen Arizona Iced Tea and some other VCs buy Bored Ape. So is there like a proper Web3 way to like not only buy the Bored Ape, but sort of make your entrance into the community?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there's definitely like, I don't know if on the Ingo there's like a right way and a wrong way. You can probably reflect on what's been done and kind of see, but I definitely think looking at who has come in, you can kind of have an opinion on like, oh yeah, like they're cool, or like, ooh, that was cringe. I mean, with Adidas, I think they took the kind of like, let's partner at the highest levels, with Yuga and with Punks. And so there's sort of this like company to company, which is, if they're the right companies, is really powerful, right? Like you want that sort of like, wow, we got Adidas, you know what I mean? Like I'm out there buying Adidas stuff now every chance I get when I wear it with my, my Ape shirt, just because like I want to, to me, it feels like a fit, right? So, and looking forward to the things that they drop, for holders of their NFT together. So, I think that's an awesome way to do it. But again, only certain kind of brands are going to be able to pull that off, to have the clout, to get the club to want to do that and things like that, right? So then what do you do if you're just like an everyday brand, or maybe you don't have that? I mean, this is not ape related, but I saw the other day that like 1-800-Flowers has like a .eth, and I was like, 1-800-Flowers, like, they're still around. And when you look at their Twitter page, it's like, we're in Web3, like, stay tuned. I'm kind of like, I'm curious to see what happmes here. You know what I mean? So I do think it's an opportunity for all varieties of brands to enter a new space and, to maybe reinvent themselves a little bit for an audience who, it's like, we're all excited to be here and we're doing it for the culture. So like, if you can figure out as a brand to come across that way, whether it's at the highest levels or whether you just buy a .eth or you buy an NFT as your profile picture, you know, and dive in. I think, you know, you have the chance for success. It's not a guarantee, but like we're willing to see what you have to do, right? On the other hand, I personally think it's odd when brands, like I think Puma, for example, has done a lot of cool stuff with the Gutter Gang, but like I think right off the bat of announcing it, then they sort of announced another partnership. And then, you know, if you're changing your profile picture too often, you're in bed with every single project, maybe too fast. Like I understand like a rollout and sort of partnering with lots of communities, but just, it can tip to the other direction of like, you know, okay, this is just, it starts to come across to me as like Instagram ads where it's just like, oh yeah, like another brand with an NFT, like another brand with an NFT, like, is this organic? Does this feel right? And I'll say in their defense, you know, the basketball collabs and the custom shoes and, you know, like I think they're putting a little bit of meat on the bones, but just be careful with how you kind of enter the market, because we can kind of, the bullshit, you know, meter of folks is pretty low in this space in terms of like, if you make a wrong step, like they're going to come for you and they're going to come for you fast. And it's not always easy to recover. Right. So yeah, I think there's a variety of opportunities to enter at all levels. And to me, it's about like, how authentic are you? Like, are you really joining the community and being a part of something? Or are you just kind of tacking your brand onto something and maybe it's not really, you know, and there's a place for that too. Like, a cannabis license where you walk into the store. So, you know, what is it that you're trying to achieve? Are you trying to have a community and growth? Are you just trying to have product branding for sales? Like that, but I definitely think there's something for everyone, right? It's just about matching the goal and you know, how you go about doing it.
Yeah, no, love that point. There'll definitely be a lot of business to business relationships and deals, and also like B2C, business to consumer. I want to add a small twist before I pass it to Tropo, because you made me think of something. Do you guys think, you know, with the ApeCoin DAO and, you know, some of the powers there, like, do you see some responsibility from the holders, or do you also see ways that holders can enable some of the like future partnerships, specifically with like IP deals? So I'm thinking, you know, will the ApeCoin DAO dictate like some future deals? Maybe I'll pass it to Tropo.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's an AIP and a improvement proposal from Guy Osiri that he just wrote about using 1% of the fund, which equates now to like over $100 million, to introduce partnerships, IRL use of ApeCoin. And I think that opens up significant opportunities for IP. Right, because like if those things happen, they're probably going to want some apes to go along with that usage, which means using their IP or licensing from others. So yeah, I think there's a huge opportunity with ApeCoin to proliferate the brand outside of just the Web3 space and IRL. And I think that idea right there from him is going to be one of the big drivers of that.
Yeah, definitely. And how about you, JT? Talk to us about any unique experiences you've had, like any pushback while you guys are trying to blend these two things together, because you guys are also kind of disrupting like the music industry, you know, different ways to get royalty and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, so it's interesting because it's like we find ourselves like, you know, as we've transitioned from our initial drop and you know, coming out the gate to, you know, figuring out, you know, sort of this transition into this longer term operational enterprise, right? And what you realize is like, you can't just, at least from what we've seen, you can't dive in and be all like, oh, we're so Web3 and there's no overlap into Web2. You know, I say we kind of exist in a little bit of a messy middle a lot of the times, and you kind of need to, depending on what you're trying to do, right? For us, you know, we're trying to bring folks that are fans of music and culture, you know, into the Web3 environment, right? In a way that makes sense and something that, you know, sort of an easy kind of, you know, approach. And, you know, and again, it's not even just when we dropped our NFT, just getting some folks to be able to, and people, anyone who's dropped a project, I think goes through this process too, where you've got to educate people on just how do you create a MetaMask wallet? I mean, I literally had to do like a step-by-step for just general folks to be able to figure out how to go from, okay, open up an account at Coinbase and then create a MetaMask and fund your MetaMask and then go to OpenSea. And, and people are like, oh, my OpenSea account. I'm like, well, yeah, but it's not in your OpenSea account. It's actually in your wallet. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, there's an education, there's a curve, there's that learning curve that, I think you have to help get people over. And depending on exactly what you're doing with your project, it's like, but I think at the same time, what we're seeing, and I think, with the Gaia Siri, ape improvement proposal, is an example of like, recognizing that the partnerships and the opportunities to bring brands in, not just with the Bored Apes, but into Web3 in general, because now everybody wants to get into NFTs, everybody wants to do Web3 stuff, right? And Space Ape nailed it. It's like, look, there's some of it's going to be legit. Some of it's going to be cringe. Just because a brand wants to do it by itself is not a bad thing. It's just, but how are you going to approach it and why? And it's like, if you're doing it just to say you're doing it to check a box, then, it's, and come in a way that's not authentic, because you have to be able to step in and embrace the space wholly, to really get it and understand it. And, for me, one of the key things where I saw it personally was that, even in my Twitter feed, back before I was really heavy into Web3, my Twitter feed was a lot more like political stuff and this and that and just general other sort of noise and nonsense. And it just got so much better when it was a lot more GM and just, the vibes of just all the different projects and everything else, you know what I'm saying? And, but I think now it's like you're having all of this overlap across all these places and all these, again, big brands all want to come in. I think having somebody like an ambassador like Guy who can go and bridge that gap, I think is huge. I think that is one of the best things that Yuga did was bringing him in. And there's a reason that now he's going to, he's working with Pixel Vault. He's, and all the projects that he's involved with are going to absolutely benefit from having him do that. He's a king deal maker. I mean, he's a king maker. He's one of those guys, and and having been in a meeting or two with him, you know what I mean? He's that dude, right? And at the end of the day, all that stuff is great. I think, there's plenty of opportunity as long as people are willing to kind of do it the right way, and I don't think the right way is for me to necessarily dictate it. The community is going to ultimately decide if it's the right way and if it's authentic and if it feels like the right kind of approach. But we've also, so for us though, it's like trying to find the right kind of ins and outs within, sort of that overlap, those gray areas in between. Web 2.5, if you will, has been, kind of an interesting challenge. And like you said, it's disruptive. It's like we're trying to figure out like, okay, what should the model be, right? Because there needs to be ways. It's like you can't just give everything away for free, because then artists, how do artists get paid? Because it's like there's different aspects to it that create opportunities like never before. You've got the ability for fans to engage with entertainment businesses and artists and creatives like they never could. You have the opportunity for artists to put their music out like they never could before. Now it's like, okay, but how does everybody win? And those are the key things, because by creating mechanisms, platforms, and situations where, you have sort of mutual benefit across the board. And there are ways to distribute the pie differently, 100%. That's a lot of the reason why we're doing what we're doing. But figuring out the best way to do that, to make it so it's consistent and sustainable, is key to making sure that things can continue to work and we can continue to drive sort of down that path. On another note, we have had occasionally, I mean, we've had really great reception with some of the meetings and brands that we've talked to about different things, but, we do occasionally get some where they're like, hey, even though they're trying to get into Web3, they're like, yeah, it's cool, but sort of what you're doing is a little bit too edgy. Even like, our lead track was ape shit, you know what I mean? And it's like, and we're rapping and we're talking shit and we got like, we're talking about weed and everything else. And it's like, it's funny. You still get some of that.
Wait. Let me jump in here. Like I'm thinking that you're saying like everything you're saying, like how artists get paid. That's a Web 2 issue as well, right? Yeah. Like too edgy of music. Like we're actually like coming back to these same trends,
yes.
right? Like
yeah, and that's exactly my point. So it's like you can't leave it all behind. You're not going to leave Web 2 behind completely and just dive in, unless, well, depending on what you're doing, right? I mean, if you're Sandbox or something like that, like where you're truly trying to build, the metaverse that exists within a metaverse, then, but even they've got to have their hands in a lot of different stuff. But yeah, the same challenges and issues don't go away. The cool thing is that we're coming up with really new, unique, novel ways to solve those issues and create a, sort of better access, fairer distribution, easier opportunities and things like that. And that becomes, I think, for at least for us, is like a lot of the driving force here. What started with just, hey, let's buy some cool JPEGs because these are dope and figure out ways to kind of mess with them. Then all of a sudden, your mission changes. And this kind of goes back to also, to like what Tropo was saying, like you've got half, 90, or no, actually it was you said 95% of the people don't have IP experience. And it's like, so they went from, I bought a cool JPEG, just as a way to vibe in a community, to, whoa, this was an incredible investment, to, whoa, this is an incredible investment opportunity that's not stopping. So, and you've got to make all these decisions all the time. And it's like, and as everything is in the space, we say this all the time too, is the NFT space is like, what, 1 week in NFT world is like a year. You know what I'm saying? Everything moves so fast. So, and this goes to Jack's thing, what he was talking about the animation is like, for people who don't know, they think, oh, just throw that together, but there's a reason that film budgets and animated movie budgets are in the, $100 million potentially, right? I mean, it's like, these things are not easy. Things don't happen overnight. We're creating great new ways to be able to do things that we could never do before. But, you still have plenty of challenges and roadblocks and constraints, but, it's all about just keeping it moving.
Well, let me go to you, Tropo. Like a ton of things to unpack, like in what you just said, but I don't know. I almost want to create a segment and say like tales from the crypto. Like, like you want to. I feel like I never met you, but I feel like you're a guy who maybe wants to pay it forward. Like, can you tell people like if some road like blocks or bumps along the road that like you've experienced, like if you were to go back in time, like what would you have not done with your IP stuff?
I don't know. I probably would have done more, to be honest, like been pursuing it more strongly early on with other artists, like just getting my aid commissioned with other creators. I don't know. I feel like I've done a lot. Like I've got a piece right behind me that was done by Claire Salvo, who like just did it with a big pen. I've got another one that's just like literally dot drawings of my ape, and it's like an incredible piece. But I think what I would have done sooner is probably get some proper advice from people who have done this before legally, in terms of like how do I set myself up as a company to represent my NFTs? Like, what's the best way to do that? How do I protect not only me but my assets from each other? What's a good way to establish what's a good way to structure your businesses? So getting that advice.
Your ape can't open a bank account.
I don't know, maybe like I don't know. So that's probably what I would have done sooner. Not necessarily like, have I made mistakes with branding? I don't think so, but I probably made some mistakes in terms of like protecting myself from like just taxes and shit like that, like that dumb legal shit that nobody really, if you don't have experience in it, well, I don't know what the best way to do it. I've licensed it to myself personally, whereas now I've got a company that actually has the NFT, and that company licenses out, and I've got a company that owns the NFTs, and then another one that I use to license the NFTs, and those two have unrestricted rights with each other. But then my NFT itself is protected should the company fuck up for some reason, because I'm an idiot. I don't know, but like just those things where you really don't know a good way to do it until you speak with people who have. So that's why I'm very keen on sharing information with each other and helping each other out.
And if you look into the future, like, do you think most people are just going to bump into those walls? Like, are they going to have to learn the hard way, or do you forecast that it'll become hopefully more standardized?
I think hopefully with initiatives of like having an agency and doing more education around proper IP usage, then it will at least prompt other people to seek advice from others if it's not readily available. So, but I think people will fuck up on their own too, for sure. But hopefully that happens seldomly.
That'll be a TV show in itself. Like just apes trying to get jobs, fucking up. Like this is actually like our premise for ape TV show. But Space, I'll go to you. Like, do you think Yuga plays a role in this? Like, is Guy Oseri going to be like the manager to all the apes, and as long as you're contracted with him, you're good and going to be rich? Like, are they going to have an agency? Are there going to be many third parties?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get myself in trouble with my answer here. Because I'm pretty vocal about my stance that I honestly think the club should have been doing more for us in terms of helping us understand how to navigate what it is that we have on our hands. I've heard a lot of stories of Apes, signing deals that were bad deals, and I think it's on everybody. You have to take responsibility. So, like, if you signed a bad deal, like, that's on you. But I agree with what Tropo was saying in terms of, like, there's no roadmap for us. Like, we don't know what the fuck we're doing. And I think with great power, also comes some level of responsibility that would be nice to have some guidance or some tips or access to people like Guy for individual apes. And, another thing that I'm vocal about is, like, the number of apes that I have and the lack of communication that I've ever been able to receive at the club level. And it shouldn't be like, oh, I have a lot of apes that, you should pay attention to me. Like, somebody with one ape should be able to get attention. But if I can't get attention, then what's going to happen for all the people who do only have one asset or two assets? You know what I mean? So I do think that somebody somewhere should be helping apes, given how much fervor is happening at the club level, and for nobody to sort of bring that to us as a group, and I think for us to try to do it as a group for each other is kind of what's happening. It's kind of what we're left with, and so we'll get it done. You know what I mean? But I do wish that there was a little bit more support or guidance behind the scenes from, like, a business perspective. You know what I mean? Like, I view this as a modern franchise in the sense. We haven't seen anything in modern times, I would say, that's the equivalent to, like, previous generations buying a Chick-fil-A and setting it up, right? So it's like, this is a brand in a box. Like, we have a character, we're in a club, we have a network, it's how to brand online, it's how to have a social media presence, immediately, like, being able to put stuff on merch, et cetera, right? So it's like, it's a brand in a box, the franchise for the modern age. But the people who gave us the franchise aren't really helping us. So, hopefully that changes. Maybe this stuff with Guy, like, what I don't want to happen is that the same people who know this information put themselves in a position to keep this information, and then they're, like, making money off of us instead of helping us go somewhere together.
And do you project, I mean, is that the human nature part? Like, is that probably the most likely outcome?
Well, that's what scares me about Web 2 season, to be honest, is, we got here a year ago and said, we're building a new world, and all it took was 1 year for the old world to show up at our doorsteps and for everybody to just spawn at their feet. So, I'm nervous right now for the state that things are in and where we're going to head. I feel like we're at a really important fork where either the people who got here and have a vision for a different future than, the Web 2 world has brought us to, like, we're either going to, take it upon ourselves and go somewhere together, or we're all going to, like, acquiesce to just sort of, like, the standards that we've always seen and, basically give away everything that we've just done, for pennies on the dollar, in my opinion, for what we've been doing and what we've been building and what we say we're going to do. But yeah, so we'll see. So yeah, I'm a little bit, I guess I'm a cynic on that topic, or, I'm a tough critic on that topic.
This is the Jack Dorsey, like, Mark Andreessen fight, right? Like, from a bit ago, like, and honestly, I want to ask this question now that you bring it up. Like, I didn't kind of plan it for this group, but, over the last few months, I feel like there's, especially, let's take the last year, pretty much a honeymoon period, right? With Yuga, like, everyone loves it, like, more apes, more kennel, right? Like, then you see these things like in Tropo. I saw you posting about it the other day. They post a link and say, go send us your government documents here, but we're not going to tell you why. So it's like this a little bit of a KYC slip up. You have this Coinbase merch thing. You have they blame, like, KYC issues on this other company. Like, as they bring in external partners, right? Like, Coinbase gets minted to, like, we're gonna make the movie, right? Like, do you guys think there's, like, backroom deals already going on? Like, it, and I'll just caveat with this, like, in our group, we have, like, a lot of traditional crypto investors, right? They never gave a shit about Bored Apes. until the ape coin came out. Like, and all of a sudden I see every crypto whale, they care, right? Like they're updating their profile pics. Like, are we doing a change of the guard right now? And what's at risk? Like if this community does not maintain it, JT, Tropo, like we'll open it to you guys.
Yeah, no. And so a couple of things about ApeCoin. I mean, I'm extremely bullish on ApeCoin. I think that, because now what you have with ApeCoin, just setting that, and this is why I think a lot of the crypto folks, as they're recognizing and are excited, right? Because a lot of what has happened and what Space is talking about is because of all the money that came in, right? So, the money is going to bring in everybody, right? And so at first, I mean, it was crazy when I bought my apes June 1st and they were, 2 ETH. There was a couple grand and my kids thought I was fucking nuts. You know what I'm saying? So even then it was kind of nuts, but it still wasn't really about the money. At that point, it was really about just, I had some friends that had apes. I'd been looking at apes for a couple weeks. I mean, I had pictures. What was wild, I have pictures from like OpenSea from that period of time that I would take off of like screen grabs. The prices on those apes that I was looking to think about buying back then, compare, like, it's just so nuts. And anyway, so, but then it wasn't about the money. It was about, hey, we're doing something really, this is crazy. This is cool. I'm feeling this, like, you're kind of drawn to it and just going with the flow, like vibing on some shit about trying to, create a new space, create a new thing, do new stuff, and then the money came in and then that changed everything. And then now you've got everybody that wants to be a part of this one way or the other, And now ApeCoin allows them to do that. That brings the crypto folks in. The cool thing for us that have ApeCoin and that have been given ApeCoin and now have access to it. So there's a couple of parts here, and I'm not going to try to dominate this. I have a bunch of thoughts on this, but I will say ApeCoin in general, I think is cool because we are kind of early here, and we're part of sort of this process that got us here. So I think that's really, really cool. I think that it does give an opportunity for people to get into the ecosystem, in a way that they otherwise couldn't before, especially a lot of crypto folks. And not all crypto folks are necessarily just bad, but, the folks that weren't really down with NFTs and were kind of clowning on all of that as it was happening. And, now it's like, of course they're taking notice because, I'm looking at CoinGecko right now and ApeCoin's like the 25th ranked coin. And you can't tell me that, a coin like Dogecoin or Shiba Inu has more utility than ApeCoin does. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's like, we've still got room to run. And when you look at Yuga, now Yuga's in an interesting position because, they've grown so big so fast. And, it's to kind of what Space was talking about too. It's like early in the beginning, you could kind of communicate with them a little bit more because, there wasn't as much going on. But then all of a sudden everything has exploded so much where it's like now at a corporate level, they've become super corporate. I mean, shit, they just raised $400 million, right? Like, doesn't get bigger than that at this point. You know what I'm saying? They got an HR department now. They got, you know what I'm saying? So it's like the whole game has changed, right? So in order to make sure that they remain properly engaged, I think, they've got to recognize that and come up with, as they've always done. I mean, I think you can highlight, as you did, some of the things that have gone wrong recently with a couple of things, the Coinbase, ApeCoin buying merch, the KYC thing. But like they're also, operating in uncharted waters, and they've done extremely well in navigating up to this point as far as like from a sort of big picture standpoint. You know what I'm saying? Nobody has delivered the way they have with creating the community, creating the NFTs, doing the drops. Like so much of what they've done really, really well. And it's crazy because a lot of what they're doing, no one's even done before, but their responsibility gets more and more. And when like their Instagram gets hacked and then all of a sudden a bunch of people lose their apes, it's like they've got to recognize the risks and the responsibilities they have. They are absolutely, I kind of moved before to show my Spider-Man chair when you said like, with great power comes great responsibility. I mean, that shit is for real. And, they are, and it's only going to get to at a larger and larger level because this goes back to the point I was trying to make is like ApeCoin still got room to run. And your crypto, the crypto bros that have taken notice, they're only going to get more and more involved and try to figure out ways to squeeze in. That's why when I look at the AIPs, which is Ape in Productions, as far as I'm concerned, not Ape Improvement Proposal, but whatever, you know what I'm saying? When I look at the AIPs about staking and stuff, I am, and maybe selfishly so, like I want these to be driven by, you got to own an ape and a mutant, a dog in order to be able to get the benefit. I don't want to just be able to stake coin, you know what I'm saying? And I do believe in things like caps and things like that because I do think there needs to be ways to continue to make sure that the folks that, that believed early, that got in when we got in or got in period and, own the apes and stuff and are part of this community, aren't forgotten about as these other waves come in. You know what I mean? So, and I do think the good news is we do have a lot of smart folks that are in the space that are super active, that are very invested and committed, to trying to make sure that some of the, that this thing is stewarded and shepherded the right way, because it could get, pretty disconnected pretty quickly. Like we see it already happening. I mean, this is what space is talking about. But it's also not easy. So I give them probably a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt. But I do think also too, what would be helpful is if we had better platforms and tools for, ape owners and things to communicate, to share information, and to also even just be able to share information about their own stuff, to say like, hey, here's my ape. This is what his name is. This is what licensing I'm open to. We've talked about developing those kind of tools and things so that people can, better communicate to the outside world, like what some of the things are that they're open to doing, what their ape is about, telling their ape story, and like, helping to guide it along its path. So I know I touched on a lot of shit there. I know I was kind of all over the place, but but like I said, I can see where I your crypto bro homies, and I don't know if they're crypto bros necessarily, but I'm just saying, like,
No, they are. They don't give a fuck about apes, but they're buying the shit out of them. Like, like I see a changing of the guard. You know what I mean? Like, if everyone's not careful, like.
And that's the thing. It's the risk of the changing of the guard, which I think is important, that we've got to be, kind of paying attention to, and hoping that, folks, that as decisions are made, they're made, for the right reasons. It's not always going to be perfect, but, hopefully we see, positive intent. It gets harder when you get a lot more strangers and people that you're not familiar with, so you don't know, or people that are just coming in again for the money. Because once it's about the money, everything changes.
But this is also what old people complain about. Old people complain about change. They never want to see change. They're like, I remember a time before the internet.
I think that's why like IP is so valuable, is because like if you do it well, you don't have to sell your ape to see profit from it. I only have one OG ape. I can't sell it, like, but yet I am earning more than I could sell it for. So if I can do that, then I've like completely kicked ass at like IP usage. I'm in a very good spot in terms of that, but it's not just about airdrops and claims. Like, that stuff's all great for holding and allowing people to realize value without selling themselves out of the club. But IP is another great thing because it's all mostly up to you and like how well you can utilize that. You're not waiting on Yuga to drop you something else.
Yeah, totally. And to kind of close things out, I have a similar question, but last question. With the talk of the other side, the ApeCoin DAO, it really seems there's sort of a division between the responsibility of Yuga Labs, the things they're launching, and it seems like the ApeCoin DAO is kind of the responsibility of the holder. So, Trupo, can you kind of break down, things like KYC and some of those other things? They're more so facilitated on the Yuga Labs side, kind of, not really on the DAO and the decentralized side. So can you sort of break down, like, where do you see these divisions, and what things should be kept kind of separate? Break it down for people that are still trying to digest this all.
I mean, I think a lot of it. Obviously I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like a lot of this is done for protection of Yuga, like the ApeCoin Foundation itself being like really not. It's disassociated from Yuga. Like, they've transferred all rights and ownership via the ApeCoin NFT over to the ApeCoin Foundation. So it's like a separate entity, but at the same time they do have a shitload of it. So they do have a lot of stake in making sure that it's utilized the right way. But I don't know, I think it's going to come down to like community participation in the ApeCoin Foundation to kind of guide what apes themselves want to see it be used for. Even though Yuga has a significant amount of that, it's still they still will pay attention to the community as long as the community is active in those discussions.
Even though the board isn't filled with any active community members, yeah, just wanted to mention that.
I know.
Who would you like to see there?
It's not about who I would like to see, but I guarantee you that top community members, if you just look on Twitter right now, are not on that board. So like,
Sure. No, but I'm saying who should be on the board. Like, I mean, not that it's a.
There are a variety of people who should be considered. I don't know who should be. I think that's for the community to decide. But there are a variety of people who should be considered. I think.
Who would you nominate?
Farmer.
Yeah, I'd nominate for. I'd second Farmer's nomination. I second it right now.
Yeah.
I second Farmer's nomination.
You know, D Farmer has a lot of thoughts and breaks things down for the broader community. Franklin has a lot of assets. So, you know, going back to like, we want to make sure that like the OGs, you know, don't get lost in the wave of you can just buy a lot of coin and be a whale and things like that, right? Like I have a lot of assets. You know, Tropo is a known person. Like the list goes on and on and on of people who at least should be on a list to be considered. And instead, you know, the group that's there, it's like not even one person, right? Like a community representative is I think fair to want.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully when the next board vote happens, we'll be able to vote on some
that's the like saving grace is like that there is a vote, but I feel like that should have been something that person should have already been on it.
And Space, do you kind of want to expand on, what are some of the divisions you see? Like, I think obviously none of these new entities existed, the coin, the DAO, when Bored Ape started, and it was just Bored Ape. Now you have a Yuga Labs component, the fundraising, and even something I was thinking about, the IP, right? We know like they purchased all the CryptoPunks and Meebits for X hundreds of millions. And of course in the Bored Ape, there's only like 30,000 total assets. So where do you see some of the divisions and responsibilities of owners and I don't know, things that Yuga Labs maybe like won't be able to mess up on, maybe the holder's responsibility?
I don't think about them as divisions as much as I think about it sort of as more of like, you know, I have an organizational psychology background. So like mergers and acquisitions, right? Like previously, I think of the success of us being top down and bottom up. So the top down is, you know, the founders and everything that they've done. Bottom up is the community. And if you look at the pattern from, you know, midnight to like early this year, it was always like they did something, then the community did kind of kept it going, and then they did something, and then the community. And so that flow is where everything went. And now I think some of the differences that we see are that the top has a lot more components to it because we have outside investors, you know, we're trying to build big things. So that makes sense. And that, I understand like that has to happen, right? So the top is getting different. And then the sides are coming in too. So instead of it just being the bottom up, which is like Apes, you know, we have stuff now coming in from the sides. Either it's like, you know, Web2 companies who are trying to get in. And so maybe they're buying Apes to join the club, or they're, you know, coming in with licensing or partnerships. You have punks being added, you have Meebits being added. So, you know, the whole thing now has a lot more players involved. And I think the cultural smushing of the communities has been interesting to watch, especially like punks, for example, and sort of their opinions on their new owners and
the new overlords.
You know, I think their new overlords. So I think the community like sort of settling in is one thing, and then just sort of I think the top down stuff we've already talked about, like some of the, you know, the KYC or the merch drop, and then, you know, they gave the merch for free to try to fix it. So I think we see the settling in of like the top is looking different. And I think we feel like there's more people at the party now, and some of them aren't as excited to be here as others, you know, that kind of thing. But I don't think of it as like divisions in terms of like, you know, in theory, we're all supposed to be going to the same place together. So as long as that keeps happening, and as long as everyone is like mutually benefiting, then I think we'll be okay. I think when groups start to perceive that one group is benefiting more than the other group, or that one group is like being left out, then like that could be where, you know, you have some like infighting.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of changes in the demographics of ape owners, but I think everyone here today, I know you guys spend a lot of your time daily, like helping people or like, you know, helping them learn about new brands and things like that. Lastly, I'll pass it to JT. Give us your closing thoughts here.
Yeah, well, look, first of all, I just want to say thank you for having me. You know, this has just been awesome, just being up here with you guys and, you know, getting to share the stage with Tropo and Space. You know what I'm saying? Like that matters to me and it's awesome. So I appreciate that. But yeah, I think, you know, but I share a lot of the same thoughts. I mean, look, like I think this has been a community from the beginning, regardless of when you got in. I think for folks that, you know, this was a ticket to a club, right? Buy an ape and become a member of this community. And this is how you get into the club. So, you know, I think as the club gets, you know, yeah, I would agree. I don't see it as divisions, but it's bigger, right? And it's different. And, you know, and I think that that's natural. It's going to happen. It's not always going to stay the same. We're, you know, the only constant is change. And we're seeing that every single day. I think that Yuga has done a terrific job, you know, in being the leader in this space. When I was talking about this the other day with some folks, I was saying like, you know, because at this point, Yuga's competition is not Cool Cats. It's not Crypto Moris. It's Facebook. You know what I mean? It's because they are literally becoming the tip of the spear into Web3, the metaverse, and NFTs. And that is, you know, literally the most, you know, sort of prevalent, you know, trend in society, you know, from at least from an entertainment culture standpoint over the last, you know, whatever, couple of years. So
Mark Andreessen is being forced to step down from the Facebook board. Like it might be connected a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like
Well,
the same investors are coalescing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And you know, look, Facebook just lost $2 billion last quarter in their, you know, in their meta, you know, their metaverse division, right? So they're not doing well. Yuga is doing fantastic. They're literally the tip of the spear in the space. And so, you know, so again, I give them a lot of, you know, kind of leeway as far as, you know, they're not always going to get everything perfect. I think they've done very well. This distinction though, with the, you know, the fact that you've got the, you know, the ape coin, the DAO and everything else, like, and I do agree with what Tropo said. I mean, that wasn't just truly altruistic on their part saying, hey, we're just going to give this to the community. I mean, you know, their lawyers were very specific about what's a security, what's not, and how they need to, you know, start to delineate some of that stuff in order to, you know, to drop the coin in the first place. But it's all good because again, it's all still working towards the same thing of like, you know, it's expanding the tent, which is great. We're getting capitalism though coming in, you know, on steroids, which is going to have an impact. But I think the core thing of like, you know, sort of what this was about, which is like this community, you know, continues to be strong, but based on the fact that you've got the members that are still, you know, a lot of folks that are here from very early on, being able to help dictate and drive these things. So I think that the makeup of the board will matter. You know, will be interesting to see how that goes and all that good stuff. So, but to close out with just some thoughts around IP, because that's kind of the big umbrella topic of what we're talking about. You know, one of the greatest things, or if not the greatest thing they did, was to give all the ape owners the IP rights. So I think the you know, and that this is the new wave outside of the coin and the value of the, you know, all the different actual NFT assets is the fact that, you know, we're now seeing more and more utilization from an IP standpoint. We're going to see some incredible things happening. You know, Coinbase being the ones to do the movie, a little weird. You know, it'd been nicer maybe to see that happen from sort of more inside the community out than as opposed to sort of like top down, kind of like Space was talking about. But that's not going to be the only, you know, it's one of a million things, you know? So I think that as more of this stuff happens, as it all starts to kind of coalesce and things happen and we're going to see really, really crazy, cool stuff go down. It's going to be really, really neat to see what so many people's visions coming to life and seeing people take you know, their ability to take their apes and do amazing things with them. And yeah, it'll just be I'm just really, really excited to, you know, just be part of this and to see how all of this is going to play out. It's just been a lot of fun and it's going to continue to be really, really cool. So
someone meant this interview. It's rare. I'm glad you guys joined, and I'm gonna take advice from James Brown, and we got to leave the stage while we are just killing it. We cannot make any mistakes. Tropo, JT, Space, Roshan, it was great to talk to you guys. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you guys, man.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you to everybody for watching. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, great talking to you all. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Mutant Mobile. I know what you want. I know what you need. Mutant Mobile. We're here and we're waiting. We're waiting for you. Mutant Mobile. Get in touch with your innermost desires. Your connection to the other side. Mutant Mobile.
You're tuned in to ReImagine 2021. I'm your host, Mutant Ape 452, and we're here in the thick of it. That means we're aping into all things NFTs. What is an NFT? What are NFTs outside of the art world? Is it just about profile pic mania, speculation on the chance to make a quick million? How are NFTs reshaping the concept of ownership in a digital age? Don't worry about the unanswered mess. We're about to sweep the floor on this one.
This is a digital image. Copy and paste. Now there's two of them. But I own this image because I bought the non-fungible token, or as you may know it, NFT. So the question is, how can anyone truly own a digital image? And if they do, what does that even mean? Whatever it means, people are banking big on an industry worth billions of dollars. And this place is straight up weird, where a bored ape can join his fellows in starting a yacht club?
We have the yacht party, we have the warehouse party that's coming up, so a lot of art exclusive events.
Well, whatever that means, we're taking our very own bored ape.
Ape follows ape. We stick together, we dominate, and that's how we built the metaverse.
And bringing him out to play. New York, San Francisco, Miami.
So NFTs have really brought this new method of defining what a digital asset means.
You've seen a lot of high-end celebrities own bored apes. This is interesting, right? Because it's not a brand that comes from the top, it's a brand built from the bottom.
We at Mousebelt are showing you the weird, wacky, wonderful, wild, wily, wary, warm, wealthy, welcoming, world-class, and whopping great events and showcases that are taking over NFTs. We're telling you, this is the bandwagon you don't want to miss.
Just having the risk-taking, to say, I'm going to jump in early, who knows where this is going to go.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Pants.
Do you have booze?
Free wine samples, free. Free wine samples.
Wait, I've heard only about breadsticks, so I can eat free breadsticks and free.
So you get a free wine sample to start and breadsticks, and the breadsticks are phenomenal.
Can we have the butter with the breadsticks, like a load of butter?
Extra butter.
It actually says that on the menu.
Load of butter. You look cool.
Hey, do you want to know a little secret about me?
Yeah.
I have a special power.
Okay.
I can guess if you like ketchup or if you like mustard.
Okay.
You ready for this? You just gotta look at me in the eye, though. You think it's easy. Don't try to lie and you're trying to fake me out. Look at me. Hey, can I ask you a question?
Hey everyone, it is Patrick McLean, one of your hosts here for ReImagine version 12, Rise of the Apes. As you know, we're talking all things Bored Ape Yacht Club and the greater NFT revolution. Today, I'm excited for this panel where we're going to talk about NFTs and the role that marketplaces play in building those collections. But before I go on too long, let me go ahead and let our panelists introduce themselves. Tiffany, why don't you kick us off?
Hey, how's it going? My name is Tiff. I manage marketing at Magic Eden. We are Solana's leading NFT marketplace. And yesterday we had an all-time high. I think we did 300,000 SOL in transaction volume. Many thanks to OK Bears. So yeah, really excited to be here.
Congratulations. Nico, why don't you take us next?
Yeah, thank you. Happy to be here. My name is Nico Hassan. I am the CTO and co-founder of ReImagine. We focus on asset-backed NFTs. So every one-of-one NFT that we mint is backed by the corresponding physical asset in our vault. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Nice to have you. Masha, why don't you go?
Hi, everybody. My name is Masha, and I'm a head of communications at Wearable, community-centric and multi-chain NFT marketplace and the protocol.
Last but not least, Andrew.
Hi, I'm Andrew Klein. I'm the VP of NFT and Metaverse Brand Experience at Suite.io. We are a marketplace that is blockchain agnostic and primarily focused on creating the first NFT programs for brands. But this is also Web3 me, which might be more familiar to some. So good to be here. Excited for this panel. Thanks for having me.
I like the surprises already. Well, hey, since we got to you last, why don't you kick us off? Andrew, when you think of the last, I'd say year and a half or so, it seems like there's been a huge surge in interest in NFTs, and the communities have grown, the collections have grown. So what surprised you most in that last year? What have you seen evolve, and what have you seen stay the same?
Well, it's unbelievable. Such immense growth, especially since I personally got into the space a little bit over a year ago. But I think what's happening as far as what we're seeing is that there's immense demand from, brands, from blue chip companies wanting to get in and start building out their NFT experiences and starting to reach out to their consumers to get into this new Web3 evolution. And we've been talking to different varieties in different industries about how do we create very strategic, meaningful collections and NFTs that will bring fans closer to the brands and experiences that they love. And it's just been unbelievable to see how many companies, pretty major companies, are just embracing this and looking to really dive in head first, which is wonderful to see. So we're just seeing this exponential explosion of growth, which is wonderful.
Tiffany, what have you seen? What surprised you over the last year or so?
Well, we got hella JPEGs. Magic Eden started in September, around the time of Solana Summer. A lot of blue chips came to the scene around that time. Degen Ape, Monkey DAO, Solana Monkey Business minting around August. And since then, we've seen just a ton of explosion of growth. So right now we have 600,000 unique sessions per day. We see, on average, each user spending 13 minutes per day, per session, which is 2 more minutes than TikTok. And so we have an incredibly sticky platform, over 6,000 collections. We've personally launched over 200 collections. So yeah, really excited to see what's to come. Happy Wearable is here. I think everybody knows the future is eventually going to be cross-chain, multi-chain. So those are kind of things we're thinking about too.
Masha, the future company, but what has surprised you guys, and what have you seen even in the community that you think is interesting?
Yeah, I think last year, probably throughout the year, especially in the start, the world has kind of been trying to understand how to explain what an NFT actually is. So we've seen different ways and different approaches about that. But I think what we have come to so far is that really NFTs are equals community that is behind it, that community powering NFTs and NFTs powering the communities in turn. And I think what was really surprising for me is that, throughout the pandemic, everybody was like, oh, well, we're going so digital, like everything is going online, how we're going to live in this real world. But I was super surprised by the power that NFTs actually like bring into the real world, and especially with the kind of conferences starting to rising, like NFT LA, NFT NYC, and when you see people, holders of one collections coming together, and like the power of community building and how people treat each other as like closest friends or family, and really bringing up like a totally new wave of kind of like membership and belonging to a specific communities is something that's pretty unprecedented. So like this is something that we have been really exploring and that I'm fascinated to see.
Definitely. Nico, why don't you take us out on this topic? What's really surprised you over the last year?
Yeah, I think I'll piggyback a bit on what Andrew said. The most interesting thing that we've seen is the level of engagement and the level of interest from big brands and traditional Web2 companies looking to get into the space. We'll take the StockX suit, for example. This and the Hermes Birkenbag suit. These are some of the first big brand waves that have been going through the industry when it comes to copyright and IP, and what does that mean in Web3? What does that mean in the metaverse? And so we've taken a very interesting approach to kind of looking at, okay, brands are coming into the space, brands are paying attention. How do we build infrastructure to educate? How do we build infrastructure to onboard them easily? Because at the end of the day, these big Web2 companies, they may not have the necessary knowledge to be able to get in and drop a collection. And so Web3 companies that are open to educating and empowering existing brands, I think are going to have a really unique advantage in the coming years. And so we're focusing a lot on that.
Got it. Well, hey, let's shift gears here a little bit. So maybe Tiffany, I'll start with you. I think as exchanges, or kind of the on-ramp for many people into digital assets from the beginning. I think as people onboard through NFTs into various blockchain or crypto products, like that might be their first product in a lot of cases. I feel like that relationship building is very important. So just curious your thoughts on like what roles NFT marketplaces play in the future in things like copyright notices or security incidents. Like what responsibilities do the marketplaces take on, and what do they owe their customers?
Damn. Casual question. I think as a marketplace, we find ourselves towing the tension between wanting to espouse the values of Web3, of openness, and allowing creators to do as much as they can, and also allowing collectors to have ownership over their assets, however, whatever assets they want, right? I think then on the other side, it's like there are different types of concerns. There are legal concerns, there are community-based concerns, right? Like what type, should a collection that closely resembles another collection even exist, right? That's a very subjective question. And as a marketplace, we have to balance these two sides that, one wants like, in some ways total freedom, right? And the other has to do some form of gatekeeping. And I think the role of the marketplace is to obviously follow the law. The law itself is like very subjective and geographic and is ultimately changing. We will do what we need to do in order to make sure we're not in violation of any kind of like copyright or securities concerns, but specifically even the copyright thing, right? Because we actually had a period where there were a lot of collections. We had like this collection looks too similar to another collection. And we actually went and consulted a bunch of lawyers because we wanted to get some data on like, should we be changing the way we list collections? And we found that whether, in the eyes of the community, there is something that's a permissible like rendition of a project, like if it's been, like if it's been modified enough, then we think it's like socially acceptable. And then there are other collections that are like, oh, they just flipped the image. And then the community sees that as like, oh, that's totally not okay. It's so obvious that it's copyright infringement. In the eyes of the law, they actually might see these things in the same bucket. Like it's a binary decision of it is infringement or it's not. And it also depends on which court you're going to, because like different judges might have different opinions. And so we actually decided like to interpret what we should or shouldn't list, not based on the law, but based on our community's input. And that's kind of the big picture that I'm seeing is like, yes, there are always concerns, but we will lean on like our best judgment, because frankly, the law doesn't provide enough of a framework to apply to this space. That's like what we're noticing as a marketplace. Securities is a completely different like question. And I think that is like actively evolving as we speak, but we will do our best to kind of, be compliant in that way as well.
Wait until we enter the metaverse. I was having a conversation yesterday. Like, is there going to be a Supreme Court in the metaverse? Like, will it depend what city you have?
They're
your headset
welcome.
on?
Sure, why not? Everyone's welcome.
Are they going to be are the corporations going to be judge and jury?
Hope not the corporations, but
yeah, hope not. But we,
Andrew, why don't you take us?
I mean, at Sweet, we take a little bit of a different approach, as far as how we operate our marketplace, and by that is that we are very highly curated as of right now. We really work with brands on an individual level, and to bring them in and really help create their NFT and Web3 strategies, understand how do we create, these foundational elements, their Genesis tokens, and allow, again, their audiences to come in and really easily collect them. That's actually the reason why I came to Suite. I spent 10 years on the agency side at Publicis Group running innovation and creative technology. And over the last year, I had a couple branded NFT drops under my belt. Where we were working with a variety of different marketplaces, but primarily you're, pure Web3, right? You do need a MetaMask, you do need to have funded. And what I ended up realizing as like personally as a DGen, and, doing all the fun stuff at my own time, investment at night, understanding what, Web3 community wants, but then also how do we create a bridge where we're going to be able to welcome, the almost like the 99% of consumers who find that getting NFTs could be a technological barrier just from setting up crypto wallets, funding those crypto wallets, transferring and getting ready for a mint or a drop. So we take a different approach where we welcome people in, and we call ourselves like a Web 2.7 marketplace where we're bridging consumers and collectors who want to participate in a more easy fashion, where they're basically provided with a custodial wallet from us that's stacked with MetaMask, Temple Wallet. We're blockchain agnostic as well, and allow people to come in and collect. But again, the marketplace that people come into is very curated. Right. So there's not going to be, anyone cannot today just come in and mint whatever they want and place it there. So a brand won't see anything maybe inappropriate or, off-putting in or adjacent to their collections. We also create like really interesting collection experiences where it's like a branded storytelling experience that could really, allow fans to feel at home and feel like they're, within this NFT and brand experience, in a more immersive way. But, again, we curate this for people so that way brands feel comfortable and they understand what's happening. And, we take a lot of the complexity and confusion out of the way for them. So, it's a little bit different, I think, than when you were mentioning copyright infringements before. We work directly with those brands and the IP holders to create these, officially. And where we do see some things is where in other marketplaces, other people might be creating counterfeit items and launching those, and that's like where we have to, it's outside of our realm, but we help our clients, work with those other marketplaces because we believe in Web3 as well. Everything that you collect is portable. You could send it to your own wallets if you wish, and buy and trade it on any marketplace that's compatible with that NFT. So we fully believe in portability as well. But we do definitely handhold brands in this new this new world.
Definitely. No, I think there'll be a variety of approaches going forward, right, at the consumer level, B2B. But Nico, curious to hear your thoughts on kind of what role do marketplaces kind of take on as they gain provenance in the space.
Yeah, I think it's really important to to piggyback what Tiffany said. If we've had discussions with a lot of different IP firms, and if you sit 5 different IP lawyers down and ask them this question, they're going to give you 5 different answers. And that makes it very, very difficult for you to establish any kind of foundational sort of basis on how you operate your marketplace. And so kind of what we have leaned towards after all of this learning is that, okay, nobody has the answer. It's a very gray area. But what we can do is we can have an off-ramp for every question that we have if we were to incur any sort of inquiry from a regulator or come under any regulatory scrutiny. We want to put ourselves in the most defensible position as possible. And while we establish kind of this is our game plan, these are our off ramps, we also think about our community. Okay, how can we protect our community? How can we ensure that we can continue to deliver on the quality of the assets that we create? And set and maintain that expectation no matter what type of legal issues may arise in the future. And so for us, we spend a lot of time on this because if you think about a pair of Michael Jordan or a Michael Jordan game worn jersey, which we've turned into an NFT, there's a lot of potential issues with that. So you have the NBA, you have the Chicago Bulls, you have Michael Jordan himself, and so. And the approach that we've taken is being very transparent and notifying people that come to the platform that these assets are not associated with the athletes, they're not associated with the team. And it's very similar to how if you were to go to eBay and purchase a signed basketball jersey, right? And so we try to operate within existing frameworks. And for the frameworks that don't exist yet, we try to err on the side of caution. And I think, to go back to Tiffany's point, it's actually very important to stay in alignment with your community on that, because that is tough to explain to some community members. And unfortunately, you're not going to please everyone. But if you can establish a good basis of kind of, hey, this is how we operate and this is how we're going to roll moving forward, then I think, true community members will understand and will stay with your platform.
Communication is key in this space, I think, especially. But Masha, really curious to hear your thoughts. I mean, obviously, Rareable's one of the biggest players in the space, so I'm sure you guys have kind of seen the gambit in regards to growth and where your company started, where it's at now, and what your customers' expectations are of you. But how do you guys see your role in the space and critical moments for your customers?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think I can really relate to what Tiffany said, like really about being like on one hand, very mindful of the regulation and laws and being very cautious, but at the same time, really paying attention to what our community thinks. So I think we really try to, follow the same path. Like for instance, like in this change, with the recent kind of CryptoPunks acquisition by Hugo Labs, but during a certain period of time, V1 CryptoPunks, the wrapped CryptoPunks, they existed kind of as a separate collections, and some marketplaces did decide to delist those, to block those from trading. Like while we kind of we gave a lot of thought to it, and then we decided to still enable trading of those because we saw that as something that the community is really kind of open to and wants to see. So for us, that was we paid a lot of attention to kind of whether we should enable trading if it's something related to imagery of another existing collection. When it comes to some more specific copyright infringement or, some of the bad actors in the space. So here we really rely on, so we have semi-manual verification process. And even though like we have like very large user base, that is still something that like our support team, extensive support team does semi-manually. And we always notify users like this collection is not verified, but I think it's also a question of really educating the user, because there's only so much that you can do in terms of protecting, a user on the marketplace. But we think that it's really important to give the audience, the tools to like help better judgment and make, better decisions, just asking questions like, are you sure, this is something that, you trust? Have you like checked, the wallet address? Have you checked this? And so really kind of creating this pattern of a user to like do your own research and like trust the marketplace, but at the same time, always rely on your judgment. This is something that's really important, because some of the techniques, and you kind of mentioned that, Patrick, that, some of the kind of teams are becoming more creative in terms of, some of the kind of attacks on users or, attempts to steal NFTs. And sometimes they happen off marketplaces, but still for instance, you can be dropped an NFT in your wallet that would, get you to go to another site and claim like an NFT, for instance. And that technically happens off the marketplace, but still we see it like a very important thing for ourselves to educate users on what they should and they should not do, and how to be very, very cautious with all the transactions, because that's still like a really wild west. And this is just the reality. So like getting users be more independent in their thinking is really important, like as an addition to that. And the second thing is that we have recently started to create community marketplaces on top of Rarible protocol. So we have rarible.com, which is our primary marketplace, but Rarible protocol is like an underlying like open source NFC API, so to say. And then we're really interested to explore like the future of verticalized NFC marketplaces for different collections, for brands, for, different assets, games, whatever it might be, because that really kind of creates a new paradigm of what the interaction with the marketplace might look like if it's the kind of one go-to place for a collection to trade. And that requires a lot of like change in user behavior, because this is not currently what the market is like used to doing. But this is something that we're really looking into and exploring as we launch community marketplaces for different teams, and including Degenerate Ape Academy on Solana that we did recently. So a lot of interesting things, a lot of questions yet to be answered. But yeah, we're doing our best to be compliant, but also be like in close touch with our community.
100%.
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
Just past the swamp and through Curtis's clubhouse lies the other side. And in the other side, your credit cards and your dollars and cents just won't cut it. That's why we use ApeCoin. So when you want to stock up on Captain Hats, Codas, and of course land, ApeCoin. Don't go to the other side without it.
Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side, yeah.
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell. Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Mutant Mobile. I know what you want. I know what you need. Mutant Mobile. We're here and we're waiting. We're waiting for you. Mutant Mobile. Get in touch with your innermost desires. Your connection to the other side.
More alpha coming at you now. Well, I guess maybe staying on that topic, like pivoting, Tiffany, to you, speaking on community, I think everybody, there's all this hype about what Coinbase NFT marketplace may or may not be. And one of the key features was the ability to kind of comment, right? We're seeing these massive communities kind of grow around these different collections. Some are using Discord. Masha's talking about, vertical marketplaces. How are you guys at Magic Eden kind of thinking about those communities, and how's it influencing your upcoming product design?
Great question. I think every time a competitor comes into the space, we learn a lot. And with Coinbase, trust, we obviously crawled their website and checked out their product. They're making a big bet on social. It does seem like it feels very similar to Instagram in a way. But the ability to make a platform social and successful really hinges on the input. And it's not currently clear to me, what is incentivizing people to make those comments and posts? And do those types of comments and posts necessarily make the NFT more valuable over time? It's we actually really admire the mission, right? Because I'm pretty sure the idea is hey, if we make something more social friendly, then that'll make it more approachable for normies. And therefore we will grow a market and reach a completely new customer segment. And so we will probably, closely see hey, is this what people want? I think it's an open question right now, because the product is in beta, not everybody can use it. But I think as we continue to mold our marketplace, we obviously see benefits of certain types of user generated content as well. So if you go to our launches, you can actually see we've started on our drop calendar as well. People can upvote the launches that they think are the most hype. And that is a signal to the rest of the community that this type of input is actually useful, because it will help me guide what kind of launch I want to partake in or what collection I want to ape into. So we definitely are considering social elements in our roadmap as well. But the utility and of the output of that social is closely tied to the incentives and the desires and needs of our users. So we'll probably design it in a more systematic way, in a way that just makes sense for Magic Eden. Other stuff that we're working on though, like I think we are keen to make our platform much more discoverable. Right now, it seems like you land on Magic Eden, you just see a bunch of JPEGs. And we've done our best to create carousels so you can see different types of collections. But I do think on average, right, if we're all trying to grow the space together, like everybody here is trying to grow the space, there's just a lot more like contextual knowledge that people lack. Like, why should I ape into a metaverse space? Or why should, what's my decisioning process between a music NFT versus a community-based PFP? And I think we want to create more categories and allow for that better discoverability, both on our homepage as well as like different category pages. And then I think I'm trying to think if there's anything else. We will also provide more educational content. So if you go to our sidebar, you'll see like an introduction to Solana NFTs. And we spent a really long time on this thing. Are people necessarily reading it? I think we can do like a lot better. But we already have started to develop stronger educational content for people to learn about the space and all the steps to do it. I think obviously we all know like the biggest friction is that there are so many steps to onboarding, right? Put your money in a crypto exchange, get a wallet, put that money in the wallet, look at NFTs, like find the best NFTs, join a Discord, blah, blah, blah. So I think there are some steps, like some tools that can shorten that onboarding process, but we'll probably still need to rely heavily on educational content and using the best tactics that we know from like an organic marketing perspective to get that content out in the channels that people are actually consuming information, which might not even necessarily be our site. It'll be like socials. So I hope that answers some of the questions. There's more to come, obviously, but yeah.
Oh, 100%. There are tons of products, right? How do you match them to the customer? I think this lends almost to more of a shopping experience, than how we've thought about a lot of financial things in crypto and blockchain over the years. But Andrew, curious to hear your thoughts. How are you guys considering kind of the really strengths of these communities behind NFTs as you guys are, designing collections and helping your customers launch their products?
Sure. I mean, these communities, for the brands that we work with, they've had communities for 20, 50, 100 years, which is awesome to tap into and start bringing them into this. But also there's obviously the Web3 community, which might be a little bit new to that brand perhaps, or interested in and not, want to start participating because they have NFTs versus because they're a fan. But it's an interesting entry point, right? So we try to bring together these both audiences. And if you look at, something, one of our clients like the Cleveland Cavaliers, or we work with a handful of NBA teams, Cleveland Cavaliers, the New York Knicks, Milwaukee Bucks. And what we're doing is really tapping into their core fandom. So we are, with our process, we have this really fun way and intuitive way to, again, onboard NFT collectors without having any crypto savviness knowledge at all. If you know how to log into a Web2 app if you have a phone number, you got an email, Twitter, Apple Pay, or Google, you're able to, in about 2 to 3 clicks, collect an NFT. And within these sports teams and the NBA teams, what we've been doing is doing on-site NFT experiences. By that, I mean, we are allowing consumers to have the ability to collect and engage with the NFT collection by scanning QR codes. So as you come into the venue or go to a concession, you're in you're near a suite, or it's intermission and the mega screen goes up and the announcer says come claim your digital collectible. We just see it just explode and everyone collects them, right? And it just starts ticking, because kind of the silver lining of the pandemic was that every single person, grandparents included, learned how to scan QR codes to access restaurant menus, right? And so it's now become a natural and intuitive behavior for us to, create these really meaningful NFT collections where fans are able to go to the game, start collecting these amazing digital collectibles. And not only that, but the more that they collect, the more that they can unlock, utility, access to courtside seats, potential meet and greets with players, merchandise. And this is something that, outside of having the NFT, this is really resonating, that the NFT is actually providing them this gateway to even greater fandom and greater community. Now, in some cases at Suite, we have our own Discord, obviously, and we cherish our Suite collectors as a whole, but we also help support brands who might not have a Discord yet, and creating them a channel and helping support and create a line of communication. We're finding communities blossom right in there, but other clients of ours like McLaren Racing have a very robust community already, and then the NFTs are just really enhancing again their fan engagement, and they're driving that community, driving that within their own community and in their own Discord. So some brands are in different life stages of Web3.
Sure. You're making me think of a basketball game, like a t-shirt cannon that they shoot out, but just shooting NFTs into the stands.
And then you could trade it.
There you go. Nico, I want to go to you. How are you guys thinking about the communities, in the NFT space? How's it influencing your guys' direction?
Yeah, at the end of the day, all of our product discussions revolve around how is this going to add utility to existing community members? How is this going to get our community members excited to tell their friends and add more to our community? I think one really interesting thing that we've seen from the beginning is that our asset-backed sort of sports collectibles niche that we started with was very much the current market of sports collectors are non-crypto native. And so we had to go through very traditional advertising routes and traditional community building techniques. And we actually spent a lot of time putting together educational content for Web2 folks to come in and understand, okay, what is a wallet? Why does it need to be on my browser? How come I can't do this from my phone? And so as we grew our community, we began having these curated buying experiences, and it ended up actually working really well for us. So some of the assets that we have on our platform range anywhere from 6 to 7 figures. And when you, in a traditional Web 2 world, if you're going to make a purchase like that, you're going to get a very much a curated, tailored experience, whether it be in a showroom with champagne and all the flashy things that come with a purchase like that. We had to figure out a way. Okay, how do we make a digital experience where somebody that's going to come in and spend 6 figures on an asset feels comfortable about the experience? They feel like they know at the end of the day what they're doing, and then post sale, how do they understand what they can do with that asset that they own? Whether that's go out, take a loan against the asset, or go out and further fractionalize it, or you name it, right? And so again, going back to education for us is very important as we focus on onboarding Web 2 users to Web 3, that we provide the highest quality educational content we can to them.
Got it. Well, hey, let me kind of lead into one of the last questions here, and Masha, I'll start with you. But if we look out, right, so I think the last year and a half has seen explosive growth, right? If you would have told most people year and a half ago what we'd be seeing now, they probably would have called you a liar. I think we'll be playing this Friday, the day before the other side launch from Bored Ape, which is bringing a lot of hype into the space, and I'm betting that once that launch happens, it'll influence a lot of other people's decision making. But Masha, when you guys look out, the next 1 to 2 years, what are some of the most interesting things that you project will evolve? What are some new products you think that you guys maybe aren't offering now that you will? And what advice would you give to a new person wanting to start an NFT collection today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very complex questions, and I have many answers to that, I guess. I think one component is that, well, we really do believe that future is multi-chain, and that's very interesting for us to see, how different blockchains are really starting to to shape up with very kind of specific communities. So right now, if you look, at the Ethereum community and the Tezos community, those are very different groups. So I think as a marketplace for us, it's very interesting to go further and explore how to create like an experience that would cater for all of these different communities. And also, we have PFPs, we have games, we have music, and those are also different groups of people. So like how to on one hand cater to all of them, but at the same time create a very kind of specific and personified experience, also with enhanced discovery. I think that is a very big component at what we're looking at. Then, as I mentioned, we have variable protocol, which is like an underlying layer that you can build, multiple front ends or application integrations and so on. So for us, that is a big part when you look forward, to Q3, Q4, how do we enhance, the ecosystem of projects that has already started to emerge on top of Variable Protocol, and Variable.com being like only one of them, but then they're like endless integrations and experiences, including community marketplaces that I mentioned, that really can change the landscape of how we think about NFTs. And going forward to see what the community experience, what trading experience will look like, and maybe what is next after marketplaces as we know them. So a lot of kind of questions that are yet to be answered, but this is such a dynamically moving space that I'm honestly super, super excited and to see what is to come, and to cover your second question about what advice I would give to people just entering the space. I think it's really about going and discovering, finding your community. So asking yourself, why do you want to get involved? Because usually when people come in and just, okay, I want to make a ton of money right here, this is usually the best pattern to get wrecked. So it's really about asking yourselves, why do you want to join? What is that I'm looking to do? What is the community I want to be a part of? And what value do I want to bring into the community? I think is the best way to start toying around with the space and getting involved, but really focusing on what do you want to bring into the space as well, and not just what do you want to get from it. I think is really, really important.
Definitely. Tiffany, I'll give it to you. What trends will you guys be looking for? And even someone wants to launch a new collection, how would you tell them some of the best practices going forward?
Oh, so we actually have a lot of best practices for launching. We need to create better material so the information is easier to find. I actually usually find that when people say they want to launch a collection, I'll usually tell them to start 3 steps backwards and actually get involved in the community first before kind of creating something without being connected to the ecosystem. I think the way of building reputation in the space is actually to, like we were saying, contribute and build a reputation by how much you're helping other people and offering value. In the case where people are ready to actually launch collections, we look for projects where the team has prior experience. So we'll privately dox all the team members. Also on a safety side, after projects launch, we hold their funds in escrow for 24 hours so they can't run away from us mid-mint. We also ask that they transfer their funds into a wallet that's actually backed by their personal ID afterwards. And then on the quality standard side, besides looking for experienced project teams, we look for realistic roadmaps. We look for quality of the artwork. We look for social following. So usually we find that in order to really sustain a launch pad, your social following should be around 2 to 3, maybe even 4 times the quantity of your mint. So if you have a 5K collection, you should have social followings of 10 to 15K. Per channel. So I think, that is kind of the marker of a good project. It's also just how connected are they to the ecosystem? Because a lot of, when we work with big brands, usually the biggest thing is how do we actually befriend other blue chip collections in order to have them learn about our space. So that's also a pretty good indicator of a project's success. Yeah. I think in terms of trends though, I do think we're in this really interesting spot. If I think really from a macro perspective, a lot of the collections we've launched are Web3 native collections. And there right now, we have like a bunch of brands and celebrities and big IP who want to get into the space, but don't really know what to do or how to do it. And then you have this very fragmented, group of like agencies and consultants who are, trying to be the Sherpas that can help these big IPs and brands and celebrities enter the space. As this kind of clarifies and gets like more systematic and more operationalized, I think you will actually start to see more brands deliver different types of utility. Like a small one is like, we're doing a launch for Gong Fu Tea. It's like a big bubble tea brand, and they're starting to do a loyalty program via an NFT. So, that's a small example of a small brand, but you'll see stuff like this, I think, begin to emerge once you have a proper ecosystem that can support these players.
Andrew, what do you see in a crystal ball, or what patterns are you looking for?
Sign me up for a bubble tea NFT. I'm all for that. Hell yeah. My wife will use it too. What are we seeing as trends? What we are doing is we've already started to implement the ability to bring in your own personal wallet into the experience. You don't have to go fully custodial. Again, we do that because we want to allow people who are not crypto savvy, not NFT savvy, to be able to come in and start participating and starting their NFT collections. But allowing people to bring in their own wallets, we do foresee, and it's on the roadmap, allowing more direct minting and allowing consumers to create their own collections on our platform as well. That's something that's certainly on our roadmap. So that will be coming down the road. It will be, curated at the beginning as well. I think it'll be just more natural. We're at this build phase right now where, everything's very highly romanticized and the technology is quite complex, but it's all just going to melt away. This will all be natural, easy to use, transactionable. We will probably not be, having to think about it so much. It's just going to be like 4G cell icon on your phone. Everyone was in a tizzy, and 5G is the craziest thing that's going to revolutionize the world, or make the birds explode. Take your pick. But today, it's just an icon on your phone, and we're not going so crazy about it. It's just natural, right? So NFTs, I just believe, will be that natural consumer behavior, that connection between brands, between companies, between communities, and allowing them to all interplay. And to that point, I think like the important trend, and I think we've all kind of tapped into this, is the importance of interoperability, right? And portability, and the ability to be able to allow users to move tokens, to access tokens where and when they need to. So I think that, the more things get a little bit more standardized and truly decentralized, the magic will certainly be playing out before us. And I think that's going to be on a pretty expedited timeline.
Definitely. Nico, why don't you take us out? What are you looking for in the next 1 to 2 years?
Yeah. So I think a lot of conversations I have with my friends who are entrepreneurs that aren't in Web3 are kind of looking at how to get in the space, specifically the NFT space. For me, I think if I were to start something new, I would look at I would look at an existing Web2 problem and figure out how Web3 via utilization of NFTs is a better solution for that problem than what currently exists. I really focus on that because a lot of the current market of NFT holders, as we're all here trying to onboard new users to the market, are existing PFP holders that have been in from PFP, no matter how far in the past, whether it was Bored Apes or whether it was CryptoPunks. That's kind of the natural on-ramp now is PFP projects. And I think over the next 1 to 2 years, you're going to have kind of a first mover advantage if you were to spin something up that deals with physical to digital, or as Tiff just said, the loyalty programs for bubble tea, which I would also love one of those. And so these types of problems that people encounter in their everyday lives, right? For me, I have a huge problem when I go to pay for gas at the gas pump and I put in my zip code and it takes like 30 seconds for it to register my zip code. So like little problems like that, I think evolving over the next couple of years. Companies that are focused on Web 2 to Web 3 issues will have a huge advantage and ultimately be the most successful.
Definitely. Well, hopefully you guys have enjoyed this panel, everyone watching and everyone here. I think it's been a great conversation. Really curious to hear more about the role that these marketplaces will play, and I think they're going to be really influential gatekeepers. So everyone go check out Raremint, Rarible, Magic Eden, Sweet.io, and everyone, thank you for your time. Yeah,
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
have a great day.
High in the sky, above the bickering, the wars, the inflation, there is other side air, where you don't have to worry about your destination, because we only take you to one place.
Is everybody on the line, Bill?
Yes, John, we're all here.
Oh, thanks to you.
The other side. Join the apes, the mutants, the punks, and the me-bits. Leave your cares behind. Join us.
Guess where I am?
On the other side.
Stay tuned. We're about to wipe the floor with this one.
Did? Mm-hmm. This is your
mine.
ape. Are we debuting
It's
it?
really cool. Like the hat, the shades.
And how did you pick? Because you can pick your ape.
Yes, I was going through a lot of them, and I was like, I want something that like kind of reminds me of me, but this one, it does. I think we made like another version of it where he takes the hat off and blonde hair comes out.
Yeah, because you can do it now whatever you want.
Animated version.
We're part of the same. We're part of the same community. We're both apes.
I love it.
This is my ape.
It's yours. Yours is so cool. I love the red heart sunglasses. I love the captain hat.
It reminded me of me a little bit because I wear striped shirts. I've worn these heart sunglasses because my daughters, just as a joke, they have them, and as a joke, I put them on. So I've done this. And I love yacht rock and being breezy. So I'm like, yeah, that kind of, and I like the blue. Dude, look at us.
They look like they could be friends.
They're buddies.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to ReImagine 2022. I'm your host, Roshan Mirajkar. Very excited to have a bunch of apes here with me here today. Today's topic is going to be about the ApeCoin launch and how a new metaverse currency can affect NFT collections and the metaverse in general. Before we get started, I'm going to give everyone a chance to introduce themselves. We'll start with you, Bartek.
Okay, hello, my name is Bartek. My Ape is 2510. And yeah, usually I get my Ape t-shirt, but the problem was I was just traveling and that was my last t-shirt I got. So I don't have Ape today. So yeah, literally I am the CEO and the founder of DDOB. It's one of the biggest influencer marketing agency in Central Eastern Europe. But now I'm 100% into Web3. So I'm still the CEO, but I'm just signing paper. And I'm also co-founder of Fancy Bears and the Funadize. So we're doing some cool stuff right now. And yeah, hopefully you're gonna also see really soon something we'll be preparing for Bored Ape Yacht Club.
Awesome. We'll move to you next, Adam. And all of you can also, if you could add a little bit about when did you buy your Bored Ape and when did you get into the club?
Yeah, my name is Adam. I'm owner of Bored Ape 6346. I got into the club the day after the mint sold out. I was in a Discord group with Ted's Little Dream, and they were talking about how Pranksy just bought minted 500 of them or something. And, hey, it's going to be hot. So I remember actually looking at it and thinking, I don't know if this is, going to be worth it. But I ended up getting in at 0.3 for my first Ape, and been holding ever since.
Yeah, glad to have you here. Andrew?
Hey, what's up, everyone? Can you hear me, Roshan?
Yep.
Awesome. I just got finished doing volunteer work at the Douglasville Humanitarian Center. That's why I'm in my car right now. But I have my Bored Ape Yacht Club Basel shirt, which is a shout out to Magic City Apes, which is a group that I'm in. Roshan's also a part of it. I bought my ape May 17th for 0.38 Ethereum. The reason I got in is I was very, very heavy into NFTs. I was buying NBA Top Shot. I was racing Zed Run horses. I was buying Blanco's Block Party. And then a friend of mine who was active on Twitter said, man, everyone in the space is buying apes right now. And at the time, $1,200 was way more money than I ever planned on spending on a digital picture of an ape. But, I said, let's take a risk. I bought it for 0.38 ETH. And then today I got an offer for 135 ETH. So looking back, I'm happy about that. Besides NFTs, I'm the owner of Ibis Prep, which is a tutoring company. We tutor for every subject under the sun: SAT, ACT, GMAT, GRE, LSAT, Florida bar exam, California bar exam, Series 7, Series 66. Before I got into NFTs, I did my JD MBA at the University of Miami. I got my Series 7, my Series 66. I passed the Florida bar and the California bar, and I've just become an instructor. I have started my own NFT project, Ibis Chess Club, which is a offshoot of my business, Ibis Prep. And it's a way for me to engage with my clients, to bring people, from the educational space into the NFT space, and then to bring people from the NFT space into the educational space. And the best part about Ibis Chess Club is it is a chess club. We have chess tournaments, and this event is being hosted by our first chess tournament champion, Roshan, who was awarded $500 in ApeCoin. And I guarantee that $500 in ApeCoin, if you held it, is worth more than $500 today. So I'm Bored Ape 4662. I'm a huge proponent of anything Yuga Labs related. They've done an amazing job. They followed through on all their promises and have been great to the community. And I'm a huge proponent of ApeCoin. When we got the ApeCoin drop, I knew that it was only up from there, and it's only been up from there. And now that the other side metaverse is about to drop, you're just going to really see that what I believe ApeCoin has the most utility of any cryptocurrency that's ever been on the market. Ethereum is great. Solana is great. They allow us to do these smart contracts and to buy NFTs. But the utility of ApeCoin as a utility token inside the metaverse, and it's going to be so legit, the other side metaverse. I just think we haven't even scratched the surface yet of what this ApeCoin and this Yuga ecosystem really can do. So it's been a great year so far. I'm not selling my ape, and I'm excited to be on this panel. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for the intro. And lastly, Amplify.
Hey everyone, my name's Amplify. I have Ape 1302. I'm a crypto native researcher and user since 2017. I started out trading on margin with Poloniex before moving to BitMEX, lost a lot of money, got involved with early DAOs and DeFi projects like MakerDAO. And then last year in June, I bought my Ape and I've been holding ever since. I've been trying to onboard users through NFTs and DeFi into crypto. And I currently work at Babylon Finance, which is a community owned and operated DeFi investment protocol.
Very cool. Thanks for the intro. Now that we know everyone, let's sort of get into some of the questions. So my first question is, how will the impact of ApeCoin affect kind of the NFT collection Bored Ape Yacht Club? Like, are they different things, and how will one enhance the other? First question is for Adam.
All right, so I think that they can both kind of elevate each other, especially there's a lot of conjecture and rumors around the market right now, whether or not their Bored Ape is going to open up their own marketplace and if they're going to accept ape tokens. I, for one, think that they will, and so I feel that giving just building more utility into the token will only help the price appreciate in value, and it will help just get more of it out there in the marketplace, I think.
For sure. And how do you and maybe Bartek, if you want to add on or take this one, how do you see like ApeCoin enhancing the economy, like digital economy around Bored Apes? Is everything going to happen like in the metaverse digitally, or do you think there might be some real world use cases or effects?
Oh, there are already use cases in the real world, right? We got this first. Oh my God, it's like Ape Burger. No, it's the board restaurant, Board Burger. You guys probably know the name.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a place where you can pay with the ApeCoin. I'm just scared that the gas fee is higher than the burger cost. But yeah. So what I really think gonna happen here, which is different than the other coins. It's like people who own apes, they will use the ape token in their business. So we got also the business where normally you can use our token and you can use also Ethereum. And we're also gonna add ape token as a third one. So I think there will be like a lot of projects, a lot of businesses which gonna add the ape token as their native token, and they're gonna use it. And this is really important for growing the utility and growing the project itself, because it is something what we call a hook in the space. So the hook means that the people can really use your token and they can benefit from using your token. And then I think what they're trying to do in metaverse, it will be exactly this, right? That on top on the metaverse, you can build like your play to earn or your stuff, your metaverse, and then you can use this ape ecosystem. So it is kind of like everyone is using Ethereum to build projects on, right? The smart contracts. And then you always somehow, even if you do your own token, you always like connect it to Ethereum. You always evaluate it in Ethereum. So I think that something that might happen with the metaverse. And also with the real life businesses with the ape token. And I'm really big fan also of NFT worlds. Like I know the founders, I really like them. And yeah, what happened there with the NFT worlds token is exactly what I'm talking about. I see so many projects on Twitter. If you go to their Twitter, the pinned post about their main utility is we gotta play to earn on NFT worlds, right? So that's their main utility, and that's the hook. The hook is when other projects want to use your system, or they want to participate in your ecosystem, because you got something so good that it is better for them to use it than build their own. And I believe it might happen with ape token, both in metaverse and also in like a real life business.
Yeah, that's a great point. With what you said about comparing it to Ethereum, like a lot of past ICO projects and now DeFi projects, everyone is building on top of Ethereum. So it'd be cool to see projects build on top of Ape now that there's a token. Maybe anyone can build future functionality. I'll pass it over to Amplify if you want to add anything on. We know we're a couple days away from, we don't know whether 100% whether it's land or what they're going to announce, but we know it's going to be an ape token. So if you want to talk about, do you think that this will kind of be the standard for, Yuga Labs, Bored Ape related things in the future? Everything has to be done through ape?
Yeah, I think so. It was pretty clear from the start when they said that the other side was going to run on ApeCoin, and then the just like what they're trying to build here, I think is more so separate from the Bored Ape Yacht Club, whereas like the Bored Ape Yacht Club is exactly what it is. It's a club of people who like hang out and can talk to each other and have these events and meetups and things. But the ApeCoin ecosystem itself, I think, is trying to be significantly larger than that and trying to reach more of the broader crypto ecosystem versus just the NFT holders. So like, for example, like World of Women holders or like, Moonbirds, whatever, they can all own ApeCoin and participate in ApeCoin without participating in the Bored Ape Yacht Club. So I think it's really interesting that in a way, like I understand the narrative here is that by buying ApeCoin, you're also getting a lower price point entry to the yacht club. I just don't particularly think that's true. I think more so what you're buying into is the future, what they said, like the future currency of the metaverse. So other NFT projects that build like new metaverses or new ecosystems or marketplaces or whatever, they're incentivized to use ApeCoin because it has such a large holder base already.
That's an excellent answer. And I think I want to get a little bit deeper into that. I'll pass it to Andrew for the next question here. How do you guys think like the ape token can be integrated into other NFT collections, metaverse strategy? Because that's the other flip side, right? People talk about maybe this could be a strong token that other collections could use.
So I just want to agree with what everyone is saying that ape coin, we haven't even scratched the surface of its utility. It's going to be the breakthrough coin for other NFT projects to, create new utility for their users. I think we've all seen with the Yuga Labs that they've been the pioneers in this space in terms of showing other projects how it should be properly done. And, we've seen some other projects who've come out with tokens. We saw the POW token with Punk's comic. We've seen some other tokens, but they made a great point, the founders. They said, we don't want to just come out with a token because that will take 5 minutes. You can literally code a coin in 5 minutes. They said, we want to come out with a cryptocurrency that's going to have true value and utility. So my perspective on the token is this. When I was getting my MBA in 2013, every kid in my class was talking about Bitcoin. And my professor was telling us it was a huge scam and to run away. So at that time, Bitcoin was trading at $650 a coin. Now it's $40,000 or what have you. And then we saw the rise of Ethereum. We've recently seen the rise of Polkadot and Solana and similar coins. And I just want to point out to everyone that those coins were not very unique. Ethereum, sure, was a great, they were the pioneers in the smart contracts. Bitcoin was the pioneers in cryptocurrency. What I believe and what you're asking me about is that ApeCoin is going to be the pioneer in fusing NFT and blockchain utility and exactly inviting all these other projects. When we saw that trailer and we saw the nouns, we saw the Meebits, we saw World of Women, we saw that Yuga Labs was just taking an open arms approach to saying, look, we're all in this together. All these other projects, we're not competing against each other. We're trying to build together. And that's just the huge thing about the space is we're trying to build together. So with Yuga Labs leading the way, having acquired Larva, having put out this trailer, that if you are watching this and you haven't seen that trailer, go watch that immediately. It's the most epic thing ever. And the other metaverses that currently exist right now, we're talking Sandbox, we're talking Decentraland, and I agree with Bartek that NFT Worlds is cool. I think that the other side is going to blow them out of the water. I really think that with all the capital, with all the brainiacs they have, and with all the support they have, they're going to build something that we can't even imagine how great it's going to be. but it's certainly going to incorporate other NFT projects. I think it might incorporate other metaverses. There was some, leaked information that maybe the BioPills metaverse would be part of this metaverse. So I saw on the one leak, they had Blankos and then they took it off, and Blankos has their own, metaverse going on. So I just think that the pioneership of Yuga and the way that they're going to be open to collaborating with all these other NFT projects is something that we just been ready for, but we should be trying to invest in.
Yeah, no, absolutely love that explanation. Like, especially for new people that are watching this and don't understand maybe Bored Ape or Yuga Labs, I think Andrew broke it down really well. And I 100% agree that, yeah, Yuga Labs has been the master of like culture. Doing all this in 1 year is crazy. Bartek or Adam, either one of you guys, do you guys have anything to add? What do you guys, or like, what would you guys like to see with other NFT projects that you're a fan of, or other blue chips? How can everyone win by integrating ApeCoin everywhere?
Adam, you want to go, or should I? Okay, so yeah, first of all, it's funny because once we started to talk about Ape token, it's going up a lot. So we are guys so hyped. I'm super bullish on Ape token, but Andrew is like totally bullish, and I was even thinking about flipping a bit, maybe after the launch sale or before. I was just thinking maybe I will flip like a bit, but now I think no, all in. I'm gonna buy more. So yeah, you guys make me even more bullish than I was before, and I was really bullish, which is totally amazing. But if you're saying about other NFT project, I think we want to integrate Ape token in our project because I think this is showing to the community we are really there. We are really here with everyone, and we just want people to give them this alternative and also show that the Ape token is really important for us. So we're gonna keep Ethereum, but we're gonna also allow people to use Ape token. And yeah, I don't know, I think other blue chips are maybe there are some blue chips who will be trying to compete with Bored Ape Yacht Club. I'm not sure if everyone will integrate it. Like you never know. I don't believe all those metaverses, they already got their token. There's no way they're gonna integrate Ape token. And to be honest, when you're looking at the market cap, it's like Mana, like Sand are really strong, right? Even comparing to Ape, they're really strong. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I would love to see, I don't believe there can be too many competing tokens, but and I would love to see Ape token to be integrated everywhere, to get this one token that you got really a utility everywhere. But if it happen, I'm not sure. People love to do their own stuff, people love to compete. And yeah, we'll see.
That's true. And touch on that, I feel like while people do love to compete, almost at this point with Yuga really pushing forward with the token and probably registering with the SEC and going through all the right steps, it just, in my mind, it seems like it makes sense for a lot of the other projects. Just it would be easier to be like, hey, you know what, instead of trying to go through all the rigmarole of creating your own, we accept Ape token, boom, and then it's like new project already rolling with currencies and ready to go. And I feel like it can really help onboard a lot of new projects, kind of give them a jump start if they just accept that, because it's immediately you're touching on that huge user base of everybody that's already in the token. And yeah, so I'm definitely excited for everything. I was thinking about there might be like a dip after the land sale, if it is a land sale, but then hearing that the tokens are going to be locked up for a whole year, I'm like, well, everybody's going to want to reacquire their tokens that they just spent. So it's just up from here, I think. But
yeah. No, that's a great point about regulation. We all know there's a reason, as Andrew said too, why they took almost a year building this out, doing it in a compliant way. And yeah, not every project is going to want to go through that, and not everyone knows how to do it the right way. Amplify, if you want to take us out on this question, what are your general thoughts about it?
Just speaking on the bigger vision that ApeCoin kind of has, and I'm thinking more conceptually here. So if ApeCoin if their goal is to become like the native currency of the metaverse, and if we imagine the metaverse being, you know, a digital nation, like one of the things that like nations need obviously is a fiat currency or like a natively issued currency, just ApeCoin. They also need, you know, banks and financial services, goods, you know, public services like the special counsel and DAO delegates. You know, they don't get paid to do their work, but they still work for the nation. Private companies, marketplaces, all of these different facets of what makes an economy and an economy have to be built out through ApeCoin. So I think one thing I really want to leave people here with is to get really involved in the ApeCoin forum at forum.apecoin.com. There's the next AIP votes for AIP 21 and 22 are tomorrow, April 28th. And those are the original staking proposals, just with caps added so that you can't dominate a staking pool if you had, you know, 1 million Ape coins, for example. And then there's a lot of really good proposals out there that are essentially trying to build these goods and services that would empower ApeCoin to be like a fiat native currency of a nation online.
100% great advice. And I think that's an awesome topic that I think we can all talk about a bit. Like, let's shift and talk a little bit about, you know, just the ApeCoin DAO itself, because not everything has to be a currency component. Like, yes, we've all got it through airdrops right now and you can purchase it, but every month, you know, there will be a certain allocated amount that's released to like the top contributors of ApeCoin. So my question is, you know, what effect do you guys see, like, as more people participate in something like the ApeCoin DAO, and as these like NFT DAOs grow, how does that affect like real life jobs or like regular jobs? Can you kind of explain to audience members if you guys have experienced like being in these DAOs and like, you know, making enough income, or like how does that world kind of look? Bartek, if you want to start us off.
Yeah, sure. Like, you know, we also get a DAO, so I can tell more about from my experience. So, you know, from the founder experience, it's like really great if you get constantly feedback from people, and also if you can ask them about the things, and then you also see, you know, if you do some kind of voting for a proposal and you discuss it with the community, they feel like there's like our choice together, and then they are more engaged into it, so they are like they more contribute in the future. So this amazing mechanism, and yeah, I believe like NFTs for DAO, and also like, because the DAO in Ape is structured in a bit different way, but yeah, it's an amazing mechanism to you know, to like engage holders, to get extra feedback, and people really love it, right? They love it. They love to feel that they are really a part of something, and that was never done before, right? Because even if you get stocks of a company or some different stuff, it is like totally different vibe, right? You got the stocks and you're just waiting for like earnings report, and you say, oh my god, it's going down again, or something like this. But here you really can contribute, you really can be a part, and you can really, you know, you really feel like you even though you don't have stocks of the company, you feel like we are really building something. And also what is really important, like in when we're talking about Bored Ape Yacht Club, is we all know we are so early, and we probably also can imagine that our decision we are making today, or for example some votings and stuff, that those decisions may shape the whole NFT industry in the future. Because, you know, when the internet was coming, when the World Wide Web was built, there were a few decisions that they were made, and there's a lot of people now saying that it was not good for creators and stuff. The mechanism, how the standard was built, it's not really the best one. And here is amazing. Like, here's a bit different situation, because if we all believe like it can be like the metaverse, and the ape token can be like one of the main tokens of the metaverses, and we can contribute, and from what we're saying, we might like shape it how it's going to look in the future. I think it's amazing. Like, you are a part of a history, and I don't know, like yeah, that's something which I'm super happy about it.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Go ahead. One of the things I was going to touch on too is like, what you're saying about the DAO is even if, you don't have a majority of the tokens and you feel like your vote's not going to count, you can still submit proposals, and everybody's going to vote on those proposals. So like you really do have a voice, even if you're not like a huge whale, against everybody else. So that's another thing that I think is really awesome is, it's almost everybody's voice is heard. And that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I think it's.
I just wanted to add on that. Also, too, through snapshot.org, you can, like through Twitter, advertise or request other ApeCoin holders to delegate their coins to you. So they're not actually like transferring coins, but they're delegating their voting power. So if you have like a really good idea, but you don't think you have enough support, like you can actually get the support through Snapshot.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
Just past the swamp and through Curtis's clubhouse lies the other side. And in the other side, your credit cards and your dollars and cents just won't cut it. That's why we use ApeCoin. So when you want to stock up on Captain Hats, Codas, and of course land, ApeCoin. Don't go to the other side without it.
Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side, yeah.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair, Lynn Ulbrich, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried,
Nathaniel Popper,
Paolo Arduino.
Could we define this as a war?
It's time to play Non-Fungible Feud! Give it up for your host, Mutant Ape number 452!
Welcome to Non-Fungible Feud, everyone. I'm your host, Mutant Ape 452. And boy, do we have a special show for you today. First off, straight from the swamp, the Bored Ape Yacht Club. And from the post-apocalyptic shedders of society, we have the Gutter Gang. All right, let's get this party started. Bored Ape number 7613 and Gutter Cat number 2139. Get on up here. All right. We surveyed over 100 people. We asked them to name the top uses of NFTs. Gang gang? One of the top uses of NFTs is gang gang? Yeah, gang gang. All right, show me gang gang. All right, Bored Ape going for the steal. Top uses of NFTs?
ApeCoin.
ApeCoin? That is where we're going? We go from gang gang to ApeCoin? Show me ApeCoin! Okay, back to you, Gutter Gang. To try and steal it back, what are the top uses of NFTs? Let's go. Oh, I know. Gutter merch. Show me gutter merch. Okay, Bored Apes, this is on you. Again, for a chance to get just one of these answers on the board.
Mega Mutant Serum.
I could just strangle them all. All right, give me Mega Mutant Serum. For the love of NFTs, Gutter Gang, please put your heads together and come up with a formidable answer. This is not hard. Ooh, Gutter Comics. All right, Bored Apes, give us the next wrong answer.
Gaming.
Oh no, don't stop. You were going to say gaming, right? Weren't you going to say gaming?
Paris Hilton.
You are not even worthy of a buzzer or a response. We are quickly moving on. Okay, Gutter Gang, I'm going to try something. Can you say gaming? Why, yes, of course. Okay, then please say it. It. No, don't say it. Say gaming. You said you could say gaming, right? Yes, of course. Okay, then repeat after me. Gaming. Gutter juice. I swear, you guys are just trying to torment me now. I have resigned myself to this living hell, so go ahead, apes, and do your worst.
Profile pics.
Do not hit that buzzer. That counts. We are going to count it. You can call it a stretch, but I'm the host. It's my show. Bored Apes win. I'm out of here because I am about to go apeshit.
Don't you dare change the channel, cause we're going ape shit.
A minute and Amplify, if you seem like you're pretty active on the forums, like you sort of know what's happening on the governance. So can you sort of give us your vision or break down like what do you like, what do you see the ApeCoin DAO controlling, like what future opportunities or partnerships will kind of the people control, and what things would like Yuga Labs control?
I think insofar as Yuga Labs' participation in the ApeCoin DAO, they have to participate just like anybody else, just through their ape coins. They don't have any unique, well, influence is obviously very powerful, but again, I really do want to draw a distinction between ApeCoin DAO and then the Bored Ape Yacht Club, just because they aren't exactly the same thing and they don't exactly draw or drive any revenues back to each other. But for the ApeCoin DAO particularly, I think what we mostly want to focus on is these partnerships and trying to incentivize people to build on top of ApeCoin. And we can do that through, like partnerships with other people where we essentially give them ApeCoin for free in exchange for, either promotion or there's like, so Gaio Siri is like, he put a AIP up and he wants to essentially like promote and represent ApeCoin in order to drive value back to it, because I think that's where most of the value in a DAO comes from, is from all the DAO members and not the actual developers themselves. So like Animoca Brands or whoever actually, Yuga Labs, all these people who came together and created the DAO, their influence, I feel, is limited, and they know that because they know that they're very influential. So whatever comes out of their mouth has to be very, very, very well thought out and authored. But yeah, most of the value is going to come from other independent DeFi and NFT projects that are building on top of ApeCoin. And they can either be doing this like directly asking for incentives or payments, or just by creating a product that's compelling enough to add value, which is a little bit about, I wanted to roll into like one of the AIPs that I co-authored with the founder of Babylon Finance. So it's a little bit about Babylon. If we have time, I wanted to just talk about
do it.
So well, ApeCoin is attempting to position itself to be the native currency of the metaverse. We can see Babylon attempting to be the native investment platform or investment bank of not only the metaverse, but all of crypto. So Babylon's a non-custodial, decentralized asset management platform, which enables any community or person to create an investment club on chain. And all an investment club is just a group of people who pool their money together to invest in things, and then they share the profits. And so it's really powerful in crypto specifically because of the gas costs. Like it, can cost $30, $50 to make a swap. But if everyone's pooling their money together, it's $50 split amongst 50 people. So if you can think of Babylon in terms of like Vanguard or Fidelity Asset Management, so you think of how they produce, index products, ETFs, futures and options contracts, loans, and all of these other different financial instruments. Babylon is the decentralized community-owned version of that. So going into like what I was talking about with native countries or currencies or nations, they need investment products. They need financial products to add value to their holders. And so that's what we're trying to build with Babylon.
No, 100%. That's very interesting, and I've seen a lot of people in the Bored Ape community like do similar things off chain or with their own tools, right? Like pooled investing. It's actually pretty popular in Asia. There's like hundreds of LPs that have got together and own some of the largest owners of Bored Ape assets. Andrew, do you want to take us out on this question? Like, maybe if you want to talk a little bit on the job front, right? I know you do a bunch of different things. You have your own projects. Do you see like ApeCoin DAO and other similar, like a lot of DAOs have promised, governance and like offering like a full-time income if you contribute. So do you think ApeCoin DAO will be successful at this more than others?
Well, I want to start by demonstrating what I do for a living. I'm a teacher. We teach. I think a lot of people listening have no idea what DAO even stands for, which is a decentralized autonomous organization. And your question to me is, do I think people can have jobs in DAOs and in Web3 and be successful? Absolutely. I hear someone talking today. What's his Bored Ape name? Autonomous or something, or
Amplify?
Amplify, yeah. I hear Amplify talking, and I'm like, man, this person is deep in the governance of ApeCoin, which is amazing. He should be compensated for that. And the fact that someone like me can delegate my votes to him, honestly, I didn't even know that was an option. And for someone like me, is a beautiful option. With me and my businesses and teaching my students and the volunteer work that I do, I don't really have time to think about what's best for the ApeCoin DAO. I just believe that ApeCoin is a great investment. It's in good hands. And I believe in the concept of a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, because without it, we have too much power in too little hands. And with it, we're able to have a system of checks and balances. It's a true democracy. So, I can answer this question in many different ways, but anyone out there who's interested in making money in Web3, there's absolutely opportunities. At my company, Ibis Prep, we just hired 2 Solidity instructors. So these are professors who are going to teach people how to code smart contracts. And that to me is like a great opportunity for people out there, is learning Solidity and doing smart contracts. Now, another angle is the politics of it all. And getting involved in DAOs is certainly an opportunity to participate in politics, to earn income. And I mean, we can just see that this is where the future is. And I'm a huge proponent of the idea of a DAO. And I love people like Amplify, who are on the ground floor, who know what's going on. And man, I'm about to delegate my votes to you. I think that's an awesome thing. And so many opportunities in Web3. You just gotta, find what really calls you, and then, get after it. And Amplify, I think you wanted to add something here.
I just wanted to say thank you. That means a lot. I really appreciate that. I do work really hard in crypto.
I also want to delegate my votes to you. So yeah, so you will be the biggest.
Let's go Amplify.
For anyone out there listening, my ENS is 0x Amplify if you want to delegate any ApeCoin votes. And we can set up like a Discord channel or something for specifically like my votes, if anyone wants like more influence over what I vote on with your voting power. It makes a lot of sense. But yeah, just adding or commenting on what Andrew said, there is an incredible amount of opportunity for people to find employment in Web3 and crypto, and it's not just limited to people with incredibly high level technical know-how or knowledge. There's actually one of the best entry level positions that I think every single DAO needs is a Discord moderator. So if you know how to just spot spam, banning obvious like exploiting accounts or people like that, and just kind of like engage in conversation, you can get paid for just hanging out in Discord all day.
Yeah, no, 100%. And thanks for breaking that down. I know it's sort of a tough subject. It's all new. Like these things didn't exist years ago. Even the idea of sitting at home making governance decisions and getting compensated for it. But yeah, thanks Amplify for bringing that up. I don't think a lot of people bring up governance. To kind of end things off, my last question, you guys can answer it however you want, is more on an individual basis, but I just want you all to kind of go around and talk about what's this like one or two things specifically that invited you to get interested about Bored Ape Yacht Club, and what has it done for you? Anything interesting, like maybe just your niche category? I'll start with Bartek because I know he's done a lot of cool things with kind of like fashion or marketing, like in his own country, and he's used as Bored Ape in different ways. But yeah, it was a pleasure having you all.
Yeah, like my Bored Ape is like my second life. It's like my second identity. Like you probably, like many of you guys probably seen me with my t-shirt with my ape. And yeah, there's no better way to network. Like so many people, like amazing people I met during this Bored Ape Yacht Club journey. So many good friends, and also so many people who helped me with the business. I made Yoni Asia, who is like CEO of Vitoro. It's like a super big multi-billion-dollar company on Twitter, because I got an ape. I met like a lot of artists. So this is like totally amazing. And even here, what happened here today, like it's like this way of creation. We just kind of picked our representative for the governance in the Ape Club by delegating votes. It is like amazing. Like you meet people, you can just hear them, and that's how it works. So yeah, what I love about Bored Ape Yacht Club is the club. It's this networking. Yeah, I'm super excited for the metaverse, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna have time to go to metaverse. Like I know in the future we all will be in the metaverse, but yeah, you know what I mean. So for me, this is like a big benefit. We now are building like kind of a business on top of Bored Ape Yacht Club, right? Because we got our project, but we're now connecting it with Apes, and I believe really soon. Also, our head developer Avi, that you might know, he's also from Miami. And yeah, he's our head developer. I met him because he's a Bored Ape Yacht Club member. So I can say a lot of stuff, like literally was changed because of Bored Ape Yacht Club. My business, my personal life, all those trips, and it's amazing. I cannot wait for the Ape Fest this year, and hopefully I will see you guys over there, and we can more talk about DAO and the governance and what we're gonna vote on.
For sure. Adam, if you want to go next.
Yeah, sure. So for me, I've just been having like a ton of fun trying to get as much publicity for my ape out there. Just kind of get him. He's on a skateboard deck through Ape Mafia. He's in like some cartoons through the Meta Ape Studios. I'm on this panel discussion right now. So for me, it's a really awesome way to interact with the rest of the world, and I've met people from all over that I never would have. Let's see what else. Just and it's also being just a holder in the Bored Ape Yacht Club has pretty much enabled that I will never have to work for someone else again, in my life, just by holding an NFT that I bought. And that's like, I still wake up every day. I'm like, what? How is that like real? How? I'm waiting for someone to be like, hey, time to wake up now, But just keeps getting better every day. So I'm so happy to be here with all you guys, and looking forward to see what we can all build together in the future and where we can take it, because it's like nothing else I've ever seen.
Yeah, your belief made it happen, I think, and same for everyone. Andrew, you can go next.
Hey, what's up? I got the same background as Bartek. And it's funny because I've actually met Bartek twice in Miami. And absolutely, first time I saw him, he was wearing his ape on his shirt. Second time I saw him, he was like a celebrity bouncing around. Everyone already knew who he was. They knew about his Fancy Bears project. And Avi was we had a little Magic City Apes party, and his coder Avi was there. Avi's a super, super great guy. And definitely that's probably the biggest impact that being a member of the Bored Ape Yacht Club has had for me is the networking. Now I'm networking with people like Bartek. I'm networking with Roshan, networking with, Florida Man, Franklin, just all these different people who really are incredible people that I never would have encountered if it wasn't for the Bored Ape Yacht Club. And I'll even extend that to just the NFT space in general. When I started doing my project, my chess club, I was looking for an artist, and the artist I ended up finding is Vezo from Karbala, Iraq. And we met off Instagram or Telegram, something of that nature. Now I've hired Vezo to do graphic design for my company. He works for me full time. And that's a completely organic NFT relationship that now I have this guy, Smile Fuckers, who just hit me up and asked if he could use Vezo for his artwork. And I'm like, of course, man, like let's get after it. We all have this positive spirit. We're trying to help each other, build each other up. So that's been like the number one thing. For me, my passion is education. I went through schooling. I built my own school, and now I'm going to build a school in the metaverse. And just knowing that I know what I want to do and I know I can do it, and now I have even more resources than ever to do it, is a beautiful feeling. I'm really at peace. I spent the morning volunteering, something I would not have been able to do if I didn't have a $450,000 picture of a monkey. I don't take it for granted at all. I'm very, very grateful. And I really understand that like what this ape has done for me in 11 months is just the beginning. And what we're going to be able to do in the other side and through these relationships and, getting on panels like this, I'm super, super blessed, super grateful. Roshan, if you guys don't know Roshan, he is brilliant, not just a great chess player, but he also does animations. And he did this one animation of Jimmy Fallon and Paris Hilton, and it went viral. It brought so much exposure to the space. And it's like, we have all these people in the community who are just doing what they love, but by doing what they love are bringing exposure to the community and driving the price up. It's just like something I never could have imagined being part of, and something I really, really am grateful for. So definitely changed my life, and I'm not fucking selling.
Well, can I just add something to this networking? Yesterday I was speaking on European Economic Congress. It's like a really big event here, And the difference in networking there and in networking between like in general NFT holders, but especially like Bored Ape Yacht Club holder, is that when you meet an ape, you first think, and you're talking about, for example, your business, like you got business, I got business. So your thinking is like, how can I help you? So you first think how you can help someone, and you don't expect anything. Like I can help you, bro. I got this, maybe it will help you. Maybe I can retweet something. Maybe I can post something. Maybe I can help you some way. And then you don't really expect something going back. Like you know it will come back, but you don't expect it. And if you go to like, you know, standard conference, you know how it is, right? It's first, okay, so yeah, what do you want for me? Like something like this, like totally different vibe. And yeah, I think this you know, these people like really, that's exactly what you said. Like we are all passionate about NFTs and we all want to build something together. And we really see how together we can build more than alone. And yeah, it is totally different. Like in the real life, people are more selfish. And here, because everyone wants to help, and you first invest your time to help someone, and then you are getting back, it is going like crazy. And I think that's the main difference between, because you know, people when I said them, oh, Bored Ape Yacht Club is great because we got a club and we're networking, and they're like, okay, but there's a lot of clubs like BNI and stuff where you also got networking, but then the people just coming there with different attitudes, right? They want to take, and here people want to give. So this is the main difference in why Bored Ape Yacht Club is so amazing comparing to the other clubs, or like I mean general NFT space, like general most of the people here.
No, yeah, you got. Go ahead.
Roshan, I just want to add one thing. I want to introduce Chef T,
How you doing?
the official chef of the Bored Ape Yacht Club, and this guy. What do you think about the Yacht Club?
Man, it's been an interesting, great, insane, amazing journey, man. Just being around the atmosphere. Me being a person that, you know, definitely stepped into the space of understanding crypto, understanding where the world was going, the metaverse, the central land, you know, being a fan of especially the movie Ready Player One, and just getting that space. I never thought I would attract that type of energy. You know, I was never a big investor in the stock market, but like I had conversations with my guy here, is that, you know, Shiba I kind of was early in on, and it started growing organically. But me being a culinary artist, a food scientist, a chef, people in the individuals I've been able to meet, including, you know, my client here, Drew, which is fantastic. Just an amazing human being that really, really completely wraps his mind around the whole space. And if anyone's kind of listening to the directions, people like him or coders or people that definitely know how to turn a profit in the atmosphere, it'll definitely pay off for those individuals. But man, it's been amazing. You know, I'm growing every day with it. And I have to kind of remind myself, you know, almost not to look at where people are at in it as far as their finances, but look at how early and developing, and that we're all a part of this evolution. And eventually it's going to come to a place where this is just, you know, the new norm, you know, and I always said that, you know, as soon as the pandemic came in, if I don't begin to create new norms for myself, they will be created for me. So, you know, we out here in Georgia right now, we've been working on some things, and I got some interesting things coming. And when nobody's looking, man, I'm just trying to, you know, DYOR and, you know, do the research, and that's pretty much it, man. I pray everybody out here has a great day.
Yeah, man. See, Chef, he's amazing, and he is a big proponent of the Bored Ape Yacht Club, and he's watching his life change because he's linked up with me, and I've just been telling him to buy ApeCoin and showing him, you know, some things, and I've learned a lot from him. And, you know, the best thing about it is there's still art. You know, he's an artist, and the NFT space is great for artists. So Bored Ape Yacht Club has changed my life. It's showing Chef T different things, and I just want to say super, super grateful for everything. Sorry for that interruption.
Yeah, no, all good. What I got from this was like, it's like Bored Ape Yacht Club, these NFTs are the right vibe, right? I think you guys hit it on the spot. It's like, even though everyone has all this like airdrops and money, but when you meet one another, we don't really talk about that. So lastly, I'll let Amplify take us out. And yeah, thanks for everyone for being on this.
Thank you everyone for having me here. So as far as like things that I've done with my ape, I've been really just kind of focusing as a fund manager through Babylon. So I have, you know, like a Bitcoin fund that doesn't speculate on the price. I have a stable coin fund. I have a high risk fund that speculates on all prices. And then pretty soon we're going to have the ape coin fund. So mostly just trying to like identify like my profile picture with like fund management and like helping to educate the space and onboard users to crypto and DeFi and stuff. Other than that, I think my ape would look really cool as for an energy drink.
Staring at charts all day, Reddit trolls got you down. Threats of government regulation got you feeling not so fresh. Take the WAGME pill. WAGME is the only meme-proven pill to get you over the hump and back in the game. Side effects may include all-time highs, aping in on projects, and a strong sense of superiority. To avoid long-term medical injury, seek high fives for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. This is the age of Web3. Talk to your doctor and find out if WAGME is right for you.
Stay tuned. We're about to wipe the floor with this one.
I remember when I was a little girl and our house caught on fire. I'll never forget the look on my father's face as he gathered me in his arms and rushed through the burning building onto the pavement. And I stood there, shivering in my pajamas, and watched the whole world go up in flames. And when it was all over, I said to myself, is that all there is to a fire? Is that all there is? Is that all there is? If that's all there is, my friends, then let's keep dancing. Let's break out the booze and have a ball.
I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculator.
Richard Nixon essentially disconnected the dollar from the gold standard entirely. Before this, the dollar was a specific weight of gold.
I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
If you look at the United States and you look at the dollar from 1971 to today, it's not a great look.
Now, what is this action, which is very technical, what does it mean for you?
$35 was buying 1 ounce of gold in 1971. It takes $1,700 to buy 1 ounce of gold today.
Your dollar will be worth just as much tomorrow as it is today.
So the only choice is to devalue. And when you devalue, eventually you devalue so far that the empire fails.
Let me lay to rest the bugaboo of what is called devaluation.
What do you want to store your wealth in? Do you want to store it in something that's continually being devalued, or store it in something that is uncompromising, unchanging, and trustworthy? You risk money keeping it in dollars.
Hey everyone, it's Patrick McLean here for ReImagine version 12, Rise of the Apes. We are talking all things Bored Ape Yacht Club and the greater NFT revolution. We're here for a pretty cool panel. I'm actually excited for calling it like Watch the Road, analyzing, how the past Bored Ape roadmaps have been executed and what to look forward in this next iteration. So before I go on too long, I'm gonna let our two panelists introduce themselves. But Rax, why don't you go ahead and kick us off? Let everyone know who you are and maybe a little bit about your journey getting into Bored Ape.
Yeah, so my name's Rax. My Twitter handle is rax.eth, so you could go ahead and find me there. How I joined the space, or how I joined Bored Apes in particular, it was a gift to myself back in June for my birthday. I seen the community start changing their PFPs right back in early April, June, and that caught my eye. Looked into the project. I seen that the IP was attached to the actual NFT, and that actually caught my interest a lot more. So I decided to jump in, and I jumped in with 3, and that's how my journey began.
Amazing. Adam, how about yourself?
Yeah, so I jumped in back in July. I co-founded a Web3 development company called Master Brews, and we were approached with some offers to help with NFT projects. We've been in the crypto space, for a few years, so NFTs was something kind of new to us, and so I wanted to jump in and look out for some really cool projects. And Bored Apes was one of the first ones that I ended up buying off secondary, and that's kind of where I got to where I am today.
Definitely. Well, hey, let's go ahead and jump in here a little bit. Want to kind of maybe start back with like Roadmap 1 leading into Roadmap 2. So Roadmap 1 seemed like it had a lot of things that really benefited the owners, right? So they got serum, mutants, dogs. What's your guys' general feeling as we look towards Roadmap 2? Is it really going to be designed to benefit the holders? Will it benefit external partners or maybe new people coming into the space? Adam, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, so like you said, Roadmap 1 was really to build up the brand, build up the value for holders, which obviously they knocked it out of the park. With Roadmap 2, I think, I think their main goal is adoptability, right? They have so much attention, they have so many celebrities jumping in, and they want to take advantage of this attention and kind of open up the community, similar to how they did with the mutants, right? It gave a really good price point to jump in if you couldn't afford an ape. And I think they want to continue with that trend line and release more expansion, so to speak, but at a cheaper price point so the community can grow, which is going to help everyone in the space in general.
Definitely. Rax, curious to hear your thoughts though.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Adam said. I would just add that I actually think they're expanding while at the same time uniting the whole NFT space. And at least that's my assumption based on the trailer that they released with the whole different like WoW, the Toads, Cool Cats, and by them buying out the CryptoPunks and the Meebits and providing that utility by providing the IP to the owners, that I think that what they're doing is really uniting the NFT community and empowering it at the same time.
So speaking of the other side, where do you think, like when we look at all the elements on Roadmap 2.0, like where does the other side kind of fit in there? And maybe in regards to some of these other collections as well.
My thought, it might be in the redacted section. I'm not really sure where else it could fit in. I don't have the map in front of me, but that's kind of where I picture it.
Yeah, so I agree. I think there's a lot that we don't know about, but when I looked at the second roadmap, there was some assumptions that we can make. Starting with the ApeCoin drop, that's going to be an important part of having a main currency for the ecosystem that they want to build. And what usually follows, a typical ecosystem, I think there's going to be a marketplace. They've obviously teased a game. So we might have a really cool top quality game that's going to be coming out. And I think it's all going to be tied to the other side with everything that they plan on announcing. And it all starts and ends with the ApeCoin, I believe.
Definitely. So, like, how do you guys see? Like, it seems like a lot of Roadmap One was kind of handled internally by Yuga and the Bored Ape team. Do you guys think that Roadmap Two will be a lot more reliant on partners? And where do you kind of project those certain integrations potentially? Like, Rax, maybe if you want to take it.
Yeah, the way I see it, at least from the Ape DAO community, it's going to be more of a voting process and more of a inclusive community driving the steering wheel, for lack of a better word. But as far as that influencing the roadmap for Bored Apes, I'm not sure how that really ties in, because I see the Bored Ape ecosystem is separate from the Ape DAO ecosystem. I see them working together, but I also see them having different influence within the ecosystem.
And yeah, I agree with everything that Rax said. I think a big part of that is also their investment round, right? They brought in a lot of intelligent partners to team up with. And I think they are obviously going to have some sort of influence, but I think that's going to be a lot of added value that they were going to bring. Ever since day one, Bored Apes has been a community-driven project, and they've done a really good job at listening to the community. So I don't think they're going to sway away from that kind of motto that they've built into this community. But I think partnering up with really big brands and really intelligent people that are included in the DAO and any other aspects that we might not be aware of, I think they're going to be able to help with the vision that the founders have had, which have already knocked it out of the park, in my opinion.
So things like, let's take like the treasure hunt, for example. Like, do you guys think that there'll be like an external company handling that, like maybe a Coinbase or something?
It could be, they're labeling it as the treasure hunt. So I don't know if there's a specific kind of, meaning behind it. But typically speaking, they've done mostly everything in-house. Obviously, they've done their Super Plastics partnership, and I'm sure there's going to be more down the line with the partners that are coming in that have invested with them. But it's hard to say because they really keep it locked down when it comes to their upcoming plans.
Definitely. And Rex, like I've seen, like, just in the last few months, I feel like, there was the KYC stuff where maybe some people had issues with KYC, and that was an external system, and the Coinbase merge thing, right, which had some issues. So, do you think there's any risk there as they start to grow, alienating people, or maybe like not maintaining the quality excellence that they're used to?
Yeah, I think that comes with the territory. The quicker you try to expand, the less time for testing, the less time for actually wanting and getting feedback from like an alpha and beta testing system, for example. But what I see is what they're really trying to do is integrate in real life companies, or companies that are already solidified as real companies in real life. So something like Coinbase, like you mentioned, they already have an established platform. So by them actually working with them, that kind of solidifies Bored Apes into the actual real world now. Even though I feel like as a brand, they've already kind of adapted that hype beast brand, and they've already adapted and established themselves as that brand. I think incorporating into more utility-based and real-world companies is a good move.
Definitely.
But it does come with that.
For sure. And so I guess to you, Adam, like when we think about like the influence via the DAO, what are some roadmap items that you think or project will be heavily influenced by the community? What are some things that you'd like to see, and are there any top influencers that you'd like to see join the board that aren't there?
That's a tough question. I think until we can get the biggest utility out of the DAO, which is the staking, figured out, it's going to be hard to see where it can go from there. I really like how they've already announced that sales from whatever's dropping on Saturday is going to be locked up for a year. It shows to me that they're always looking at community's best interest, and that's a really good way to start. In regards to influencers, I don't know. I don't think they really need it. I think they've already established themselves, and they don't really need influencers to come in and do anything that they can't already do themselves. They've already proven to be, essentially the smartest team out there in this space. And I'd like to see them continue to grow and continue with their vision, because to this date, there's nothing I've seen that I really disagreed with their decisions. And looking at the growth is a perfect example of showing that their vision is what the space needs. And they've already established themselves as being really smart, intelligent people to make these kind of decisions without relying on influencers to come in and kind of maybe cloud their judgment or kind of take them in a different direction.
Rex, any thoughts there? Like, and also just, how do you feel the DAO process so far? Like the feedback the community's given, the receptiveness from the core DAO members.
I would actually I like what the process that the actual voting members are doing, as far as if they don't like something, they're actually voting against it. And it seems like it's educated, and it seems like that's why the first 5 proposals were denied or declined. What I really want to see is a better, quicker proposal system, so that things that need to be done are done quicker. And I know the community feels that way as well. And I know we're going to figure it out based on how the team has executed, based on how the community gives feedback as well. So that's what I really want to see, is just a better process, but I know it's coming.
Definitely. Well, let's kind of start to maybe dive into some certain roadmap items. So one thing is Ape Fest. Ape Fest 2.0 is coming up. So what do you think, Adam? Maybe what do you think one of the main themes will be for Ape Fest 2, and who would you like to see there?
Well, Ape Fest 1 blew me away, right? My expectations weren't that high because, they mentioned that it was kind of a last minute scramble for them to put that together to align it with NFT NYC. And when I was able to attend, it blew me away. I was so surprised of how well that execution was, minus the gigantic lineups. Those obviously sucked. And I guess hopefully that's something that they can improve on for 2.0, which I'm sure they will. They addressed it many times, and they already came out and said that the process will be better this time around. So I have no reason to believe that it won't. Theme wise, I don't know. I was so surprised and very, impressed of what they pulled off the first time. So I haven't put too much thought into it. I think it makes sense to do another yacht party. It fits the theme well, and people had such a good time on it. And having a secondary party that can accommodate a larger audience, because I think we're going to have a really big turnout considering how so many people missed out and COVID and everything going on the first time around. So I just hope that they're able to put something together that doesn't result in anyone missing out that is a holder of this community.
Rex, I'll kick it to you.
Yeah, I agree with what Adam said. I actually would love the yacht again. It was a great experience. I would say that the people that put this together last minute, they did an amazing job. I believe they had under 90 days, if I'm not mistaken, if not less, to put this together. And on top of the whole COVID situation and the COVID restrictions that New York had, I could only imagine what they had planned for this year with so much time. And I'm expecting COVID restrictions to be a little less restrictive this time as well. So I see these 4 or 5 days of Ape Fest being a lot more smooth and a lot more fun. Not only do we have more top tier artists in the community this time around, but we also have a higher expectation from, or I would say more time for the team to deliver. So higher expectations there.
I have a feeling this is going to be a party most people aren't going to want to miss if 1 year has changed anything. But hey, I'm showing my screen here for the roadmap, but I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about some of these things and maybe some points that really excite you guys, right? So we have Trial of Jimmy the Monkey, we have 3D models coming, mysterious games. Rax, I'll kick it to you first, but what are 1 or 2 items on this roadmap that really intrigue you?
I've been looking forward to the 3D models. Actually, I posted a question on Twitter last night if these 3D models were the super plastic models, and it seems like the community all is in favor of them being actually a 3D render that we're going to be able to use either on the other side and or cross platforms like the sandbox that's on the roadmap as well. So that would be pretty cool. I'm also looking forward to being able to do like those vlogging videos, but with your actual character in high definition or in good quality. I'm looking forward to that.
Definitely. Adam, what's got your interest on this map?
Yeah, no, the 3D models, when I first looked at it, really stood out to me. I'm excited for that, but really excited about the blockchain game. We got a little bit of a sample of with the Bored Apes, First Mutant Apes, little mobile game that they put together. But I have very high expectations on a blockchain game. We see so many projects coming out with blockchain games. There's some that look incredibly well done, and there's a lot of potential. And if you take, the Bored Apes and put them in that space, I can't even imagine the kind of quality that's going to come out of it. So that's something I'm really excited about, and I'm hoping that we get some news on that very soon.
Definitely. Yeah, I was actually just having a conversation about the 3D models, our group does a little bit on like animation and stuff, right? So just been looking towards these bigger promises. Everyone talks about using their ape for IP, and in some cases that's a bit more manageable when you're printing out a static label that you put on a can of beer or you're opening a restaurant, right? But when we think of the metaverse, when we think of people being able to trade skins or enter a game, it's kind of impossible to do at scale, right? Unless you have these core files. So where do you guys kind of see those implementations going? And is there any limit to the possibilities once you guys kind of have your hands around those files?
From a technical perspective, I don't know how easy it is to actually integrate from one metaverse into the other metaverse. So what I'm really looking forward to is being able to actually utilize it as like for YouTube and creating videos from that nature. But from animating, I don't really know how that really works. I don't know if Adam, you have input on that.
I don't, and that's honestly something that I haven't really considered on my side. I don't really do a lot of content creation on my end, but as you mentioned, the IP and branding and being able to license it out, I think that's going to give us holders a lot more opportunities and be able to do that a lot more easily. I don't know about G-Rax, but I haven't gotten too many offers in regards to licensing my ape out. I don't think I have a big enough following for that to happen, not like Tropo and these other guys that seem to have a lot of offers coming their way. But if they're able to come out with tools that allow me to kind of market my ape better and generate those offers, then that's something I'd be extremely excited about.
Well, because I think people underestimate just like how much time it takes to like animate stuff, right? And all of this. So it's like, once you get those core files, and I think, I've had different conversations around like, should other people be developing, 3D models around it, right? But I do feel personally like it's a good place for the brand to inject themselves. Like, here's the official, this is how much of a gut your character has in 3D, right? Or whatever, like, and then everyone can manipulate it from there. But
This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of $1 can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let...
Staring at charts all day, Reddit trolls got you down. Threats of government regulation got you feeling not so fresh. Take the WAGME pill. WAGME is the only meme-proven pill to get you over the hump and back in the game. Side effects may include all-time highs, aping in on projects, and a strong sense of superiority. To avoid long-term medical injury, seek high fives for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. This is the age of Web3. Talk to your doctor and find out if WAGME is right for you.
I remember when I was a little girl and our house caught on fire. I'll never forget the look on my father's face as he gathered me in his arms and rushed through the burning building onto the pavement. And I stood there, shivering in my pajamas, and watched the whole world go up in flames. And when it was all over, I said to myself, is that all there is to a fire? Is that all there is? Is that all there is? If that's all there is, my friends, then let's keep dancing. Let's break out the booze and have a ball.
More alpha coming at you now.
Hey, let's talk about the roadmap stuff a little more. And I think Bored Ape and Yuga's always done a good job of kind of integrating various characters across the experience. So let's take one. Been hearing some rumors around lately. Like, how do you guys foresee, or what have you heard around like how kennels will enhance any roadmap items like in 2022? Adam or Rax, feel free to take it.
So on my end, it's been a discussion in a couple of the alpha groups that I've been in, and I don't know if Rax has heard the same rumors, but it seems like the kennels are going to play a big piece with the codas, and maybe their ability to increase your chance of finding one if they do sort of like a hunt for them and whatever they're building. But that's the most common rumor I've heard. And I think that's probably why we've seen such a big pump in sales in the past 2-3 days.
It makes sense based on the rumor. I've seen that rumor as well in the alpha groups, in the alpha chats, but they were really quick to shut that down. And I don't know if that might have been an intentional play, because they never actually pay attention to rumors, which is kind of, I would say, kind of odd that they paid attention to this one. What I'm really wondering, or actually what I really liked, is that it makes sense. It makes sense what a dog does. They go and fetch, they go and hunt. And if you have a dog and they find a coda or they find your resources, it helps you power up in the other side. That's kind of what I've been seeing for the kennels. And then I'm curious what the final battle and the MD versus MM1 is. That one, I don't know if we're expecting some sort of power-ups for the kennels, which sounds like they might be robotic coming up. I don't know. That would be awesome.
Yeah, we can see something similar what they did with the apes, right? They came out with the serum for the mutants, and then maybe with the kennels, they become the mechas, right? And that could play into the other side or the game or whatever. I think something is definitely coming with it. It's a little bit unusual for them to talk about the kennels, and I think they've mentioned that it's not just an airdrop and that's it. I think they said that they are going to play more of a factor in the whole ecosystem, and it's been quite a while since we've heard anything from it, and it just makes sense that with everything they're building and all the teases that they've done with the roadmap, that something has to be in the works, and hopefully something soon.
What other rumors are you guys hearing that you're not just taking with a grain of salt?
So one that I actually is not necessarily a rumor, but I'm questioning is if serums are going to have any other utility besides mutating your apes.
What's your thought on it?
I have no idea, but the other day I just had a random thought. It's like wondering if they'll be able to power up or maybe double up the resources in your plot. I don't know. It maybe double up the possibilities of you pulling a coda. I have no idea. There seems like there has to be some other utility, but maybe I'm just dreaming at the same time.
Well, these guys are good storytellers, if nothing else. Let's maybe look at the roadmap a little bit more. Do you guys have any thoughts around the MD versus MMI? Maybe if you want to take a stab at it, does anyone have any general idea what it is? Like, is there any consensus in the community?
I haven't heard anything on my end about it. I think that's one of the roadmap items that is probably the least talked about. Now, anyways, everything is kind of concentrated on everything that's happened since. But it's interesting, and we'd have to think that something is coming soon because we have two items, right? We have the initial one and then the final battle. So I best guess on my end would be, they started with the mobile competition, and I think that was their way of kind of testing the water, seeing how many people would be involved, how many people want to take place, and maybe they're going to take that up a notch and come out with another version of that, and then tying that in with whatever MD versus MMI is, and maybe it's like a bracket tournament style, and that leads up to a final battle. But yeah, honestly, I haven't given it too much thought because it's just so vague.
Yeah, I have not given that any thought at all, to be honest.
Speaking of like the game they released, what was your guys' like take on that? Like, how do you deem that a success, a failure, somewhere in the middle?
I personally think it was a success. The video game itself, the mobile game itself, actually was fun to play, but the competition itself, it got out of hand really quickly. People are degens for sure, and they spent 24 hours a day playing it, if not more. If not, how they did it, I don't know, but it was fun. I think that it was a good teaser to what's to come, and I like to see how the apes were being used as characters as well. That was enjoyable.
Yeah, no, I thought the game was good. It was interesting to see that even as big as Yuga is, they had a lot of issues in the beginning just trying to get the Play stores to put up the game, and there was some delays there, which obviously was a bit frustrating. But I'm glad they worked it out. And once the game came out, yeah, it was fun. And as Rack said, that was a lot of quite a bit of a grind. I know I had my kids playing, they loved it. They're a lot better than I was. I was horrible at it. But so it was good to see them have a kick out of it. And I know they keep asking when the next game's coming out. So it's good to have kind of the family involved as well, since a lot of the times they don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about Bored Apes and the NFTs. So it was good. It was nice to see be able to share that with them and give them a kind of sneak peek of what this space is all about and how they continue to build and what's to come in the future. So yeah, I thought it was a success.
It's a great way for everybody to realize like kind of the utility of this a little bit. Like, you can't play that game unless you have one of these. Like, oh, okay, I get it now, right? Like, what other private parties and events in the future am I not gonna be able to go to? Like, I might want to start looking at this thing. So hey, I want to talk a little bit about like the greater Yuga, right? So I think as their brand starts to evolve outside of just Bored Apes, right? So CryptoPunks acquisitions, etc. How do you see a Yuga roadmap and kind of a Bored Ape roadmap merging as we move into the future? Rax or Adam, if you guys want to take it.
The way I see Yuga is they're pretty much becoming the umbrella company of the NFT space. The way I see it, they're going to become the go-to company of any successful project, to where these projects are going to either incorporate with the other side, which is Yuga's play to accept new projects, at least how I'm thinking and understanding the play with the other side. And as far as Bored Apes, they're always going to be Yuga's #1 focus, obviously, while expanding their branch and their umbrella.
Yeah, I'm indifferent on it. I think when we saw the trailer, that kind of led us to some assumptions that there was going to be some type of integration with other projects. But then we saw Gordon tweet out just recently that he was planning Meebit's specific utility. So we're kind of getting mixed messages if, their plan is to kind of bring them all into one ecosystem, or is there going to be maybe just a second, third layer connection between them, and they're still going to be, for the most part, mainly their own IPs. So, I'm going to go back to a marketplace. I think that's what makes the most sense, bringing all these projects into one marketplace and having that kind of overseen by Yuga Labs. I know, we have OpenSea as the main marketplace. We have Looks coming out and trying to take some of that space, but there's still so many issues with how those marketplaces are ran. And if we saw Yuga come out with one and taking some of the top projects and having them exclusive and on their own side, it'd be a really smart business decision from their part. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much connection there's going to be with the Bored Apes and CryptoPunks and all these other projects that we saw in that trailer video. But it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
And like in regards to the marketplace, I believe like CryptoPunks has a marketplace, so I think would have fallen under the purview of Yuga's acquisition. Do you guys view that as potential like motivation in that acquisition that they could quickly maybe scale up on the marketplace side?
I'm not sure if that was actual part of the acquisition. I would assume it was, since Meebits and CryptoPunks are sold on their own marketplace. But I based on the numbers, just numbers itself, speaking numbers, it makes sense for Yuga to have their own marketplace. And whether that's coming on the other side or some other form, it just makes sense for them to have it. And it would make even more sense as a Bored Ape owner to have it in ApeCoin.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. If they, we already know a game is coming out, and within a game, it naturally has its own marketplace, and it's going to have its own in-game marketplace with items and stuff. Why not blow that up and just include everything that they have acquired? They have so many different projects under their belt now. They have their currency. They have pretty much everything you need to build a successful marketplace. So I would be surprised if they didn't go down that route.
Definitely. So when you guys look at like Roadmap 2.0, do you see other partners like, and I guess outside of just like infrastructure partners, but brands like Adidas, Nike, the 10K shop, do you see them kind of becoming integral to roadmaps in the future?
Yeah, I can go. So I would like to see it. We've seen the Artifact guys praise the Bored Ape community a lot. We've seen Bored Apes praise the Artifact guys. So there's obviously a connection there, and I would love to see that integration. I'm a big Nike fan myself, so having my two favorite brands with the Bored Apes and Nikes do something together, I think that'd be amazing.
I'm indifferent. I would love to see them to actually integrate with more brands and partner with more and more brands. That's actually how I see them integrating into like kid plush toys and maybe some other cartoons and stuff like that. Integrate with other ecosystems outside of the NFT space. That's obviously more expansion, more eyes on the space. So it makes sense.
Definitely. So I guess if we were to look at, let's say, called like a roadmap 3.0, like if you guys were to have your like dream world, can you maybe tell me like one or two things? I'm assuming you've thought about it at some point that you'd like to see enacted. Adam, maybe you can take it.
So one of the things I love about what they've already released is things tied to merch. So on future roadmap items, I'd like to see them just go crazy and just open up a whole retail shop, maybe even some land-based shops, and just have a whole line of merch that we can purchase from. I know right now it's exclusive to holders, which I think makes a lot of sense. But when you look at scaling up a business and the potential marketing that comes with it, the marketing potential that comes with it, I just like to see them, me going to the mall and being able to go to a Bored Ape shop and buying, from clothing to physical items, decorative items, I just like to see that. And then that to me would be like, wow, these guys have really done it. They're now completely mainstream. They're a worldwide brand. Obviously they're a worldwide brand right now, but they're still under the radar when you kind of compare them to the really big companies out there. So I'd like to see a lot more items like that really provide the viewers and people to take notice of who they are.
And for me, I would add to that a way to actually incorporate my ape into all that merch. So if I want to go out and buy at the actual store and I'm an ape holder, if I want to create a sweater, if I want to create an actual doll or some sort of plush toy, something, just have a way. If Bored Apes provides it, I could custom make it similar to what Nike had with custom your shoes with your Nike ID and stuff like that. That would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, that'd be sick. I would love to see that too.
Well, like you said, I mean, I think sometimes we forget that we're in a bubble. I think open up Twitter, all you see is Bored Apes, and you forget that billions of people on the planet, they don't quite know what they are yet, right? So definitely the growth, scale, and what's going to happen over the next few years should be very interesting. But I'll take us out here kind of with like last question. So everybody will be watching this on Friday. The day will be leading into the other side launch. It looks like 12 the next day. Are you guys super excited for that? What are you guys expecting if you were to look through your crystal ball right now? Rax, why don't you take it?
Well, what we already know, we're expecting a Dutch auction. I'm hoping people don't go crazy and just buy at the top. I'm hoping we see some people that are not necessarily whales jumping in and being able to get 1, 2 of their plots. What I'm really hoping for looking forward to is the amount that we're going to be able to buy. So based on the supply and based on the rumors, it looks like it's 200,000 to 100,000 plots of land is what we're assuming, not necessarily confirmed, at least from my understanding. I think it's going to be one of the craziest drops and most anticipated drops that we've seen in the last probably 3-4 weeks since Moonbirds.
Last 3 or 4 weeks. That's the timeline we're entering.
Was it even 3 weeks? How long was Moonbirds?
Yeah, maybe 2 weeks.
2 weeks,
something like that.
Yeah,
that's how fast this space goes. I mean, barely 1 year for Bored Ape, right? Does it feel like 1 year? Or does it feel like 5 years? Right.
Time flies. It feels like a few years at least.
Right. But Adam, yeah, curious to hear your thoughts. So what are you looking forward to Saturday? What may be some of the misconceptions or things like internet rumors you're hearing?
Yeah, there's so much, right? And it's so hard to kind of figure out right now. I think within the groups that I'm in, I know the hope, and not really what the belief, but the hope, the Dutch auction is going to start around 408. I think that's a really good price point to start it at, but seeing what Moonbirds did recently, I think that might change and they might, aim higher, which they can definitely do. If we look at everything that they have dropped, from Bored Apes to the Kennels to the Mutants to how much ApeCoin is flying, to me, in my personal opinion, this is probably one of the more safest investments you could possibly make. And I think a lot of people feel like that. So the demand is just going to be ridiculous. Even if we see 100,000, 200,000 supply on it, people are going to go nuts and they're going to mint out as much as they possibly can. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because it's going to be a massive drop for them. There's going to be a lot of expectation So I have no concerns over it. Everything that they've done, it's been a home run. So I'm very excited, and hopefully be ready for whatever comes. And once they announce more details leading up to that big launch.
Seems like a lot of people will be celebrating the next day in the weeks to come. So, hey guys, it's been great to talk to you, and definitely appreciate you making the time. Hopefully, everybody watching this has enjoyed it. I think it's definitely always a mystery when you look at the Bored Ape future roadmaps. I think there's been quite a few surprises already and things people weren't necessarily predicting. So it will be interesting to see what happens this week and over the next few months, and check back, and we'll continue to have these conversations. Rax, Adam, thank you guys for making the time. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, thanks,
Thanks
Patrick.
for your time.
This is
Have a
great.
great day. Bye.
Have a great day, Patrick.
High in the sky, above the bickering, the wars, the inflation, there is other side air, where you don't have to worry about your destination, because we only take you to one place.
Is everybody on the line, Bill?
Yes, John, we're all here.
I'll fix it to you.
The other side. Join the apes, the mutants, the punks, and the me-bits. Leave your cares behind. Join us.
Guess where I am?
On the other side.
Stay tuned. We're about to wipe the floor with this one.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. Get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Back to ReImagine. This is version 12, Rise of the Apes. We've been talking all things Bored Ape Yacht Club and the greater NFT space. I'm your host, Ashley Meredith, one of the directors at Mousebelt. And today our panel will be discussing traditional investors jumping into NFTs. What's the future of the metaverse and what does this mean for the future of Web3? Let's meet our guests. We have Adam Draper, founder of Boost VC, the sci-fi accelerator. Hi, Adam. How are you doing today?
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. And also Mark Yusko, CEO of Morgan Creek Capital. Hey, Mark, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Ashley, and thanks for having me back. It's always exciting. It's hard to believe that we're on 12 now from the early days of doing this. So, but I have to ask a question before we start. And Adam's got the beautiful orange background, but Adam, do you have the AD orange pants on today, buddy?
Oh my gosh, I didn't bring my orange pants and I feel so embarrassed because
dude, I wear these. I even call them
they're the best.
on Twitter.
I genuinely I feel like I feel like I should run into my closet right now and just go get the pants. But oh my gosh, I am so jealous right now.
Yeah, every Friday I wear them in your honor.
Okay, that's what I need. I'm gonna do it every Monday. Mondays are gonna be my day. So at least 2 of the days of the week are gonna be covered in orange pants. It's just when we're in Zoom. It's
okay.
Like
at least you have pants, right? Sure. I mean, there's a chance that
I do have pants on. I can stand up and show, but I'm a little embarrassed that they're not orange.
All right, it's all right.
Oh,
and no, I have my I have my Adam Draper orange pants and my Free Guy blue Henley. So
so you're in the metaverse right now.
I am the metaverse. Yeah.
Oh, Mark, you're my favorite.
Love the Draper, Adam Draper orange. I've got my Bitcoin orange here.
Exactly.
Love
it. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. Mark is someone we would call a friend of the show. Has been on a lot of our ReImagine. So if any of you are just tuning in and want to hear more from Mark, head over to our YouTube channel. I've got all of our Mark Yusko interviews there, as well as he was a guest on our documentary series Coins, which you can also find on YouTube, searching for episode 1, The War, and get started on coins too, talking about the history of money and cryptocurrency, which we got to record in the San Francisco Mint building. So old money, new money. And now we're here to talk about kind of the newest form of value that's been popping off and bringing a lot of people to the space, which is NFTs. And in particular, I think what we saw at NFT NYC, Mark and I were both there and recorded an interview for ReImagine, was this community access token where in order to even go to some of the parties at the conference, you had to connect your MetaMask wallet and hold one of these NFTs to even buy a ticket to like the party. So it's really interesting stuff going on. I just wanted to hear from you maybe about, what are traditional investors thinking about? Now we have like ApeCoin and the other side launching where you have to own an ape to buy it. So are investors thinking about holding apes or any kind of these NFTs?
Yes and no. Look, the average investor, the average institutional investor or traditional investor is still miles behind. I mean, Adam and I, go out begging for money all the time. And, I say that in 2018, it's not that long ago, feels like 100 years ago, but was not that long ago. And in our first fund, we went out and we'd talk to 100 people and 90 would literally say, don't call us back. You guys are idiots. We don't want to talk to you. And of those 10, 9 out of 10 said no. So we got 1 out of 100 and we ended up with 30 investors. We talked to a lot of people. We ended up with 30 investors and raised a little tiny $40 million fund. 2 years later, that ratio shifted to 70 out of 100, said, don't call us back. You're still idiots. But that was a 3-fold increase. Now, the bad news was 90% still said no, but that was now 3 instead of 1. And we ended up with 90. We got 3 times as many investors in fund 2. That was a $100 million fund. And now we're out on the road and now it's gotten up to about a 50-50. We have about a 50-50 chance of someone talking to us. So the short answer actually is no. The average traditional investor is not running out to buy an ape so they can get into certain parties or get to buy other side. But they are thinking that maybe I need to somehow get exposure. So some did invest in OpenSea. I think maybe at a valuation that was a little wrong. So Adam, tell the story since you were so early in NFTs. I mean, one of the things I love about hanging out with the Draper family, I've been privileged. I knew the grandfather, Bill, and I knew Tim, the dad, and now I know Adam and his brother and sisters, who are the 4th generation, actually. And I haven't met the kids to be the 5th generation. But one thing I love about the Drapers is they they see things before other people. And I don't mean they're like mediums and they're channeling the gods, but they actually sit around and think about new ideas and they talk to smart people. And so you made an investment in this little company that I've heard of in the NFT space. Talk about that.
Well, I made a small investment in Coinbase, which is in the NFT space 10 years ago, and that
they're not really in the NFT space. That was making a good investment in the infrastructure around digital assets and crypto. And the fact that you were like the second check in and then you helped us get in early and we all made a lot of money. That's good. But I'm thinking of NFTs in particular, because getting crypto right is important.
So the funniest
NFTs early, crazy good.
So I'll give you we had a session of Boost VC. And so Boost VC, we're a pre-seed fund. We invest first, and we invest, and we have an onboarding program where we bring all these companies. It's an accelerator where we bring all these companies together, and then they present on a demo day. And there was a demo day about 3 years ago. It was session 11. And on that demo day, Nifty Gateway presented, which Duncan and Griffin Cock-Foster are like some of the just brilliant minds in NFTs. They actually were a huge part of onboarding education for the art-based NFTs to the space. And they are incredible founders, and I really love them a lot. And then the other NFT company was a company called Unstoppable Domains. And you know what? Not one investor in that audience cared.
Incredible.
Yeah, and like it was 2.5 years ago. It was before any rise of NFTs, and like I will say, crypto had to go through DeFi to get to NFTs and start to establishing value there. But for me, there were a couple things that made me establish. And Nifty Gateway went on to it ended up being sold to the Winklevoss twins at Gemini. And I think it's probably one of the best buys in crypto that's ever happened. And no one really talks about that, but it was like a great deal. And it's worked well at Gemini. So it's a fantastic business. But the thing that we thought about was one, I have collected comics my whole life. I have collected trading cards my whole life. I innately understood that this concept of attaching JPEGs to a blockchain was going to be a thing. Now, how valuable a thing, I don't know, but I knew collecting was a real business. Because literally within a hand's reach, I have a huge collection of comic books and a huge collection of cards. And so innately this made sense to me. We started to dig in, and one of the things was, okay, well, why don't we find the Coinbase of was sort of our thought process was, hey, who is building the gateway to NFTs? Because it's still a pain. I don't know if any of you tried to get a crypto kitty. It was not intuitive. If you tried to do all these things were still so not intuitive to do. Is there someone making it very intuitive? And Nifty Gateway, the Cock-Fosters applied. We ended up being very, very lucky and just having them be a part of our network. So my answer is NFTs have taken on a life of its own, though. There are a couple different types of NFTs. The first, I would say, was sort of this art genre. And what we've seen is people started to use these generative arts as their PFPs, their profile pics, which became marketing. And now it's becoming a membership to be a part of a community where it's essentially a digital country club, right? It's a digital country club where you get to partake in it. I even see it as one step further. So I'm on the board of a company called Skybound, and they make comic books. They own the rights to Walking Dead and Invincible, and I see NFTs as even more powerful than that. The thing that these NFTs are good for, something like Bored Apes is good for, it is the lowest cost way to generate intellectual property of characters. And so I see Bored Apes as a competitor to Disney. Okay,
I'm gonna stop you right there. Okay, so a couple things that actually Adam and I have known each other a long time, and we've had a lot of fun together. And couple stories. So one, and I'm not going to get this exactly right, but it's going to be close enough. One of the coolest stories about digital assets and crypto is a story of how Tim's dad came to buy a very large number of Bitcoin at a very low price. And as I understand it, and I may not have it perfect, but his dad had a client, I think from South Korea, and they're having a conversation. And the guy says, my son came in and said, Dad, I need $40. I said, what do you need $40 for? And he says, I got to buy a sword. And the dad's like, your mother is never going to let you have a sword. No, you cannot have a sword. He says, no, Dad, not a real sword, a sword in my game. And the dad's like, no, are you kidding me? I'm not letting you have a sword. I'm not giving you real money to buy something in this stupid game. And Tim was like, oh, wait a second. Virtual money, real? Ding, 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 ding. And I think it was the Silk Road seizure had just happened. And the feds were auctioning off the Bitcoin, and there were a couple 100,000 of them. And I don't remember the exact price, but whatever the price was, everyone was bidding 50 cents on the dollar. And Tim was like, $1.01. And he got them all. And a few 100,000 turned into many billions.
And I mean, the fun story of that was he called me that morning and he goes, should I do it? And I was on my way to work and I was like, Dad, I don't know. Like you're doing a lot of things. I don't know what you mean. And he goes, should I bid on the Silk Road coins? And I was like, well, I would if I could. And I thought he was just going to buy like some. like just like a fraction of the Silk Road. Yeah. Sorry, you finish your thought.
No, but it was just such a cool story that he saw this value of a virtual good or a virtual currency, and the other guy just like, no, I'm not giving you real money to turn into. And the same thing in this idea of comic books. The reason I'm going to push back a little bit is someone was saying to me that Bored Apes is like Stan Lee comes down, and later you can show us your Stan Lee autograph that you have right there within reach. I could do it right now. That'd be cool. In real time, there's Stan Lee's name.
There's Stan Lee.
So, which is amazing. And so when someone said it's like Stan Lee came down and said, hey, I have these characters. I got this guy Spider-Man, I got this guy Wolverine. Would you like one? No, it's not, because here's the difference. So when Carl Icahn bought Marvel back in '93 or whatever year it was, paid $6 billion, got lambasted. I mean, got just ridiculed. Like, you're an idiot. This is a dead business. No one would ever buy a comic book again. Who reads comic books? The Spider-Man movie, the last Spider-Man movie, made $6 billion. Just one character, one movie, the same amount that Carl paid. When Carl sold it to Disney, this is the best part of the story, Eisner called everybody together. He says, all right, guys, if anyone sends you an email with a Marvel address, or someone calls you from a Marvel extension, you drop what you're doing because they are your new boss. Now, just let that sink in for a second. We're talking one of the most iconic companies in the world, one of the most powerful business franchises in the world, saying, yeah, we're important, but they now run the business. Mm-hmm. Marvel. And so the difference between Bored Apes and Marvel is 10,000 apes are 10,000 apes. It's not Spider-Man and Wolverine. And yes, in theory, Timbaland's Congo could take on some other characters, but it's not, I don't believe, it's different enough from the other apes to really have the same franchise power as, Wolverine, Spider-Man, Superman. But that's my opinion.
So I believe that, one thing you're right on is, it's not, we don't have Spider-Man, which had, 50 years of history behind it. and it existed long enough for film to accept it and them to figure out how to be true to the story and take those characters. Basically, comic books up to this point have been the lowest cost way to create characters and build community. I believe NFTs are one step behind, where it's even more, it is the cheapest way because you get paid rather than paying anything to actually create comic book characters. And I'm not saying Apes, well, I am saying Apes. I believe that Apes, I would love for my, I have an ape, 9132, and I'm going to assign it a name, and I'm going to have that ape actually build, make songs, music, different, like I want it to be an actor. I want it to be its own media business by itself without me and other people to be able to use it. It's already been in a beer commercial. It's been in a Unstoppable Domains commercial, and it's been and it has a song that was generated by artificial intelligence. So it's pretty, it's a pretty advanced talent as far as that's concerned.
And look, and I think you're absolutely right. And said you and Timbaland are going to compete to do this. I guess my only concern is there enough differentiation between those characters for there to be more than one winner? Is it a winner take all, and whoever gets out there first? And maybe there is. Maybe you could have a mutant that wins and a traditional. And
I think what you did was just incentivize what they did. Yuga and the whole community of the Bored Apes, they just incentivized 10,000 people to get creative and figure out what whether or not it's serious, whether they're the actor, they're the studio, they're Bored Apes is actually they just bought the Punks, and then they own a bunch of other stuff, and they're gonna launch a universe. And maybe it's not that Bored Apes as a whole is different, but the apes that they own, and then you have the Punks, and then you have the Pudgy Penguins and the other things, whatever, and you have them all in the same universe.
Yeah, and maybe get one of each, and that becomes the new Avengers. That I can get behind.
Yeah.
And but here's my other thing. This is one I'd love your view on this, because I have a pretty strong opinion, and it's probably wrong. Because the stronger your opinion, the more likely you are to be wrong.
I like thinking that everyone's right and everyone's wrong on a certain timeline. So,
well, that and two, in order to be an investor, I believe you must have the ability to have very strong conviction, right? Because wishy-washy people don't make decisions. And I say that great investors are wrong way more than bad investors. People are like, what are you talking about? No, bad investors just wrong all the time. No, bad investors wrong once, and then they just don't invest because they're afraid of being wrong. A good investor or a good basketball player, and actually I learned this from Coach K, who just retired and had a great career, pretty good at coaching. And he said, you know what separates the great players from the average player? I'm like, no, coach, but you're going to tell me, right? And he says, the great player always focuses on the next play. Right? The average player focuses on the last play. And how many times do you see in the tournament, someone misses a shot and goes down and commits a stupid foul because they're literally thinking about missing the shot? So as a great player, doesn't even remember taking the shot. They go back, play good defense, steal the ball, make a layup. And I think the same thing's true here, is you have to have conviction in order to make decisions. And when you're wrong, then you just change your mind and make a new decision. And so, but the question I wanted to ask you after that lecture is, in the world of metaverse, which we're all going to, right? Just pick up your phone and look at your screen time. Everyone that's watching this, listening to this, look today at your screen time. I want you to tell me honestly how many hours you were in the metaverse, right? You were in the digital world. Your face was buried in your screen instead of interacting. The one that kills me is when I go to a restaurant and there's 4 people sitting at a table, all with their head down in their phone. They're probably talking to each other. Like, no, you're right there with each other. But do you think it's a long question, isn't it? Do you think places that are built for the decentralized world, Decentraland, et cetera, will win? Or will the brands that already exist that create metaverses around the brand, like Disney, for example, like if you're going to go to a concert, are you going to go to a concert in Decentraland or at the Disney Magic Kingdom Square?
And
I have a view, but I'm curious what you think.
Okay, short term, long term. I think they're different answers. So short term,
great.
I think a lot of the next 100 million people who are going to be onboarded to, let's call it Web3 or the metaverse, or it's funny, metaverse was used in virtual reality before it was used in decentralized worlds. So it's still confusing to me sometimes, but I think that because the next 100 million people still need to be onboarded, my whole mission from the beginning was what Brian Armstrong said to me the first time I ever met him, which was at some point the world's going to be on one financial infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
And at first it resonated with anarchist idealists. Then it resonated with computer scientists who respected what happened.
Yeah.
And then the next demographic was financial people who understood what value was. Right now, what we're hitting is entertainment. Is the next sort of like group that got hit was NFTs. NFTs was the entertainment. So it's really about these rungs, right? And so we're at entertainment. Entertainment is made up of Disney and all these other people. I believe that Disney is going to onboard a lot of people, but they will not be natively crypto. And I believe that natively crypto things work better in crypto. And so it's the same thing with the difference between a government making a centralized blockchain and like whatever and Bitcoin, right? Like it's the same concept. It's sort of like there's that GIF of like what's that guy's name? It's a great GIF where he's like, "Hey kids," and it's like an old guy.
Yeah, the guy from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. Skateboard. It's like, "Hey kids,
fellow
what is his friends?"
Fellow skateboarders.
And so
fellow young people. Hello, fellow young people.
I think it's going to be the people who embrace the change of decentralization at the right times that will be relevant. And now I think Spider-Man will be here forever, right? Like I think Superman's going to be here forever. I think these characters are timeless now. They are enduring characters. Maybe they're like Zeus was back in the Greek times though. So my answer is, I think short term they help onboard another 100 billion people to 100 million people to the new world order. Yeah. But there will be native products like Bored Apes, which is much more native to cryptocurrency, that will compete better and faster. So, but it's a timeline thing. Like right now, if Spider-Man has a metaverse, that will onboard more people and be more popular. But then those people, once onboarded, will be like, well, what else could I do?
Yeah.
No, and they'll understand how
I agree with that.
Yeah. It's a good question though. I just always think about every time I think I'm right, I'm wrong. So I have to be open. I have to be open that change is. I just think the common theme in my entire career, and my career is not long, but it's not short. So it's like, I'm at year 12 of investing. And the common theme
nice way to say I'm old. I really appreciate you saying it that way. Thank you.
Okay, good. It's not long as short. I've been investing for like 12 years. And the one thing that is a common theme is the new generation's distrust in current institutions, and the failing institutional order. And with that, the only reason Bitcoin exists is because finance wasn't doing their job, right? Like that. Otherwise, whatever.
100%. Well, think about this, right? It's not an accident that Satoshi Nakamoto's birthday is 4575, right? That is not an accident
1933 was the day that gold was made illegal in the United States.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, 75.
1975.
Yeah.
In 1975 was when it was made legal again. So it is not an accident that his birthday, I used to say he, she, they, but I guess he self-identified one time in an email, so it's probably a he or a group of he's, is 4575. It's also not an accident that, and I wore them yesterday. I had my Genesis block socks on yesterday.
I love your
today I have socks. Actually, I'll show my socks. So I showed you the pants, but now I'll show you the socks. So I have the Andre 3000, put your Bitcoin on ice cold. What's cooler than being cool? Ice cold.
Cool.
I have my cold storage socks on today, but I totally lost my story. Where was I going with that before I got distracted by my socks?
Not an accident, Satoshi.
Oh, not an accident that,
no,
it's not an accident. It's 4575, but it's also not an accident that the Genesis block, the first thing is the picture of the London Times, Chancellor bailing out the banks for the second time. And it's not an accident that the release date was January 3rd, 2009, okay, right in the middle of the global financial crisis, to Adam's point. The fact that it didn't get finished on January 3rd, 2009. It had been finished ostensibly, and it was ready to go. And they picked when to release it at the point of maximum pain of this system that nobody loves. In fact, why did Ashley and the Mouse Belt team pick, right, the San Francisco Mint for us to record coins in, which was a total poke in the eye to the crappy fiat system, which we all hate, and that we need to opt out of to preserve our wealth from the pale, stale male guys that are destroying our wealth every single day. I mean, the creature from Jekyll Island is a hideous beast. And
so the question ends up being, okay, that's where value or blockchain, it gave an alternative to the financial system, right? Before being banked was unbanked banked, and now it's like unbanked banked crypto, and it creates a competitive service that everyone can fight for. So, but in each of those things, so we went from from computer science to finance to entertainment. What does that mean for entertainment? I actually think one of the things that was like a iconic moment was when Bored Apes had the Christie's auction, or Sotheby's auction. I forget which house to. And it was because it was very similar to old institution being disrupted, trying to partner with new institution, exactly like the U.S. Marshal auctioning off the Bitcoin. Exactly like it.
Amen.
And Sotheby's did it and worked with it and made a bunch of money on it. And I think that was an iconic moment. And for some reason, no one references it, or I don't even know if we know who bought that $25 million worth of Bored Apes.
That's a good point. You're right. I couldn't tell you, but I normally know those things.
Yeah, and it was but it's like, what is that institution that is going to be disrupted again, and where's the trust being lost again? Where Sotheby's, Christie's, I would argue, are two institutions where trust is being lost by the art world, and there's a new world order that's existing in that space. I believe Disney, Netflix, Amazon are going to go through the same hurt, the same pain, and through Bored Apes, or maybe it's not apes, maybe it's flimflams or wigwams or Montauk's. But I think the general principle of value and where that value is just disrupting industry after industry, because decentralization is better, or a better alternative than nothing. Right? Unbanked, blah, blah, this thing. Creating competitive services. That's what this is. We're getting better services as the individual. Anyone can innovate now.
You also mentioned it, AD, about we unlock creativity, right? One of the things about shifting, and Jimmy Song talks about this so beautifully,
if you have a job and you're paid a fiat wage, and no one likes this word anymore, but you're a slave. I mean, you're a slave to that job and to that money. And the problem is that money can be taken away from you slowly, but consistently through inflation, which, everyone's talking about all the inflation now. What we have now is not inflation. What we have right now is currency devaluation. We created 50% of all the money in the history of our republic in 24 months. That is not inflation. That is currency debauchement. And that is a theft from the masses to the powerful. And if you're paid or convert your fiat into a deflationary asset, Bitcoin, you now are no longer a slave, because now your asset will accrete as that fiat is destroyed. Because that's the thing. 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin. And that is true forever and always. But we don't talk about Bitcoin in Bitcoin. We talk about Bitcoin in dollars or in rubles. Bitcoin in rubles has never had a down year. Bitcoin in Argentinian pesos has never had a down year. In Venezuelan bolivars has never had a down year.
Probably had pretty good years in those.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And so this interesting phenomenon of then, if you're no longer a slave to your wage, you now have time, because you have this saving technology, right? You unbank yourself, you become your own bank. Your bank now has a deflationary, built-in accretion of value as more people come into the community. And now you have time to unleash that creativity. And what Adam describes is these communities then super concentrate, relatively like-minded. Not everybody's exactly the same, but relatively like-minded, relatively motivated and driven people to come together around some common ideals that then you unleash even more creativity. And then you get the cross-pollination of the people in the community. And what I love about this space is, whether you call it Web3 or Web, or Web 3.0 or NFT, I don't really care about the metaverse. It's this transition from communities, right? You can have a Facebook group, or you can be on an Instagram, whatever they call those, I don't know, not groups, or you can be in an economy, right? You can be a community or an economy, and turning communities into economies is what play to earn, play to move, play to, work, or pay to work, whatever you want to do in this community. I love the fact that at some point, instead of Niantic, who takes a lot of my money because my son and I play, Pokemon Go, or Fortnite, who takes my money because my son plays it all the time. It's like, Dad, I need more money for V-Bucks. I'm like, geez, Louise. But Epic Games, right down the road here in North Carolina, makes a ton of money. But who should get some of that benefit? The gamers themselves. And that's coming. And that's amazing.
Yeah, and that's we talked some about the art NFTs and then these community NFTs. The third is the gaming NFTs. But it all does, to Mark's point, it's all circular around the community, where with art, the artist got a better attachment to their community. So they know who owns their art. They can drop more stuff in those wallets. They have a better relationship with those. It's a better business model. It grows their market size from like their 5 friends to like the internet, or the crypto internet, which is like 100 million people. So it's like pretty good.
And Adam again brings up this why he's such a great investor, is the model changes. One of the things that people don't really appreciate is how so many people just don't know about opportunities. So this friend in the traditional financial services world tells a story about, he had a client. The client called up one day and said, I need to transfer $250K out of my account to this other account. She says, why? What are you doing? She says, I'm buying a hedge fund. Says, I didn't know you wanted hedge funds. He says, neither did I until they told me what they were.
I like that.
Until people can be aware, and like say, I own one piece of crypto art, and that I actually bought pre-pandemic, and it's a Josie, and it's the one with the women that are wearing the masks, which is kind of amazing now that we live in the post-COVID world. But she did these before COVID, and I bought it for Venezuelan relief, and it's pretty cool. And it's got an AR experience where the background is all bolivars, and then they torch and turn into Bitcoin, which I think is totally cool. But the point is that she's done a bunch of other stuff that I would like and I would buy, but I'm too busy to go to her website. But if she can drop stuff because we're connected through this community and through this conduit, or she can refer me to other people that she think, it's almost like what Amazon does when you go to their site. Oh, if you like this, you'll like this, or other people like you like this. But now it's more humanized, and you don't feel like you're being manipulated. You feel like you're being engaged. It's actually the first time I ever said that. I kind of like that. You're not being manipulated, you're being engaged.
Yeah. You're doing the same thing, right? Like you're buying a piece of art, but you're engaged with that art rather than being manipulated to buy that art. And it's enduring, right? Like the community's enduring. You're like, hey, I'm a part of this artist's world, where before it was like the artist and you actually have an adversarial relationship. Now they're fine with you selling it. They're fine with you keeping it. They just want people who appreciate it in their market. And the business model flips. A really interesting thing that I think doesn't show on the surface about NFTs in general is upfront. Most artists used to make all their money upfront. So it was like, I sell this piece of artwork. Mm-hmm. But now there's a long tail of trading for art. Yep. And they actually do get 2 to 10% of every transaction, which I think in Europe was legally regulated to happen for artists, but never actually was able to track.
Right.
Through a blockchain, you can enforce it. You can enforce a smart contract to do this. And right now it's primarily done through OpenSea, so it is still centralized, but they pay out. Like they're paying out, like a big part of Bored Apes revenue was payouts. Like they did billions of dollars in transactions over the last year. Yeah. And so that business model where you would rather have, there was a really big, I learned something from a project, an NFT project, and was they had launched a successful campaign and they sold all of them, but they were like, all of the people who bought were holding. So they all had holders, and they were like, we need something that doesn't do that. That like has velocity. So they launched like a thing that you could connect to the thing. So like they launched this whole other stream that was high velocity and grew in value. And that's where they make consistent revenue off of. It's fascinating. The business of media and art and everything has changed because everything's a marketplace.
Well, and that is the key point is marketplaces and economies create value. Right? Yes. The model we've had for the last 800 years was a value extraction model, right? If we go back to the ancient times, I lent Adam $1 and I wrote down in my book, I lent him $1. Now, if I'm an unscrupulous person, I wrote down, I lent him 2. So he comes back to pay me 1. I'm like, no, it says right here 2. He has no recourse. I have the only book, single ledger. So the Medicis came along 800 years ago and said, no, not one book. Adam, you write down 1. Mark, you write down 1. And we, the benevolent Medicis, okay, for a fee, for a small fee, we'll settle which one is right. Because Mark could still write down 2, but Adam wrote down. And here I have this weird recurring nightmare, not like every night, but a couple of times a year, where I go to the ATM and I punch in my code and it says 0. I'm like, oh shit. How would I prove it's not 0? I don't have a statement. It's their word against mine. They probably win. And so now with code, we have the perfect arbiter, and it's even more perfect with smart contract capability because it can be forward looking instead of just static one time. But now there's no way to game the system. Like if I were really a bad person, I lent Adam $1. We both wrote down $1. The Medicis or the JP Morgans or the Rothschilds said yes. Well, what if I paid them a little extra to say it was $2? That probably happens. Actually, we know it happens, right? What JP Morgan just got fined almost $1 billion for spoofing the price of gold in the commodities market. So we know that that type of graft and corruption occurs in the current system because it's a middle person system. $7 trillion with a T, $7 trillion every year is wasted, extracted from owners of assets to middle people. And that doesn't all go away, but most of that goes away and is repatriated back to the owners of capital, the creators of capital, or creators of ideas. And this one hurts me a little bit because we were early investors in Uber and in Lyft and in Ola and Grab, and so I like ride sharing. But every time I get in one now, it pains me that someone who wrote code 10 years ago has taken 30% of the cut. Shouldn't it be owned by the drivers and the riders? Well, it will. And shouldn't all communities be decentrally owned? In fact, it's funny. I'm going to change my. So Dan Moorhead, who kind of got me in the space and just genius, and Dan Tapiero, who was also a good buddy and an old macro guy like me. So I do a bunch of stuff with them, and so they're the Dans. And I said I have to change my name. So my new name is Decentralized Autonomous Network. So I'm a Dan. So
I like that.
Now I just got to figure out how to decentralize myself.
Yeah. Well, right now you are decentralized. You just have all of the governance tokens.
Yeah. I mean, I am wearing the free guy shirt, so I am kind of decentralized.
You get to choose. I think we're at a really exciting time. I don't think anyone really has the clear answer. I think whether we're using the NFTs as membership tokens, content creation, like all of it's driven by communities. Really, we're experimenting with how humans organize and accomplish a goal. And what we've learned is that regulations slow us down. And regulatory frameworks slow us down, and it encourages someone to fear what could happen rather than building what should be built. And I think that the last 10 years is basically a model of the consumer getting better value and realizing that, hey, there aren't as many, there shouldn't be as many people telling me exactly how I can do this thing, when all I'm trying to do is make the world a better place, right? And I think that works. But one of the things that we talk about at Boost VC a lot, my partner Brayton is much more smart than I am, and he came up. He realized something that I think is like a breakthrough concept. Crypto things work really, really well in crypto, and it's basically like no one has revolutionized real estate to crypto or crypto to real estate in the real world yet. And it should have been already, but it's because once you deal with the real world, you get smacked in the face with a book of regulations that you have to deal with. If no one's done, and it will happen. All of these things will happen. It's going to happen. However, as of now, the biggest successes have been natively crypto things building in the natively crypto universe. Because you have a market of people who can pay for it. You have a market of people who appreciates it. And it's highly technical and enthusiastic. It's like where all the smartest, most.
Well, and you're creating new instead of disrupting old. And disrupting old is really hard, right?
Yeah.
Because the old really like what they have. They don't want to give it up.
And so we're building in the edges. We get to build. crypto allows you a framework, a sandbox to build in the edges, unencumbered by past regulatory frameworks.
Yeah. Well, but that's true again. And this, I know this only because I'm old, right? I joke. I spent my whole life hanging out on the fringe with the bad guys. And I mean guys and gals, but because who were the first users of mobile phone telephony and pagers? Drug dealers. How about the first users of the internet? Porn. How about first users of crypto? Drugs. Why? Because you're locked out of the core, right? You're pushed to the fringe. And therefore you have to create, and you are creating, and you build businesses. And, prohibition, right? Alcohol was illegal because the government wanted to control it. And now it's a really big business, and drugs are illegal, and except for the ones that the government gets paid on. And so all of that fringe eventually makes its way into mainstream, right? We all have a mobile phone now. In fact, many of us have two. And the crazy part of it is that regulatory resistance will always be overcome. My favorite one is when the horseless carriage was created, the horse and buggy people got a law passed in New York City that you had to have a person walk in front of the horseless carriage with a red flag, which is where the word red flagging comes from. I mean, come on. And today we don't have people walking in front.
Also, I believe lanes are actually the width that they are because of horse and buggies. So cars are actually regulationally, we're still dealing with regulatory problem sets that shouldn't necessarily be
we should just get rid of all the lane markers. You've seen
it feels
the pictures
very
of
arbitrary,
Mumbai,
right?
India, right?
Yeah.
I mean, no lines, and their roads work just great. And we have all kinds of problems.
Infrastructure, I'm okay with the government doing.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. So, Adam, well, actually, one thing. Ashley, you asked the question at the very beginning, how are investors thinking about this and institutions? A couple quick snippets, then I'll ask Adam a question. So one is, I spoke to CIBA, which is the Corporate Investment Executives Benefit Association group. So biggest pension funds in the world a couple weeks ago. There were 120 of the largest pension, tens of trillions of dollars, actually probably hundreds of trillions of dollars on the phone, and asked them 5 questions. How much exposure do you have to digital assets? If you don't have any exposure, what's the resistance? What are your plans for the future? In a couple hours. Crazy. 83%, zero. Now that's the bad news and the good news, right? It's the bad news because what are you waiting for? It's the good news. Oh, we're so early. The one that though was 63% said they had no plans to change in the next 12 months. I'm like, no, that is the wrong answer. I have a hashtag, get off zero, right? In 3 years, I used to say 5, now it's 3. In 3 years, it will be deemed fiduciarily improper, right? You'll be derelict in duty if you don't have exposure to digital assets as a fiduciary, full stop. But the second part of that was just today, right? I was running home to get ready for this, is I had lunch and talking to 2 really interesting entrepreneurs about starting an NFT fund, because we have a venture capital fund and we do equity in businesses that, like Coinbase and like Gemini and like BlockFi and a bunch of others. And then we make, that's 70% of the money, and 30% we invest in tokens like Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana or Avalanche. And we've done nicely. It's been good, but we have demand a little bit on the fringe. Like, well, could you buy something in the NFT space? I'm like, well, I don't know. Could we put an ape in there? Could we put a punk in there? And the answer is we could, but I think we're going to do it in a separate entity, kind of as a training wheels for people who want to try it. So it's coming. But Adam, the question I wanted to ask you is, again, you were like father, like son. Tim was famous for things before others did, and you have done the same. And so you saw the opportunity in Nifty Gateway. And part of it is, I mean, one, you are smart, but two, you put yourself in the position to win, right? You know, luck is where preparation meets opportunity. So you have these sci-fi, accelerator events, and you make, to steal Josh Wolf's, or maybe you said it, but science fiction into science fact. So you're in the right place at the right time to see the opportunity, but you still have to embrace it and you have to act, and you do. So as you think about this, NFTs, marketplaces, communities, building in terms of open source, like I gave you the hashtag open source sci-fi the other day, which you can
love
have,
it. Yeah.
which you can have. And it's a long question to, where are you in that journey on making new investments?
Depends what you mean by new investment.
What would you be working on today? So you did one of the first gateways. You invested in some of the first really cool NFTs. Where are you looking now?
Something I learned from my dad a long time ago. A pitch should be really simple. His first pitch ever was, why venture capital? Why me? Why now? And that was it. It was one page, and it had two sides to it, though, because there was a graph. And that was it. That was what he fundraised on. I think one of the most important questions to answer is why now? And for anything. NFTs needed an ERC 721 token to exist in order to do that, and people needed to be ready to accept. One of the problems with I was talking about natively digital things. One of the reasons that ERC 721s, which are NFTs, non-fungible tokens, which you attach a JPEG to a token, it didn't take off when just the ICOs were happening, right? But it existed. It actually was around the same time they launched at a similar time. And it was because CryptoKitties launched, and the issue was no one grasped it yet because it was too natively crypto. Like, people didn't quite fathom what this meant, how it could work. And there weren't enough people experimenting because people were just starting to understand what real tokens were on the money side, because they were all financial people. Entertainment didn't want anything to do with weird token value money stuff. If you know the entertainment industry, they refuse to care about money until they have it. And so my answer is, why now is a huge question to always answer. And so right now, I believe that innovation is happening in NFTs. It's mostly in content, and we're seeing if it could be a big enough asset class. I think the Apes is a good argument for content. You can spur into community, and you can spur into the metaverse. You could build out an entire universe that is focused around monkeys, which is wild. I love the idea that your fiduciarily irresponsible concept, where in 5 years, I would love if it becomes fiduciarily irresponsible not to have a bored ape. That would be that would be the funniest outcome in the next 5 years.
No, I get so here, but here's the thing. Are apes better for creating content out of nothing or loot?
So the answer has not been determined yet.
Okay.
Is my general answer. I think everyone who's working at either of those projects knows that we are early, and they're experimenting and building the rails while we're flying the jet. I have this picture of cockroaches building a plane while it's falling.
Well, it's flying, yeah.
With duct tape, I think that comparing loot, by the way, they're both going after semi-different things right now, and maybe they converge. But it is all about
organic creation of things from core elements.
Okay, this is okay. Here it is. All we're experimenting. What is a company at the end of the day? A company is what is the fastest way that you could get all the most dynamic people to work on your project. Like that's what a company is. Like whether it's you that attracts them, your mission that attracts them, like whatever the thing is, that's changing a little bit, but really these projects, the value and outcome will be determined by what people they attract to be able to work on them in the next 2 years. Like that is what matters with both Apes and Loot. And
it's all about talent.
It's all about talent. And so whatever you can do to figure out how to get talent is the name of the game. And that's why some people raise venture capital. That's why Yuga Labs did. That's why, because it's a signal. It's a signal that you're not going away tomorrow. And like, those are the things. So what we're innovating on is that we're innovating on the very concept of how to build a company. I know at some point NFTs and DAOs and these crypto concepts, they are going to replace what a venture capital fund structure is. I don't know if it's in 2 years. I don't know if it's in 15 to 30 years. The actual structure of what a venture capital fund is already, it is a DAO. But to what I said earlier, like I have the governance tokens, right? Like we have come up with our own way of governing that structure because it is better if we don't use consensus voting. It is better if you don't, like, there are a lot of things that are better if you want to move fast, you know, go
An investment committee should be an odd number and 3 is too many.
Yes. Yes. And that's what we do. It's one person has to have high conviction in our investment.
No, to that point, there are 3 ways to run a venture fund. One is consensus, one is majority rules, and one is what's called the champions model. And consensus performs the least well. Majority performs a little bit better, and champions model outperforms by far.
Yeah.
And more funds run on consensus. Some firms run on majority, and then very few run on champions model. But it's by far the best performing because
it's probably why micro VCs performed so well over the last 10 years. It was
100%.
because they're mostly solo or dual GP.
Mostly solo VCs or maybe two.
And so you had to make your own decisions. It was forcing function.
Look, there's a great piece called Group Stink, written in 1995 or 6 by Barton Biggs when he was at Morgan Stanley. And it's 2 pages, and it's the best 2 pages ever written on why groups make bad decisions.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
And it's because it's more important to stay a member of the group than to say what you actually think. Because if you say what you actually think, you might be kicked out of the group. And so when you think about the structure of
I like setting that as a guideline of like I like setting like you cannot be kicked out of this group. Say something offensive.
Exactly.
And,
Say something. Well, to that point, you'll love this. So Hugh McCall, very famous, head of Bank of America. He was the guy I chose to be the head of the management company when I spun, because of the bureaucracy of the university, I spun us out into a private management company, and he was our chairman. And he came to his first meeting, and we had 11 guys, and they were all guys, and 9 of them were from the same fraternity. Okay. So we had no diversity of any kind. And he comes in, and they wouldn't allow him to call a vote because it was 9-2, and they wanted consensus. And he literally stood up, walked to the back, turned around and said, "It doesn't have to be effing unanimous. I quit." And he left. And then they took the vote, and we did get to do it because it was 9-2. But he didn't come back. He never came back because he's like, "You guys are idiots. You can't do things.
It can't be everyone's vote."
Yeah.
And it just moves so slow. Do you know what the time it takes to get everyone to be on the same page? We did this. Me and my one of the team members of my investment team, he has a family of 5, and I have a family. I'm sorry, he has 5 kids in his family, and parents are 7 people.
Yep.
I have 6 people, so I have 3
Yep.
siblings, including me, and 2 parents. And we did the math on if you spend 10 minutes talking to each other, how much time collectively you're using, and how much more time a family of 7 has than a family of 6. And if you just have one more member, you are collectively spending an additional 2 hours of your time talking. If it's just 10 minutes per. And so I was just like, every node you add to like an investment consensus decision is just a waste of time, right? Like that's what you're wasting. You're wasting a ton of time. So it's also I was thinking exponential, like Moore's law is just it's Metcalfe's law. Metcalfe's law. And I was just like, I always enjoy talking to you, Mark. I always feel like we start to get off. Well, what were we talking about?
What were we supposed to be talking about, Ashley?
Yeah, what were we talking about?
The rise of the apes.
The rise of the
apes.
apes.
All super interesting and relevant. I wish we had time to dive into, you even just said this offhand, but I'm so intrigued. Like we had to go through DeFi to get to NFTs. We could have a whole other panel on that. And also I think was interesting, the rungs of who was interested in a product like the cryptocurrency. But I think we're at entertainment now, but I would argue that even before cryptocurrency existed, emerging technologies, right? What do they always get used for? First, drugs, porn, and games. Like the people who understood.
So we sort of
value.
need regulation to figure out like what the best technology is by following the people who are cheating the regulation. So
yeah.
Well, except what we really need is keep the government out of those businesses who don't infringe on their territory.
Well, less nefarious. Like I think the people who understood tokenized value were like the World of Warcraft people were, and we had Brock Pierce on the show. If you want to go listen to one of his interviews, head over to YouTube, ReImagine. Before he got into crypto, was investing in people who were mining gold in World of Warcraft. So I think that entertainment and gaming actually is super primed for this and was kind of there before. And now we're seeing like the institutional entertainment folks getting into it, but maybe
actually you bring up something that's so important is Brock had the luck, and I don't want to diminish his skill. He's a brilliant guy, and he was in an amazing position and did amazing things, from 1998 to 2009 at World of Warcraft. But the luck of being in a place, kind of like Tim's luck in having that conversation with his client about the sword, where once the idea of a cryptocurrency, a digital asset, once it emerged in 2009, he's like, I've been doing that for 10 years in World of Warcraft, right? I mean, I've been watching people convert real money into virtual money, mine for gold in the virtual world. So for him, it was easy. And for me, and part of it, I wasn't as smart, but I was introduced the same month as the Winklevoss twins. Literally the same month in 2013. There's a book written about them, not about me, because they didn't have the baggage that I had from being older, two, being in the financial system that was about to be disrupted. And they were coming at it from a totally different perspective of, we got this wealth from their settlement, we got to do something with it. And we tried doing venture capital and we got blackballed by, Zuck. So we got to do something. And they were just in the right place at the right time. And Brock, right place, right. Well, he wasn't in the right place. I mean, he saw something that other people couldn't see. Tim saw something. I saw it, but I couldn't see it because I was so blinded by my job, right? In fact, it took me 9 months to finally write about it. And I used to write these long letters, and I wrote a 40-page letter about everything. And one paragraph was about Bitcoin. First quarter 2014 as an interesting special situation. And my clients literally said they would fire me. They're like, you are an idiot. Don't talk about this. What are you talking about? It was one paragraph. I said, put 0.5% in. The funny part for me is the next paragraph was about Saudi stocks, which I will argue is way more controversial than Bitcoin. But nobody cares about that. And
couldn't get past Bitcoin.
Yeah, just couldn't get past that. I probably stopped reading the letter, so I didn't read the Saudi equity. But I think the ability to be open to these ideas, to be open to the idea of what does it mean to buy a digital country club membership. Lots of people, lots of boomers have lots of country club memberships, and they walk around with their shirt with the little logo that they paid too much for, and they never go to the club, and they spend all this money. But then I'm not buying a stupid ape. That's just a waste of money.
You know, on that point, all investments require a specific leap of faith. And I like the ones where you can narrow down the risk to a very one thing. And so with Bitcoin, it was always one thing that everyone was saying this will never work because of. It was this will never work because the banks or the government. Those were the two things that people would point at, and they were like, you need these things for it to work. And for some reason, every time people bring something, or I bring up something and they say it'll never work, because if they can isolate it to one thing, and I'm willing to take that leap of faith that that's accomplishable, that trust we can build that trust. We can settle that layer. We can, whatever the thing is, it's the best investment, always the best investment. If it's over, and whenever it's regulatory, I don't even think about it. Like it's so easy.
Right. We can win that one.
I'm like, hey, that's either a cost of money or time, and like we'll figure it out. And and so I always think the thing I try to figure out when I'm making any investment, whether it was buying Bored Apes, which I had to overcome a pretty hefty hurdle to pay a significant amount of money for a digital JPEG Bored Ape, but once it does still, it's one of those like stomach movement things, but your brain and your gut have to sort of have a conversation, and you have to settle what that leap of faith you're taking is. And if you can rationalize it to yourself, you should invest. That's sort of my model.
Yeah. But I will say one caution on this is not every 10,000 limited edition mint JPEG is going to work.
No.
Full stop, right?
Stop.
And yet, I still have the Polaroid you gave me, Ashley, of the Beeple. And I carry it around with me all the time. And because I don't like Beeple's art. I mean, I don't. I think it's actually kind of grotesque. But I respect the fact that I know that I have not brushed my teeth every day for the last 13 years. I know there were a couple of days I went camping or whatever. I didn't. This guy made a piece of art every day for 13 years. I respect that. And that single piece is worth way more than the $69 million that the guy paid for it. So, and my little Polaroid isn't worth anything except I love it. So I appreciate you giving that to me. But the point here is that scarcity is not enough. It's scarcity and adoption and community and follow through and action, but also Metcalfe's law comes in, is everything will get some adoption, but if you don't get across the chasm to the other side where the exponential growth is, you're done. And I think what we're going to find is, crypto kitties, pretty good. They were first. And now the punks have the rights attached to them because the guys bought them back. I think those can have a resurgence. Apes are unique because they captured the imagination of some really creative people. But if I get one more, DM, don't you want to own this, duck or goose or cat or dog, or, this one smoking and this one not smoking.
I bought some rats recently.
Yeah. It's like, just stop. And 10,000 is too many. And you want to have something that's truly scarce, make it truly scarce. Nicholas Sparks, the famous writer, I happen to know him because he's a Notre Dame guy. And he commissioned.
Tell him The Notebook was an amazing movie.
The Notebook is amazing. The rest of his stuff, I'm not a big fan, but The Notebook was amazing.
Great. I read the book too.
I mean, he has a couple other good ones, but that one was amazing. But he commissioned an artist once to do a painting, and he made him call it One. And he said, I'm going to pay $1 million, back when $1 million was a lot of money. But because it's called One, it's going to go up in value. And it has, because there's only one. And I just thought that was really clever.
Scarcity is powerful. No, but it's enduring scarcity. So it's like, do I know that the team's going to be here tomorrow? Does this represent more value to my life over the next 10 years? Is there, is there consistently things being built? Is there more content? Are there more feature sets? The reason I did end up saying yes to Bored Apes, and I haven't really said yes to anything else, was because of that. I sensed a community that was different than everything else.
Yeah.
I sensed, and it reminded me of the Ethereum community when Bitcoin was coming out, and I missed Ethereum. And so I was not going to miss the next Ethereum. In fact,
and that's a really important insight, is you have to be able to learn from those mistakes, because we all make them, right? I mean, you make tons of mistakes, and the other great thing about mistakes is Dean Smith, the other famous coach from this part of the world, said you have to Ralph, right? You have to recognize the mistake. You have to admit the mistake. That's the hard part, because we all have egos. You got to learn from it, the most important, and then you got to forget it. And that learning process.
Oh, I was like, PH. Why
yeah. Yeah. Come on, we're the South. We don't have to spell right. We're down in the South. So, although the funny thing is, in the South, my son, who, so we have two older kids who learned how to speak up north, and then we had the caboose who learned to speak down here, and he can make couch, which only has five letters, into a 3-syllable word. Like, how did you do that? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And when he says, it sounds beautiful. And, the Southern accent is a beautiful thing. I don't have it. So, actually what I want the British accent, because it adds like 40 IQ points. So.
Well, this has been fun.
It has been, I could talk, I could literally, Adam, I could talk to you and we could put it online and people would not get bored for hours and hours.
I'm still super interested. I want to keep going, but I have to.
No, you got to go. I got to go. Ashley's got the audience.
Hey, Ashley, thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. I know you are busy guys and lots of investing to go off and do. So thanks for taking the time to give us your thoughts, and I think encourage people to take risks, learn from their mistakes. Some great advice in there. So I hope everyone tuning in can take those little nuggets with them and
Rise of the Apes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Join
Thanks everybody
join the community
for tuning in, and we'll be back with more for ReImagine version 12, Rise of the Apes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ReImagine. This is version 12, Rise of the Apes. We've been talking all things Bored Ape Yacht Club and the greater NFT space. I'm your host, Ashley Meredith, one of the directors at Mousebelt. And today our panel will be discussing traditional investors jumping into NFTs. What's the future of the metaverse and what does this mean for the future of Web3? Let's meet our guests. We have Adam Draper, founder of Boost VC, the sci-fi accelerator. Hi, Adam. How are you doing today?
Hi, thank you so much for having me.